Broadcasting since 1994, you are listening to KPSU, Portland's College Radio, and we're streaming worldwide 24/7 at kpsu.org. Disclaimer: the views and opinions expressed in the following program do not necessarily represent KPSU, Portland State University, or any of our participating affiliates. Listener discretion is advised. And welcome. Welcome to episode 21 of Ear Ape with Milo Loza. Hello, welcome. We're here, we're live, we're now. It's kpsu.org. It's Ear Ape with Milo Loza. Welcome. I am live on Instagram for the first time with Ear Ape, and it feels weird to have another little audience there, I guess. Like people I follow easily accessing my voice, which is embarrassing, but I can't see it, it's off to the side. And I don't want to interact with them. I don't want this show to be a live stream. I want it to be a radio show. So here we are. Last week I put a thing on my Instagram story like who would care if I do an Instagram live, and almost everyone that voted said yes, except one person. Just like one of my old coworkers said no, which is weird because I thought we were cool. Screw you to that person. But other than that, everyone said yes, which I was really surprised about. I was like, if 70% of people say yes, then I'll do it. But like 95 or something. But welcome, hello, we're here, and today I am wearing Mona Lisa socks. They have a hole in them, which is unfortunate, but so is life. Today's word of the week is serendipity. Serendipity. It means the occurrence and development of events by chance in a happy or beneficial way. Serendipity. And I gotta say, I've got a serendipitous show for you guys today. Not really. I've had a I've had a boring week. I've got a story to throw in. I feel weird with Instagram on. I don't know. It's weird because I have like an amalgamation of people following me on there. People from like elementary school, people from middle school, from high school, from current times, and I talk so differently to each of those kinds of people. And I'm sure none of them are listening. Like a lot of people did vote that they wanted me to go live, but I'm sure like maybe one person is watching. But shout out to anyone on my Instagram right now. Yes, today is March 12th, 2022, and last week I talked a little bit about the Batman. I give it a little bit of crap, but a lot of people have been saying good things about it, great things about it. People have been saying it's one of the best movies they've seen, and I don't get that. It feels... But it doesn't feel like it's really... Like when the new Spider-Man movie came out, Far From Home, that definitely like sent little shock waves through the culture of the world. But like Batman releasing was just... It was good. I don't know. Everyone's been like against me, it feels like, with their opinion on it, because they think... I don't know. They like my friend in class said it was really good, but I think what they did well was it was a good first movie in that they introduced the character well. They made him kind of weak in that he has weaker technology and all of that and early devices. And I'm excited to see like in future movies when that evolves, but I thought it was okay. Yeah, I don't know, people really liked it. It kind of felt like the Batman video game, which is cool, but nah. Yesterday I saw Godzilla, and I talked a little bit about Godzilla last week because I interviewed this girl at Fifth Avenue Cinema, the girl that chose the movie to show it. Her name's Nayeli. And I interviewed her. I wrote something up for the paper. It came out this past Wednesday. Check it out if anyone cares. But I was excited to see the movie because she made it sound interesting. And it's Godzilla. It's a classic movie. I was excited for it. And I went last night. I went at 9:30 p.m. I watched it. I went halfway through it, and I fell asleep. And it was a great movie. It was good so far. There were some cheesy parts, some kind of crappy cinematography, because it's like the 50s. But now that I think of it, when was 2001 created? Was that? I feel like that was the 40s. And that was way better than Godzilla. I was about to praise Godzilla for its cinematography, but if 2001 accomplished that also, I don't know. What was I talking about? Godzilla. I was in the middle of it. I fell asleep until like the end. I fell asleep at like the climax, like the best parts, the parts where he's destroying crap, and they were good. They looked good. It was great, but I fell asleep. And I woke up like when they turned the lights on at the end of the movie. And it was just like me and two other people in the theater. Maybe I snored. I was embarrassed about it. And I leave the theater. I kind of just wanted to exit because I didn't want to make small talk about the movie in case they wanted to. And I said thank you as I was walking away. And then the girl that I interviewed, she was like, "What'd you think about it?" And I walked over and I was like, "It was incredible." I don't know why I said that. I fell asleep halfway through it, but I was like, it was incredible. And she was like, yeah, what'd you like? And I was like, well, I rattled off some crap, but I felt that I fell asleep. I really wanted to watch it. I don't know. I felt stupid about that, but I got it published, a piece in Vanguard. And yesterday I had a conversation with another person from the student newspaper, and we talked about the Emmy nominations for this year, and we're pretty much, from what I understand, is the conversation we had is going to be transcribed and published in the newspaper. And I was nervous about it because if you've been listening to this show, you know I'm so goddamn crappy at talking about movies, but I guess this person was like, you watch movies, let's talk about them. And I was afraid I was not going to have anything to say, but I think I had some good points. If anyone cares to read it when it comes out this Wednesday, I think I had like a good 4 things I was proud of having said. Yeah, I don't know. And I finally finished, if anyone cares, if anyone has been following me, I finally finished that book, A Very Punchable Face. I was listening to the audiobook. I don't know why it took me so long. I was just reading it in certain moments, but it was all right. I started Frankenstein now because I've never read it before, and it's boring. Cause like I'm like 5 chapters into it, and I thought I understood what was happening. I thought I understood what the letters meant. What the backstory has been so far, but the words are just so confusing. I guess the way it's said. It's said so well, but it's said so well that I don't understand it. And I looked up like Spark Notes on it, and I totally understood it. It just said very advanced, which is kind of dumb, but I'm just waiting for the monster to be made, man. I don't know. I think I'm out of crap. We're gonna play a song really quick. This is a lovely song by TV Girl. It's called Lover's Rock. Please enjoy it. That is not the song. This is the song. And we're back. Welcome back to Europe with Milo Loza. This is Ear Rape. I am Milo Loza, and I didn't prepare myself for or during that break at all, but I'm here and ready to talk some more. I can't believe I ran out of stuff to talk about already, but I'm going to get to the stand-up. Usually I talk about stand-up around 40 minutes in, but here we are. This past week I went to 3 open mics. The first one last Sunday, Pizza Schmitza. I did not want to go. I've been having this situation lately where I just feel so goddamn lazy when it comes to open mics. Like I keep just not wanting to put my set together until last minute and all of that, and I don't know. I've been getting lazy with it, I guess. And this week I sat to put together a new set, because every week I look at my set, I take out what did okay during the past week, and I switch in some new jokes. And I didn't do that this week. I just kind of went, I took out a couple jokes, but I tried this new thing where well, I have this new joke. It's a cancer joke. The first time I tried it was last week. I recorded it. It's on my TikTok right now if anyone gives a crap, Milo Loza. But I tried a new joke about cancer. And the what's it called? The setup is my daughter is showing an early sign of cancer. And the way I did that first was I told a really stupid joke. I made a grand emotion and I held it for a little bit too long. And then I went into my daughter has an early sign of cancer. That way there was a little bit of tension, because for this joke to work, there needs to be a certain amount of tension built up, and then it gets popped by me saying my daughter has cancer, because for you to laugh, it's hard to explain, but that's when it's in my head that I want to do. And I've decided last Sunday that how I wanted to build up this tension was I was going to juggle. And so what I did was, for my last joke, for my second to last joke, I said, I'll be right back. I put the mic down. I opened up my kangaroo pocket of my sweater, and then I slowly took out 3 paper balls. And I put it in my hand, and I juggled. And I juggled really, I'm pretty crappy at juggling, but the point was for it to be good enough for them to be like, damn, this guy can actually juggle, and crappy enough for them to be like, why is he doing this? And I did it for like a few seconds, dropped him, slowly picked him back up, slowly put him back in my pocket, picked up the microphone, stared for a little bit, and then I said, my daughter is showing an early sign of cancer. And it didn't work. I didn't get any laughs really. And I mean, some, but the joke itself did well, but on that part it didn't do well, as I was expecting. So I tried it again, well actually before that, at Pizza Schmitza. I would just like to add, I like to add every time I get complimented here on Ear Rape. But this guy AJ, who I made him cry laughing last week apparently, or the week before. He said, I don't remember. He just complimented me, I guess. He came up to me and was like, "Hey, I love you." He said, "I love you." What kind words? At Arrowwood, though, I tried it. I took out the paper balls. I did it a little bit slower. I juggled it a little bit better. Dropped them, slowly put them back in my pocket. And then I said, "My daughter is showing an early sign of cancer." Killed. Everyone was dying. And that was perfect. I think I got to try doing that again, but that went well. I think with the first audience, it was that when I started juggling, I think they got. I mean, I don't mean to sound that I. Hold on. I'm thinking. When I first started juggling for them, they like started clapping like crazy. It was ironic clapping. They were just kind of like, oh, you're juggling, whatever, here's your applause. So that when I said the setup for that next joke, they didn't really give a crap. But with the next set that I did the juggling. No one gave a crap, so it was silent throughout my juggling, which was even better, because it was even funnier for when I said, "My daughter is showing an early sign of cancer." So that word. If you followed me through that, thank you. I'm sorry. It was difficult, but we did it. At Arrowwood also, I showed up and my usual spot was taken, so I went to the bar. I don't like sitting at the bar because it would be my preferred spot because they have the bar stool. It's a single spot. I'm a single person. I'm never hanging out with anyone. I'm always taking up a table. So a bar stool is like my perfect spot to be. However, I'm 20. Next month I'll be 21, but I'm scared at sitting at bar stools, so I avoid it. But the owner of this bar is really, really cool to me, so I plopped myself there. You know, I plopped. And the owner was cool. He came up to me. He was like, "Hey Milo, what can I get for you? You want some water?" I said, "No, I'm good. Thank you, Mike." And the guy next to me was this old dude that is there every single week, almost every single week. He's not a comedian, but he did go on stage a couple weeks ago, and he told like a couple street jokes that bombed. And he talked to me. I was trying to read because I was on my Colin Jost book. I had like 15 more pages. I just wanted to get through it right before the open mic started. And he started talking to me. He was like, "Sorry to bother you." And I was like, No, you're fine. But it was not fine. He's like, "Sorry to bother you, but what are you reading there?" And I talked a little bit about it. We made small talk about Colin Jost and comedy a little bit, but it wasn't much. And then I went back to it. He's like, "Sorry to bother you." And then and he goes, "Sorry to bother you again, but are you here for the comedy night? Do you do comedy? Is that what you're here for? Because they have comedy Wednesday nights here." And I was like, yes. And he's like, "What's your name?" And I said, "Milo." And he's like, "Oh yeah, I've seen you here every week," which was nice that he recognized that. And then he interrupted me again, like a third time, and he recommended me some crap. He was like, you gotta try Fire Sign Theater and Kurt Vonnegut something. And I said, "Absolutely, I'll try it right when I get home." And I guess I remember the name, so that's, he made some impact, but I do not plan on looking at that at all. There's this one comic that has been using a ukulele in his act lately, and I hate it. It's all right. It's not. It's just stupid to me because I think of like Dimitri Martin, I guess. He plays the guitar kind of and says these jokes. And I think Dimitri Martin has a lot of brilliance in his jokes. But For this guy, it was more of an excuse. It was more of a to make up for how crappy his jokes were, I guess. Because they were okay jokes, but the fact that he played a song and had a goofy lyrics to it and crap was just like it made the jokes easier to laugh at, I guess. Because I guess if I break it down, it's because the song is so unfunny that the little jokes in between, comparatively, are really funny. And that, I just don't really have respect for that, I guess. And he was playing the ukulele, saying little jokes. He had one great joke that I really, really liked. He said, "My wife is a terrible cook. Every night we have the same thing. Diarrhea." But yeah, I don't like that. I don't like the way he did that. Because when you can't write great jokes, you split it with music, I guess. Like Ear Rape. That being said, here's another song. This one is called Fish. It's by Tyler, the Creator, and Frankie Ocean. I'm going to cut it off in the middle because the second half of this song sucks.
Slip it in a drink, and in the blink of an eye, I can make a white girl look chink. Don't know what to think, cause last time I attempted this shit, the George ordered me to see a shrink. Started with the link, considered her to meet me at the local Odd Future Wolfgang skating rink. We was uniquely in sync, already fucking, and we only met last week. We were both young, not yet antique, so our mindset was working for my technique. Tell her that I love her, and by next week, you can hear her shriek from the gashes in her cheeks. No, I'm not a freak, I am meekly a creep. The neighbors by the creek says my house stinks, and it reeks of a sheet girl. Streaks of red, even though all pussy is pink. Oblivion makes obvious seeks, which make meats for my obvious feast. Used to just blot up thoughts, plot everything. Now I get daughters and tie 'em and clink. Got my dick harder than iron and zinc. Now they just ride up, arms caught in a sink where they get cut up to fit my physique. Critique my chic in this brand new mink. Go. Round down, pussy take a trip, make a strip. Got my dick harder than the unzip. Tyra swiftly slips his dick inside of Taylor Swift's slick. Round trip in that pussy, here comes a ticket. Film clips popping on that cannon, busting Ottoman cannons on the pill. Is he real? Guys are stripping in my living room. Wolfgang, full moon, I'm assuming mushrooms. I'm a necro lampoon, out of Charles Manson. This fuck is ending soon because I'm ejaculating.
Now I'd like to take this time of day to thank the Mother Earth. Thank you, Mama. Thank you, Mama. Letting the sun shine down on the lake while I fish your waters. Ooh, hide your daughters, hide your sisters, hell, hide grandmama too. Cause the fisherman's raping everybody in the pool. He on the loose. Yeah.
Gotta wash it down, all this gold is fucking bait. Wait till you see the cement swimming, baby, please not have to hold this great morals. Your body's near that coral reef. It was once upon a time you came home with me, then the next chapter left you in my teeth. Fill your gills with goo, going deep within Pacific Ocean. This specific motion makes this hammerhead puke. Gotta wear a wetsuit, can't get seasick. I love when you're in fishnets, you want me to eat you. You're fucking wet. Fish.
That was Fish. That was the first half of Fish. I cut it off because that second half sucks. It's boring. It's crappy. I don't know why they. I love Tyler the Creator. That's a great first half of a song. Second half, very crappy. Welcome back to Ear Rape with Milo Loza. This is Ear Rape. I am Milo Loza. This past week at Dante's, my final open mic of the week, as of right now, I went to the Hell-themed bar, signed my name, and like I've been saying, I really procrastinate on making my set list in time, and I procrastinated it, and I decided to do something that I've been thinking about doing for I don't know, for like 5 months now. Since I've started, really. I've been wanting to go to Dante's and like kind of workshop my jokes with them. Like kind of ask the audience what they think about it and why they don't like it, pretty much. But I've been too shy to do it just because, like, when I do that, it would be all of my worst jokes compiled together. And I would be like, why don't you like it? And that's kind of funny to me, but I just didn't think it would work. And I finally put it together. I went up there, and I said, hello, my name is Milo Loza, and you guys are in luck, because I've put together my worst crap to try and figure out why you don't like it. And they loved it. Like, not the jokes. They did, some of the jokes kind of bombed, but I guess the fact that I got it out of the way, that, like, these are my crappy jokes, and the fact that they're all comedians, and they know that I have better material under my belt. I guess it was just comfortable and good, and it was really cool, actually. It was awesome. I've been wanting to do it forever, and I don't know, it just got people interacting. After some jokes, like after the ones that really, really bombed, I would say, raise your hand if you like that one, which was just funny to me, just to because you're supposed to laugh when you know what I mean. That's stupid. The host came up to me after and was like, that was really cool what you did. Have you been trying that like around town or something? And I said, no, that was my first time. I've been wanting to do it forever. And they're like, that was great, man. You got them interacting and crap and whatnot. I can't believe I'm 30 minutes into Ear Rape. I literally, like, I have a story planned, but I don't know how long it's going to fill, and I don't know if I'm going to fill this time. I've never had this low of content, I think. I don't think I ever have. It's kind of sad. But I wanted to talk about, like, when I started stand-up, my first, because I feel like in the future I'm going to forget more and more about my first day, so I figure I might as well put it here for you guys, anyone that cares in the future, I guess. I plan on continuing stand-up, so like for the rest of my life. So I assume even if I have like a little fan in the future, maybe they'll listen to this. So this is for you. I started stand-up on January 1st, 2020. Except I didn't. Here's how it pretty much went. From the very beginning of my stand-up career, I guess it started when I was like a child with my best friend. How we used to make each other laugh, and then we're like, we should be comedians, and it was just, we're just being kids and stupid. But in the back of my head, I always did want to be a comedian. I just never, that's stupid to say. So I never really tried it, and I guess I wanted to be a comedian in the way that I wanted, and still kind of want to be an astronaut. It's just something that seems cool to me, but I just didn't want to put in the work to do it and all of that. I didn't understand the work to do it. And I don't understand the work to be an astronaut. That's why I'm where I am right now. So it's always been like in me to want to do it. And in high school, in drama, I sometimes was able to like stand in front of the class just because it was a laid back class, and I was able to just talk to people. And looking back, it was pretty much just freestyle stand-up that I was doing because the class liked me, and they would just listen. They were cool. But in 2018, in October, November, December, I think like those 3 months, I was going to a cafe in San Jose, California, Cafe for Scotty. I would go there every single week, or I would try to go there at least every single week. And it kind of sucked because this was downtown San Jose, and you had to pay for parking. And I was paying like $5 a week just to park here and listen to crappy comics tell their crap. But I loved it. I loved going. And at first, I was too shy to go alone. I didn't like doing things alone. So I asked my friends to come with me. I had a couple friends go, and it was boring because they didn't like it. They did not like, I don't know, it's just not their thing. I felt like I was forcing them to be there, and it was just kind of weird. I didn't like it. So we left early, and I went the next few weeks, like each week on my own. And then December, I started kind of putting jokes together and thinking of going on stage. And each time I thought of going and just signing my name and just going on stage, seeing what comes out. But that's too scary. I couldn't do that. So in December, I planned a set, and I was running through it over and over. I wanted to have it memorized. I wanted to be sharp with it. And then January 1st, 2020 was a Wednesday. I know it was because of Wednesday. It was a Wednesday because Cafe for Scotty had their open mics on Wednesdays. And I drove the 30 minutes to Cafe for Scotty. I paid my $5 for parking. I walked to the cafe. The door said closed because it is a new year, which is stupid. Who closes on a new year? It's just a day that marks the first one of a year. Why close? You were closed 6 days before for Christmas. It's stupid to me. I felt dumb too. I just paid for parking, so I walked around I walked around the block just so I didn't waste my money, like just so I did something a little bit more. But I was like, what am I doing? And I just went back to my car. Yeah, I felt stupid. So I started stand-up the next week, January 8th, 2020, which was lame. I remember being like, this is dumb. In my story about my first time, I'll have to say that. But January 8th, 2020, I left my house. My mother was like, where are you going? And I said, I'm going to an open mic. Or no, I didn't. That's not what I said. I was not paying attention to my words right now. I said, I'm going to go hang out with my friends because I was embarrassed that I was going to an open mic. I didn't want her to know. And she was like, yeah, cool, have fun. And I just never lied to her, so she didn't, not that this is a big deal at all. Not like I had to lie about going to open mic, but I just, it was weird to lie to her that day. I remember thinking it was weird because I never lied to her because she's always been very cool about everything I do. Anyway, so I lied. I'm going with my friends. I got in my car, tried to start it. My car did not start. And this was normal for my car. I had a crappy 2002 Lexus IS 300. And it was so crappy that Christmas, like just a couple weeks before, my mother's boyfriend bought me a self jump starter. Or maybe my mom bought it. I don't remember. I have a self jump starter because of how often that car dies. And so I jump started it. It's usually good like after the jump start. I jump start it, go to point B, and then I have to jump start it to get back. Usually that's the situation. Sometimes I don't need to jump start it. So I jump start it, I get going. And 2 blocks away, the car dies on me. I'm rolling down the road, I pull over, and I jump start it again. And I get going. And I'm kind of just driving around the neighborhood a little bit, making sure it's going to keep alive. And then it dies again. So I pull over, this time in like the middle of the road, because there was like a ditch on the side of the road, and my lights were off. So every time a car drove by, I had to flash my phone camera, and it was so dangerous and stupid. It was a busy road too. I'm in the middle of it, and I'm trying to jumpstart a goddamn car while not get hit by other cars. And so I jumpstart the car. It's the third time. I drive around the neighborhood a little bit more. And but towards the open mic, because I'm set on going. I missed last week. I have to go this time. And hold on. Sorry. What the heck was I just saying? I jump started the third time, and then I was driving towards the open mic. It was going fine. I was scared because one time I was driving on the freeway. I was like second lane I was on the lane next to the carpool lane. I was going like 75 miles an hour, and my car turns off. The battery dies while I'm driving, and I'm just drifting in that third lane in the middle of the freeway. And I'm just like pressing on the gas. I'm smacking buttons. I'm turning on and off the AC and crap. I'm trying to just get it to start again. I'm slowly shifting lanes so that I don't die in the middle lane. And my car is just still rolling, and I'm pressing on the gas, doing whatever I can do. And then like something happens. It like catches something and goes. The car starts again. I'm down the freeway. I'm going slower just in case like something happens, but I'm fine. So I'm afraid of that happening to me. But the car's good. I jump started it 3 times, and I go to my first open mic ever, and sign my name. It was competitive here at Cafe for Scotty. You would sign your name like I showed up. I think this time I was a little bit late because of my 3 jump starts, but usually I would show up like an hour in advance, an hour before the open mic starts, and I would still not make the list. I would sign my name, but they would be like, if you're this number or after, you might not get on. And I think that happened to me this day too. They said you might not get on, and I said, that's fine. I watched everyone else, and then I went on stage, and I was so goddamn nervous. And I did okay. Yeah, I did all right. Looking back at it, it was a crappy set, crappy jokes. The only good joke I had was my first joke, which I wrote specifically for that set, and I only used during that set and haven't used since. And it's one of my favorite jokes I've ever had, I guess. But I said, "Hello, my name is Milo Loza, and this is my first time doing this thing, so you know, I think it's going to be a lot like my first time." You know what I mean? About 5 minutes, and no one came for me. That did well, but I haven't said it since. And then I got a stage, and the host was like, "Was that actually your first time doing stand-up?" And I said yes, and they were like, "That was really good. You should go to this other open mic like down the street right now. It's at a bar. You should do it." And I'm like, "I'm 18 years old. I can't get in there unless they'll let me." And they said, "No, you can't do that. Goodbye." And yeah, I just remember going home really happy. I skipped to my car, jump started her just the once. She was a good girl on the way home. And I got home like a couple hours later, and I walk inside, and my mom looked all suspicious, and she was like, "Where have you been?" And whenever she says it like that, like she says it in a voice like she knows, and sometimes she doesn't know, but every time she uses this voice where I think where it seems like she knows, I just admit whatever it is, because like I said, I don't lie to my mom really ever, so I just blurted out whatever it is that I'm doing. And usually, sometimes she'll know, sometimes she'll be like, "What the heck? Where did that come from?" So like she had no idea that I was up to something. But she goes, "Where have you been?" And she has my location too. So I figured like she was like, "You were somewhere in San Jose, kind of sketchy. Where were you?" And I just said I was doing an open mic, and I was all embarrassed about it. And she was like, "What? You were?" And my sister heard, and she's like, "What? You went to open mic?" And they were excited for me, and it was very nice. And they asked me about my set. And I was like, I don't know. And I performed it right there for them. And they didn't really laugh. They kind of laughed. It was like a pitiful laugh, but yeah, they were happy for me. And that's how you get addicted, really, to the laughs. They just like like getting off stage and having the host be like, was that really your first time doing stand-up? I was like, I'm not gonna stop doing this ever. I want to play a song really quick. This is a song that I found on TikTok this past week. It was this kid that came on, and he was like, oh my god, I just found this song on my dad's cassette tape in his car, and I asked him what it is, and he says he made it. Apparently he made music in the 70s and this blah blah blah. So basically this is a song that this guy's dad made in the 70s and kept to himself, apparently. Or the kid was lying and just trying to get views and hits on the song. But here it is. Fire City Funk, Surrender to Me. Welcome back to Earape with Milo Loza. This is Earape, I am Milo Loza, and welcome back. If you're just joining us, right before the break, I was talking about my first ever open mic and that experience, and it was an okay story, I guess. But I still have time, and I don't know how to fill it, so god damn it, I'll tell some more stories. That cafe I was just talking about, Cafe for Scotty, in San Jose, California. I was going there every single week trying to get on the list. Sometimes I would get on, sometimes I wouldn't. This was early 2020, so this was before the pandemic, and there was a lot of people going. And I didn't like talking to other comics because I was afraid of them. I'm still afraid of them, and I think it stems from this interaction. I was sitting there one day, I was writing in my notebook, and I was just like preparing for my jokes, writing them over and over. And there was a couple of comedians talking near me about a joke, and it was this woman. She was talking about how it was something about a lesbian wedding in Monterey, California. And for anyone that's not familiar with Monterey, California, it's like a famous seafood place. I'm pretty sure it's like a world famous seafood place, but I don't know. I'm from like 30 minutes or an hour away, so it feels famous to me. But she was making a joke about a lesbian wedding taking place there, and she had certain aspects of the joke, and she's like, I'm just missing a part for right here. And I said, not to interrupt or barge in or eavesdrop or whatever, but what if you said something like, they decided to have the wedding in Monterey, and I thought it smelled fishy enough, because they're lesbians and whatever. And the guy that was right there laughed really hard at that. She did not like it. She did not care for me. She gave me a little cold shoulder, and I have not talked to a comedian since. I have, but I mean, like, in the Bay Area, I was so afraid to talk to anyone else because of that. I went to Cafe for Scotty every week until about March. Like 2 weeks before the pandemic, Cafe for Scotty closed for good. And they closed their open mic. And then I went to a different open mic in Santa Cruz, California. It was some bar, but they let me in because it was like a family bar. And I walked in, the host was very nice, the comics there were very nice. They had headliners there, which was the first time I saw like headliner comics at an open mic with me, which was cool because they were actually good. It was good to see how it's done live. And then I was following a headliner, which was nerve-wracking, but I went, and in my first joke, which is one of the stupidest goddamn jokes I've ever made, it's about Minecraft. It's a stupid goddamn joke. I say my age. I say, hello, my name is Milo Loza. I'm 18 years old. And then the host stood up and was like, "You're 18 years old. You can't be here." And I was like, "What? I'm on stage right now. I'm telling my jokes." And she's like, "You can't be here." And I was like, "But I'm literally," and she's like, "Finish your set, but then you got to go." And I was like, "Okay, I'm 18 years old. This is the joke, blah, blah, blah." I finished it. I did pretty well. And then there's security like waiting for me right off stage, and they kicked me out. And outside was a couple of the headliner comedians just smoking. And I walked by them, and they're like, "Hey, you were pretty funny, but you should not be using your age unless you're 21." I'm like, yeah, I know that now, but thank you. And then I went on my merry little way. But that was the first time I got kicked out of a bar, first of 3, and all the reasons were for comedy. I thought of getting a fake ID so that I could perform at open mics. I was still thinking of it for the new year, like these past couple months. I turn 21 next month, but yeah. Also, when they kicked me out of that Santa Cruz open mic, I heard I was walking down the stairs, and the host was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that kid was 18. He really got in here. He was funny though, wasn't he funny?" And everyone was like, "Woo!" And outside, I overheard the host from my last open mic, Cafe for Scotty. He went on stage, and he did okay. I did better. I don't mean to brag or nothing, but I did better. See, that was 1 week away from the pandemic hitting. Actually, that was a Wednesday. The pandemic began next week, Tuesday. That's insane. Yeah, and then I didn't do another open mic forever. But I kept writing during the pandemic because I've been writing one joke every day for the past 3 years. I have over 1,000 jokes on my Twitter. They're not all great, but I'd say if even 1% of those jokes are fantastic, that's 10 fantastic jokes that I've written in my past 3 years, which is not bad. 10 jokes, that's a good 5-minute set. Yeah, during the pandemic, I kept writing one a day. I thought I was gonna write more. I was thinking, all right, now I'm inside for this long. I'm just gonna write a ton of fantastic jokes. I'm gonna come back to these open mics as the best stand-up ever. I didn't write any jokes. Like, just one a day, my normal one a day. And I felt really bad about myself coming out of the pandemic. And then I did a Zoom open mic, which sucks. They were holding stand-up comedy open mics over Zoom. And it was just stupid because, like, right now I'm going to open mics, and it kind of sucks because it's mainly comedians, but there's some audience members. Plus, being live and doing comedy is just, like, the other comedians will laugh. But if you're doing it over Zoom and they're all comedians there, because, like, no one gives a crap about comedy enough to watch Zoom open mic comedy. There's no audience for that. So it was just a bunch of other comedians telling each other's crappy jokes. And I did mine, and I bombed so terribly. I did it twice because I thought maybe the first time wasn't that bad, but the second time was so much worse, and I didn't go back until March 2021. I did 5 open mics before the pandemic, between January and March 2020. Then March 2021, I finally went back to an open mic. And between then and me moving to Portland in September 2021, I did 4 open mics. Because after the pandemic, there was such a drought of open mics. And like, the closest one to me was 1 hour away, and I had to sign up 1 week in advance, and it was chosen by lottery, by random. So it was rare for me to go to an open mic. Now, I go to 3 a week, and that's without an ID, so it's getting better. Yeah, I would drive an hour away to open mics. That sucked. I enjoyed it because it was like, it was an hour drive. I was able to practice my set. It was a bringer show, so I had a reason to bring friends to come with me and watch me. But it was scary. There was this bar I used to go to. I went twice, and there was this methed up dude there, like, yelling at a bunch of people, a lot of the comics, a lot of this crap, and he kept threatening people with crazy crap, and then he got in his car and drove away like crazy, and he sped around the block like 3 times, and I just left. I had my name on the list, but I left because he was scaring the crap out of me, and I drove an hour home without performing because I was so scared. I felt so stupid that day. I was driving home like, what am I doing with my life? If I can't endure this situation, how am I expecting myself to go to all these bars and do open mics, to become a comedian? I felt so dumb. But that's about it. I'm out of crap, to be honest. I have to waste 1 more minute, and then I'm out of here. I'm playing the closer song. What do you guys want to talk about? I have something down here. Let's see. Fiction class. Today was my last week of classes, and I had fiction. We did it in person for the first time since the first week of the term, and me and my partner exchanged papers, and we edited each other's, revised them, gave each other's tips, and it was so helpful. We've been doing this every week in class online, but online just isn't the same. In person, I found so many little holes in my story that I'm excited to go improve, and it's nice. I think that's enough time I wasted. No, 20 more seconds. 20 more seconds, and then I'm leaving. But thank you guys for listening. Thank you for being here. I'm not sure how my Instagram live did. Probably crap. I don't think anyone gives a crap, but I haven't checked it. Thank you guys on KPSU for listening. Thank you for anyone in the future listening to this archive. Tune in next week, Saturday at 10 p.m. for episode 22 of Ear Rape with Milo Loza. But I am playing a song. Why am I playing a song? Here we go. Have a good night. Thank you for joining me. Next week, Saturdays at 10. Goodbye. Broadcasting since 1994, you are listening to KPSU, Portland's College Radio, streaming worldwide, 24/7 at kpsu.org. Disclaimer: the views and opinions expressed in the following program do not necessarily represent KPSU, Portland State University, or any of our participating affiliates. Listener discretion is advised. Welcome. Welcome to episode 22 of Ear Ape with Milo Loza. Hello. It's Ear Ape, it's Milo Loza. We're back. I'm messing with these volume levels really badly. But hello. I am Milo Loza. This is Ear Ape with Milo Loza. And today is March 19th, 2022. It's episode 22. And today's word of the week is dilatory. Dilatory? It's probably dilatory. It means slow to act, and I'm feeling a little dilatory today. I was not prepared to be live until like 2 seconds before it was 10 p.m. right here on Saturday at 10. Every week is what we do. Today I'm wearing Nutcracker socks. It says y'all nuts, and it has a nutcracker on it. My mother got them for me. Yes. Where do I go from here? I feel like I've never started a show before. Today is yesterday was the last day of the term, the winter term for Portland State University, and I just finished my crap yesterday. Like I waited until the very last minute, and I turned it in at the very second to last minute, and it turned out okay, I think. You know, I mean, it did turn out okay. I got a good grade on it already, but like I think the quality of it turned out okay, because I was trying to write this story from I was trying to rewrite the Goldilocks story for one of the things. I did it on Ear Rape episode 20.5 or something. I came up with it, and then I had it for the longest time. I wanted to write it, but I just didn't understand where I wanted it to go. I waited, then yesterday I wrote it all in one sitting, and I'm pretty proud of it. I don't know why I'm talking about it. I'm not going to share it, but yeah, the term ended. I waited until the last minute to do everything. In the worst news of the week, my bracelet broke. I've had a bracelet for about 6 months. I bought it in Monterey, California, like a week before I left for Portland. I bought it with my cousins, because I never hang out with my cousins. I bought it in Monterey because I never go to Monterey, and I bought it in a crystal shop because I don't pay attention to crystals. And I just got it on a whim. I got one that looked cool. I got one that said it was meaningful to me or something, malachite. And then I came to Portland, and everyone's like, that's fake. I know crystals, and that's fake. It's wooden. And they tap on it, and they say, that's wooden. That's ugly. And they insult me. I didn't really care. It was just a nice little remembrance of that day, I guess. But now it's gone forever. In lighter news, though, I lost all of my pictures, Twitter drafts, and iMessages. All of it. Well, this past Monday, I think it was Monday, I woke up and my phone was stuck on the Apple logo. I don't know how long it was stuck there for a while. I went to sleep for like half an hour. It was still there. And then I hard resetted my phone like a few times. Nothing happened. I plugged it into my computer. I tried to update it manually because something said that might work. It wasn't working. I went to back it up, or it said restore to backup. And so I did that. It loaded something really quick. And then I opened my phone and it reverted it to factory settings, which I didn't know that's what that did. That's stupid on my part, but I went to, it did let me back it up. It said, like, do you want to start it as a new phone or back it up to one of your old ones? And I said old one, of course. I had not backed up my phone at all since I've had it, so I lost all of that. all of it's gone. All my pictures and everything was gone. Except I apparently had been syncing to Google Photos, so Google has all my photos from January to the past. So that's nice. I do have my pictures, except from February and March, but I lost my Twitter drafts. Those are my ideas. That's my livelihood. Because Twitter is where I tweet my jokes. That's where all my jokes come from. And all my ideas from the past 3 years, which is like 1,000 ideas, they've all been erased. And they were all pretty crappy, to be honest. I've looked at them all. I can probably remember a few, but they're all crap. They're not worth it. So I guess it's fine. I've already come up with new drafts, new crap that will never be. But it sucks that I can't look back for an idea. And I've lost all that. And I lost all my iMessages, which is lame. Not that I would really use them, I guess, but I don't know. Honestly, it's not so bad. I kind of like, because at first I had so many apps on my phone, and I was not sure how I wanted to organize my home screen, and now that it's all reset, I don't even have any of the apps that I wasn't using, so I'm able to just restart on my home screen, and it looks really cool now. You guys don't care about that. We're going to play a song. This is Kid Cudi. It's called Mr. Rager, and god damn it, you're going to love it.
I'm off on the adventure.
We're good. This is dedicated to all the kids like me. Wherever you are. Yep. Now, we're good.
Birds sing flying around. You never see them too long on the ground. You wanna be one of them. Yeah, you wanna be one of them. Yeah, you might hit a
Hey. Welcome back to Earape with Milo Loza. This is Earape. I am Milo Loza. Thank you for being here. I don't know if you guys noticed that pause in the song earlier. I'm sorry about that. I'm on Instagram right now, live streaming, because I just started doing this last week, and it worked fine last week. But in the middle of the song, I got a notification. It said connection something, and then it said, ending this broadcast right now, you can't have other people's music playing, which was weird because it was fine last week, but what the heck? Why can't I have, it's an Instagram Live. Why, are they making money off of me doing that? I don't like that at all. Why won't they, that's stupid. I hate that. So sorry for Instagram Live, but I can't play the music out loud, I guess. I don't know. Screw it. I don't care. Welcome back. What did I want to talk about? Earlier today, I was listening to last week's episode 21 of Earape, and I didn't mention that, like, how much I don't like people watching me do stand up. Like, I don't like my friends. When I started, I didn't bring my friends. Like, I brought them to the open mic to check it out at first, but I didn't bring them to watch me perform, which is weird because I usually feel weird without a friend nearby when I'm doing something out of the ordinary. Like, I hate talking to strangers, but I'm more okay talking to a stranger when I have a friend next to me for some reason. Like, it just makes me feel okay being a loser, I guess. I have that freedom of, like, this person knows I'm not a loser, so it doesn't matter what I do. As long as this person knows I'm cool, it's fine, I guess, if that makes sense. I don't know. I've always felt annoying asking them to come. I mean, people that wanted to come, they always really wanted to come. They offered. What am I trying to get out of here? I don't know. I guess I wanted to mention that. I don't know. I feel like I'm in the middle of a cycle of my, like, there's been this cycle that's been happening in my life where things are slowly get great and then they drop to a terrible bad. And I'm in the incline right now to the greatness. I'd say the cycle started, like, with school, or like in kindergarten or something. I don't know. Because I think I reached my first, like, maybe it's a social thing in my, like, an interior conflict or something, but 5th grade, I'd say, was like my first peak socially. When I say peak, I mean like I liked the person I was, I liked the people I had around me, and all that. Everything was just, it was a good time in my life, I suppose. Peak 5th grade, fall 6th grade, peak 8th grade, fall freshman year, peak senior year, junior year, then fall after high school. And I've been rising since, but I mean, it might just be that, like, the shock of being in a new environment, like, I'm not ready, I guess, because after 5th grade was middle school, and then I was in a new school, different people, it scared me, and then high school was my next fall, freshman year, because I was in new school, people scared me, and then I left school, and I was all alone, and that scared me, I guess. I don't know, these other cycles go, and I feel like I'm on the incline right now, and each peak has been better, so I think I'm on my way to, like, a new peak in my life, but I don't know. I guess I'm concerned with where this cycle ends and where it begins again, because if it seems to be a school kind of cycle, but once I have finished school, I assume I'm going to experience that drop, and then what would build it up? Would it just build up forever? Is that how that works? Because there's no more school in the way? I don't know. I wonder what my next peak will be then after school. I feel like in these next couple of years, like, once I finish, that'll be that peak. But when will the next one be? I guess when I start making money off of jokes. Honestly, that's all I want. That'll be the peak of my life. Once I can pay bills, once I can get by, buy jokes, I think that's enough. That's enough for me. I just want to pay bills. Yes. I was at Voodoo Donuts the other day, and there was it was like 12:30 in the morning. I got in line, and there was this dude like pacing back and forth. Not it doesn't really matter. He was pacing back and forth, and you could tell that he had like pulled out his hair. Like there was chunks of his hair missing, and they were like fist-sized chunks of hair, and you could see him like kind of tugging at hair, but not pulling it out as terribly as you could tell he had. And when he would walk by, or really just in general, he was smacking his head really goddamn hard, like harder than I've heard any head get smacked. And the sound that came from it was so sickening that I wanted to throw up in that line. And it was it was so strange to me to watch this human just walking by, he wasn't tugging his hair out, but like he had tugged out his hair, and now he's smacking his head harder than I've heard any head get smacked. And he's just doing it to himself right here in front of this donut place for us to all watch. And there's nothing we could do. Like, it's not even something that's like, give me money and I'll stop. It's just like, I'm crazy and I'm going to hang out by this donut place, and you're going to watch me smack my head harder than you've ever seen anyone smack their head. I really hated it. The side of their face was all red at one point, and I didn't want to look for long enough to tell if it was blood or not, or if it was just like the way your face gets red after a slap or something. I don't know. And then another homeless dude came up, and he just had like a huge bag with him, and he was asking for money to each person that got in line. Like, hey, money, can you buy me apple juice? That's what he was asking. He went up to me, he's like, can you buy me apple juice? And I'm like, sorry, I don't want to. And then the dude got in line after me, and he came up to him after and was like, hey, will you buy me some apple juice? And the dude was like, yeah, I'll buy you apple juice. He was like, what, really? And he's like, yeah, of course, I'll buy you apple juice. What is it, like $1, $2? And he's like, yeah. And a Coca-Cola? And the guy's like, what? He's like, apple juice and a Coca-Cola? And the guy's like, yeah, sure, we'll get you that. And he's like, and a cupcake? He's like, what? And a cupcake, a apple juice, Coca-Cola, and a cupcake? And he's like, yeah, I'll get you that. And he's like, thank you very much. I have something for you. And he walks away to another big bag, and he drags it over to us, really, because I'm next to him. And I'm just trying not to pay attention, but I'm kind of like looking at the guy and kind of laughing. And the dude's like digging in there. He's like, I have a sweater for you. Like, do you like sweaters? It's a perfect sweater for you. And he's like, it's okay. I don't need a sweater. And he's like, no, it's perfect for you. Thank you. I'll get you the sweater. And he's reaching in his bag, and the guy's like, I'm a big guy, it probably won't fit me. And then I get in, I order my donut and I leave before I see what happens. But I really hope that man was inconvenienced to buy his Coca-Cola and muffin. This next song is called Love Proceeding. It's by Bad Bad Not Good, and it is one of the best songs I've heard, maybe. I've been listening to the song like on repeat all week. I'm sorry about the Instagram Live again. It's not letting me play music on there, but maybe you'll hear it kind of. Maybe I'll get banned. I don't know. But here is Love Proceeding. Love Proceeding. God damn. What a song. I love that song so goddamn much. Welcome back to Ear Rape with Milo Loza. That song I literally have been listening to all week. I've played it on repeat. I've been jamming out to it. The part at the end when it goes back to da-na-na-na-na-na, like it's there. If you're listening with headphones, you know that there's like two different saxophones or something. One is playing that main tune on the right, and then the left one's like doing something else. But then they both match up like towards the end, and it's so good. That's bad, not good. Love proceeding. But welcome back. I wanted to talk about a movie that I saw yesterday. Yesterday? It was yesterday. It was so goddamn good. It was called The Worst Person in the World. A little bit of context. I was at an open mic earlier this week, which I'll talk about later. And this, I keep calling him a new guy, but at this point he's not that new anymore. He's the guy, just this guy that talks to me, I guess, at the open mics. He's my age. He was telling me that he saw this movie in theaters, and it's kind of niche. It's in only a few theaters, but it's like one of the best movies he's ever seen. And I was like, I don't know about that. That's a bit much to say. And he's like, no, it was like that good. It was visually amazing. It was well written, and I watched it, and it was visually amazing, and it was well written. It was so good. The soundtrack could have been better, but that's like literally my only complaint. This movie, like, I felt insanely anxious for the first half of the movie because things like kept happening, and so much happened, and I kept thinking like this movie must be over soon. Like it's so much was happening, and it was just so good already that I wanted the movie to end, I guess, because I didn't want more to happen and have it get worse. But also it felt like it was just life, I guess. Like there was a lot of I guess just relatable moments that the woman was going through, and it was just all happening so fast, and it just makes you feel so anxious. But then after during the second half of the movie, I kind of felt like I understood what was going on, I guess. Like I understood the characters' emotions and what would happen. Not that I guessed the ending or anything. The ending was I hated it at first. I hated it at first, but during the credits I was thinking about it, and it just, I don't know, man. This movie, The Worst Person in the World, was so good. It's a French movie also. I forgot it was in French. Literally, as I was watching the movie, I kept forgetting it was in French because it was so good. It, like, I mean, I guess that's a stupid reason to say I forgot it was in French. It was, I was so engaged. I was reading the subtitles, but like I guess every time the characters spoke, I was surprised that I couldn't just understand them because I just felt so. I don't know what's the word. Engaged. I don't want to say engaged again. I was just into it, man. It was good. The scenes were brilliant. The cinematography, the writing was great. The Worst Person in the World. I've been reading Frankenstein, and it's all right. It's like, I mean, it's fantastic. I'm trying to think of where to start. I talked about it many episodes ago about how I wanted to read it because I saw a Tumblr post on Instagram that said that Mary Bysshe Shelley wrote Frankenstein with pages and pages of the monster's emotions and all this stuff, and then our culture dumbed it down to just a groan to the monster. And I did not know that until I read that Tumblr post on Instagram. I had no idea that Frankenstein's monster was intelligent. And that made me want to read it so bad. And once I read it, so far it's everything I've wanted it to be. I wrote down this little excerpt because when I read it, it excited me so much. It's when Frankenstein finally discovers how to make life, I guess. He says, a sudden light broke in upon me. A light so brilliant and wondrous, yet so simple, that while I became dizzy with the immensity of the prospect which it illustrated, I was surprised that among so many men of genius who had directed their inquiries toward the same science, that I alone should be reserved to discover so astonishing a secret. Reminder, I am not recording the vision of a bad man. The sun does not more certainly shine in the heavens than that which I now affirm is true. That paragraph got me pumped. He's basically what he's saying is like, God damn it, I figured it out. It was so simple. I don't like all these geniuses that are way smarter than me. I don't know how they didn't figure this out, but God damn it, I came across this little nugget. It's my little secret, and I'm not lying. I'm not crazy. This is serious. As certain as there is a heaven, I can create life, which is a crazy line. As certain as there is a God, I am a God, is what he's saying. Really cool. I thought it was interesting how he was so proud to... He was too proud to make a creature not similar to man, he said. Like, he just... Because I guess he discovered it and he felt too prideful that he had the ability to make such an advanced creature like a man. And, what else? I wrote down, it was with these feelings that I began the creation of a human being. Great line. Great line. And I think it's so weird that the people of the story think he's so intelligent when he's actually so compassionate and eloquent. And we're the people of the story. You know, like those people see him as a monster, but then here in our current culture where this is still just a story, we still see him as just a monster. And we dumb him down to just a groan in crap, you know? Like what's up with that? Isn't that kind of weird that we are the human? Like, this is literally, I mean, I don't know. It's not a real monster or anything. We're not actually treating this guy like this, but we're treating the story alone like he's just a monster when actually it's so much more. How could I not have known this? No one told me. Everyone in school, all those people in the smart classes just were like, actually, it's Frankenstein's monster. The monster's name isn't Frankenstein. He doesn't have a name. That's all they told me. They didn't tell me the monster spoke. The monster speaks 3 different languages. It's so cool. The way he's like, the way he discovers fire and he gets close to it and he's like, it was warm. It was amazing that I just kept getting closer, and then he touches it and it hurts him and he's like, how can something have such an opposite effect on me? How can it do both? And it's just it's amazing how they wrote it. And I thought the pages and pages of passion from the monster was going to be like 4 pages or something. I saw it was a chapter long or something, because I always like skip ahead in my... I like to see how long a chapter is. And I saw it was all a monologue. And I was like, whoa, that's cool. All this chapter is just a monologue from the monster. And then I kept going, and it's like 7 chapters of just the monster telling his story about how he sees life and how he came to be where he is now from the time he was created and what he sees in life. And it's just so beautiful. I read the full 2nd volume just today because I was so engaged in it. I like it. I think it's cool how the monster breaks down humanity down to like, this is good, keep doing it. This is bad, don't do. You know, like, don't touch the fire, it hurts. Don't drink the wine, it makes you feel bad. I thought it was interesting too that he said he didn't like wine. And it's interesting that he wants a bride made for him. I had no idea this was a part of the story. I mean, I don't know if Frankenstein's going to make it. I'm not to that part yet, but Frankenstein said he's going to make him a bride. I thought that happens in the sequel or something. I don't know. This next song is called Buffalo.
God, goodness gracious, I can't wait to see the look on y'all niggas' faces. That boy T-Nat surprises thoughts and chicken and fucking records about Mountain Dew. Niggas racist. Cabbage was made, critic faggots was shook, so I told him that I'll exchange the word faggot with book. And all them books is pissed off and that they page in a bunch. Fucking ass who switches like a book with a shirt. But I'm a fraud, I pray to God when a 6 triple book bashing while me and my favorite authors tickle. Peter Parker pick a pack of peppers when the plot thickens. The creative fucking kill you with a popsicle. Cold-blooded, so we rock mittens so they won't find him. Not kidding, keep the Tommy on me, bitch, I miss pickles. Said I seem off, last time the team talked. Sick of making niggas cabin, so I took the cream off. Should've bought some stock in it.
Get it, stock in it.
Not a golf one, the little homies don't wait. Let's weigh my options. I bought me a mansion, I bought some attention, giving in the house in. The dear boy Swatkins, why you mad? It's the slave in me. It's facts, boy. I'm back like Rosa Parks. They favorite Steve videos, stage dives, pop-ups. They watching team. While y'all niggas watching the throne, the throne be watching me.
If you fuck this up, there are so many fucking kids right now listening to this guy. Get those wings flapping, motherfucker! Cause this kid's ready to fucking fly.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Nigga on the wall. Rap bars, jail bars, die, shoot a basketball. Tyler the Dowskin, arrested and ousted. Cops knew who I was cause the show was ousted.
Tyler, I swear to fuck. If you fucking do not fuck this up, you have the whole world in your fucking head.
How many leaders in the house? Well, can't somebody bring the mirrors out? I'm getting lonely. Likes and apologies and snaps make it obvious that everybody on this fucking planet lacking confidence. How many leaders in the house? Well, can't somebody bring the camera out so I can film me? See a great director, niggas' vision must be glory. Boy, I get the epic shots like Jay walking in Missouri. Wait, how many leaders in the house? Well, can't somebody bring my album out so I can hear one? Pour me a drink, shit, I don't know what to think. Cause all these niggas leaning like they forced winning. Wait, how many leaders in the house? See why nobody got their hands up? See, that's the issue.
We're back. Welcome back. It's Ear Rape with Milo Loza. It's Milo Loza. It's Ear Rape. And welcome. This past week in my stand-up world, I was at Arrowwood this past Wednesday. And I compiled my best material, which I don't usually do. I usually just take a couple jokes that I'm sure will do well, and I throw in some new ones just because that's how I like to do it. And I put my good stuff together because I'm running out of content for my social media to post. And I just had a few jokes I wanted to get recorded and then posted. And I thought if I compile a bunch of my good jokes together, then I could just cut up that set and post them over the next few weeks, you know? That way I don't have to keep recording them. And so I went to Arrowwood. The guy who was about my age was there. And we kind of hung out. It's a little. I feel. It feels weird to befriend him and no one else. I mean, he befriended me, but like I don't know, just how. I guess it's weird that we're both new and we're both friends, and I don't yet really know anyone else. I don't know, but we're sitting together, and he recorded me, and I bombed so bad. I used my best material and I bombed. How does that happen? How? I've had bad sets. That last set that I said was the worst one of the year. Not the worst one of the year. I mean, honestly, maybe it would, because I don't feel that bad about this set, because there was only 2 audience members. Everyone else was comedians, so they've most likely heard all of these jokes before. But usually they still laugh a little bit. There was still a little bit of laughs, but like. Not enough for the video. Not enough for like TikTok. And I watched it today for the first time. I kept it off for like 4 days because I was so embarrassed. But I finally watched it today. And it's not so bad. I was worried like maybe I'm getting too robotic with my jokes. Maybe I don't know. But I watched and I felt like I did pretty okay. I delivered them all right. So I hope that is just that they know the jokes. I don't know. It was really invalidating how they did that. Yeah, it was really, really bad. But I was in the bathroom. The last time I had a bad set at Arrowwood, I had a story about being in the bathroom. I was in the bathroom, I was in the stall, and I had a peeing contest with this black dude. More on that on the other episode if you care. But I was in the bathroom again. I was in the stall, trying to pee. I like, I had my penis out, and I'm trying to focus on peeing, and then a guy walks in, starts peeing, and I'm embarrassed because I haven't started yet, but they let out like a huge burp. They go, "Ugh," and I say, "Nice," and they say, "Thank you." I was hoping to get it out before you dropped your deuce, because once you did that, I was gonna say nice, and I was like, "Cool, yeah," and he's like, "This is not usually the time to I just lost my train of thought. We're bathroom. He's like, this is like the only time that you're not supposed to have a conversation unless it's good, or you have Coke. I said no, I don't. He's like, do you have Coke? And I said no, I don't. and he's like, all right, good talk. And I said, yep, good talk. And he's like, I'm gonna head back out, and I'm like, okay, I hope my pee starts soon, because I still hadn't peed. He walked in, peed, left, and we chatted a little bit, and I still hadn't started peeing. It was embarrassing, but it was a funny interaction. I don't know. Last time I said last time I said the interaction in the bathroom made up for how bad my set went, because it made me laugh. This didn't make up for it. I just thought it was a funny moment. Yes. Where was I? I was my friend, the other guy about my age. His name's Chuck. Chuck did not have any material this day, and he was like, I'm just gonna go on without anything, without any ideas. I'm just gonna see what comes out. And I said, God damn it, you're brave, and you're gonna bomb. He did about as good as I did, honestly, and it was very respectable. He said that he wants to shoot a documentary of just that, him going up with nothing for a week, and I wanted to try it. It's something I've wanted to try like since I've started. I just want to go on stage. Even since my first set ever, I thought of just going on stage without anything, seeing what comes out, but that is too scary. So the next day, Thursday, I went to Dante's, and I went up with no material. It was stressing me out the entire goddamn day, because I'm usually I plan out my set like during the day before the open mic, but then I'm just doing nothing. I'm just thinking about the open mic. I'm thinking about the nothing that I'm gonna say, and I'm all stressed out about it. And then I get up there, and I'm like, hi, I think I said I haven't listened to it over yet, but I said, hi, look at me. Look at me. This is me at my most fearful. And that made him laugh. But I was like, I don't have any material. This is the first time I'm coming up here without anything. And they applauded me. And I was like, I don't know I have no idea what I'm going to say. I usually come up here knowing every single word that I'm saying. Like, I have every beat planned out, and I try to execute it as well as I could. I hardly ever go off script. And here I am with no script, and it feels weird. And I just kind of took questions from the audience, and it was really cool. It was awesome. Like, it was addicting almost. Like, I wanted to keep doing it. But it's different, because if it was a real audience, I don't think I would have liked it at all. Because I would have totally bummed. With these people at Dante's, it's empty. It's only comedians. It's like seven of us total. It's like 5 comedians, the bartender, and this girl that I think works there. She gets us donuts for free, so I think she works there. This place is so cool. It's like a comedian's little hideout, and it's also hell. Because there's crazy people coming in and out of there, so it's kind of entertaining in that way. And we go there and we just tell each other some jokes. And we're so, it's so communal now. We get free pizza, we get a free drink, free donuts. It's so cool. And it's the crappiest mic. It's literally just a hangout. But I'm not in with them yet, but it's still cool. Anyway, they were supportive of me, and they asked me questions while I'm on stage, and they got to know about me a little bit. When they asked me how old I am, and I'm like 21. Next question, and they are like, see, what was it? They asked me some random ones, but what did they ask me? There's something in particular I wanted to bring up. They asked me if I have a girlfriend, and I was like, no, not for 3 years. And they're like, what? And who you always talking about? I'm like, everything's made up. What are you talking about? I made all this up. You think any of this is real? The only thing that's real is I used to work at a trampoline park, but the kids don't get me hard. I hope I've said that joke on here before. That's weird out of context, but yes. Anyway, it worked fine. It wasn't fantastic. Like, if an audience was there, I would have bombed, but it was just fun to do there at Dante's, and I might do it some more. Maybe I thought of doing it weekly there and then doing my other sets seriously, but I kind of feel like, I don't know, I guess that would get me going down that path faster, but I feel more confident down the path that I'm already on, if that makes sense. I don't know, but it was exciting. It was really exciting. It got my blood flowing. I was getting my slice of pizza, because you get free pizza there, and the blind guy came by. His name's Bradford. He came by for the pizza. I said, "Hey, Bradford." He recognized my voice and said, "Hey, Milo." And he said, that was cool what you did up there. And I said, "Thank you very much. It was terrifying." And he was like, "Yeah, but it was cool." And I said, I told him that last night. I don't even talk to this guy very often, but we were just standing there waiting for pizza, so figured might as well. I'm just like, last night I did my best material, and it all bombed. And he was like, "Yep, that's how it goes." Because he understands, because he's always repeating his jokes, but it's different for him. He has a harder time writing because he can't write. He told us before that he just uses like voice memos. He records his voice, and if he wants to change something, he has to make a whole new recording of it, and it takes him a long time to make material. And that is so sad. But anyway, he's always up there saying the same material, and it never makes any of us laugh, and that's what he was telling me, like, sometimes when it's all other comedians, they already know your material, and it's hard to make comedians laugh, so he was just supportive with it. And yeah, he said "I'm doing great, keep it up." And I didn't say it back, just because I don't like having to. I don't know. I like being complimented. I remember every single compliment I've ever received, but I don't like feeling like I have to say it back. Like, I don't know, sometimes, like, if someone compliments my sweater or something, I'll be like, "Thanks," and then I'll, like, check them out, maybe there's something cool on them. Nah, and I just walk away. Yes. After my set, I was sitting back in my little spot. The other comedians all gave me, like, a fist bump, which was nice of them. And Lucas, who I've talked about before, he's a guy who he was like, "You should be getting paid for this," and like he'd asked me about the mics I do. He's always encouraging me to go to more mics, and he leaned over to me and kind of like whispered and was like, "When do you turn 21?" Because I told him before that I'm 20, and I said I turn April 13th, and he said, "Okay. When you turn 21, you're coming to my mic." Because he hosts an open mic somewhere, and I said, "Where?" And he said, "Oregon City," and I said, "I don't know where." He said, "I'll drive you. You're coming to my mic. I'll drive you, mother effer," he said. And also, I told them I don't cuss on stage. It was weird. It was weird to him. I felt like such a loser up there, because I was like, I don't know. I was just like, what was it? One of them said a cuss word to me, and I was trying to rephrase it back to something like that. I was quoting a cuss word, but I said F instead of the word, and then I added like I don't cuss actually. And they were like, "Oh." It was just like a weird vibe in the room. I kind of felt like they thought I was a loser or something, but I just stuck to it just because I already said it. And later, at the end of the show, which I stayed, I never stay long. I always leave after my set. I do my set, I eat pizza while I watch the other people. Once I finish the pizza, I leave. But this time, I stayed because I was having a good time. And the host, it was like me and 3 other people. And the host was like on stage and said, "Milo, can I ask you a question?" And I said, you know, yeah. And he said, why don't you cuss? And I said, I said I used to cuss, like, back when I was in 3rd grade. And it just wasn't for me. And this is true. I did cuss in 3rd grade, like, a lot. Not a lot. Like, I mean, just me and my friends at our little table, we would just cuss a lot for no reason. And it was stupid. Like, we were just saying cuss word after cuss word. It wasn't even a coherent sentence. We were just saying bad words just 'cause. And I think it was that made me realize, like, we're just trying to be cool. And that's really anyone that's trying to cuss. Everyone that's trying to cuss is just kind of trying to be cool. And I think I was kind of lucky to figure that out then because I truly do think that. I think it's, like, whether you know it or not, subconsciously, it's kind of like a cool guy thing. And it might just stem from your past, and like, it's not even that anymore. But at the very beginning, when you cuss, it's a cool guy thing. You want to be cool. And I just thought that was really dumb, so I just stopped doing it. And I told him, like, a shorter version of that when he asked me. And I felt lame about it still, but he was like, okay, I'm just asking because, like, you know, because I think very highly of you, and I think that it's important to emulate the traits of those that you respect. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy that he said that to me. He said basically he's looking up to me and he's trying to copy my traits. That was so cool. I mean, he's not like a lawyer or anything, not an opinion to, I don't know, just, it was cool. It was really, really cool that he said that to me, that he's trying to emulate my traits like that. Juan Denmark got on. I don't know if I should say it doesn't matter. He's a comedian. He's cool. I have nothing to say but good things about Juan Denmark. He's always been nice to me. He was saying this joke on stage where he's like, wait, did I play ads? Crap, I gotta play ads. Now let me finish this. Juan Denmark said this thing where he's like, I was watching a late night set of this woman, and she had 5 minutes on the stage, and she had been doing comedy for 32 years. That's her first 5-minute set. She did comedy for 32 years, and that's her first 5-minute set. And his punchline was like, that's what I'll be doing. At this rate, I'll get my 5 minutes when I'm 60. Something like that. It was a stupid punchline. No one laughed. But he asked me, he's like, is that what you're doing, Milo? And I was like, yeah. I mean, you know, preferably sooner, but yeah. And he liked that. We kind of talked about it a little bit. And I don't know, it was just cool the way, he also said that he wanted to he didn't want to be super famous, he just wanted like a little niche audience that was enough to where he can, make enough money to just keep doing it. And that's all I want. I just want enough money. And, it was just a cool little moment. And last thing I want to bring up is the bartender. I was hanging out near the bar before I left, and the bartender came up to me, which always scares me because I'm 20, and he was like, "Hey, did you already get your free slice of pizza and your free drink?" And I was like, I got the free slice of pizza, but I never really get the drink. I don't drink. And he was like, "Oh, okay. I mean, we have non-alcoholic drinks." And I said, that's okay. I'm okay. Thank you. Just because I didn't want to raise any future suspicions. Maybe in the future he's like, by the way, let me see your ID. I just want to wait until it's time. I guess I don't know. But he was like, I don't drink either, and that really surprised me because if anyone drinks, it's this guy. And I'm like, you're not tempted? He's like, no, I'm not an alcoholic. And he said that 15 years ago he gave up drinking. He gave up drinking so that he could give up smoking. And if anyone drinks and smokes, it's this guy. You should see this guy. Come to Dante's, look at this guy, and tell me he doesn't drink and smoke. Yeah. What else did I have to say on that? I don't know. I guess it was cool that the bartender talked to me. He knew my name too. I don't know his name. Crap, I gotta play ads and get out of here. Let me do that really quick. This is for Sesame Donuts. I actually really like them.
Need help powering through your next study session? Sesame Donuts is family owned and student run. with free Wi-Fi and locally roasted coffee to complement their full menu, serving breakfast sandwiches, flavored cream cheeses, and of course, delicious donuts fresh every day. Located at 1503 Southwest Park, just a block from Lincoln Hall. Sesame Donuts, made to make your day.
Tune in to Satellite Radio, Sundays, 8 to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
'Cause it acts just like lovers do.
You're listening to Satellite Radio.
Satellite Radio. Satellite Radio. Satellite Radio.
Satellite Radio.
There's one thing you can never have sex without.
It's not something you buy.
Or something you take.
In fact, there's only one way to get it.
It has to be given to you freely.
It's consent.
Because sex without it isn't sex.
It's rape. Consent.
If you don't get it, you don't get it. It's on us to stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
I always like to end it on a light ad there. I'm gonna skedaddle. I'm out of time. Thank you for everyone who listened in. This is Zero with Milo Loza. Tune in next week for episode crap. Tune in next week for episode 23, Saturdays at 10. Yeah, thanks for being here. I love you. I love you. when I actually start, but hello, broadcasting since 1994. We are I don't know why I messed up so bad right now. Broadcasting since 1994. You are listening to KPSU, and we're Portland's College Radio. We're streaming worldwide. We're streaming 24/7 right here, right where you are at kpsu.org. Now I got to give you a disclaimer. I got to let you know that the views and opinions expressed in the following program do not necessarily represent KPSU. We don't represent Portland State University, and I gotta tell you, we don't represent any of our participating affiliates. And you know what? I'm gonna throw this in. We don't represent Obama either. Listener discretion is advised. But welcome to episode 23 of Ear Ape with Milo Loza. Yes, we are back. I turned down the music really fast right now, but we're back. Hello, it is Ear Ape. It's Milo Loza. I'm Milo. This is Ear Ape. I'm Milo. I said that weird. I don't know why I'm messing up already. But hello, we're here. We're ready to Ear Ape. Yes, today's word of the week is defenestrate. Defenestrate. I did not choose today's word of the week. I've chosen all of the words of the weeks in all episodes of Ear Ape with Milo Loza, but today I have a word not chosen by me. Because often when I do word of the week, I every single time I'll write it on a note card and then I put it in front of me. That way I'm more likely to see it as I'm talking, even though I don't. I always forget to use it. But sometimes I leave the note card out and I leave it in the station, and like I'll show up the next week and it'll still be on. it'll still be where I left it, and no one ever brings. It's not a big deal. It's just a word and a definition. But no one ever says anything. No one listens to my show, I think, so they don't know what it's from. But sometimes I leave it out, and I left mine out this past week, and I came back and it was there, but right next to it was another word of the week. On a note card as well, it said defenestrate, and then the definition is there: to throw someone out of a window, which is a great word. Whoever did that, thank you. This is the word of the week. I'm probably not going to use it because I don't know when I'm going to use defenestrate in a sentence, but thank you. It's a cool word. I'll use it right now. If today's show doesn't go well, I'm going to self-defenestrate. Welcome to Ear Ape with Milo Loza. Today is March 26th, 2022. It is my birthday today. Thank you for tuning in. I am wearing chip socks. They're socks with chips on it, chip bags, and chips falling out of the bags. Black socks. The bags of chips are blue and red. I hope you can imagine that. I hope you're enjoying the visual. Welcome. I've had a uneventful week. Nothing major. I've been trying to teach myself to code a lot, and I've been trying to fix my website up. And honestly, I haven't done much like in the past week in that area. Like I've really been trying to code and like teach myself things, but I messed up something in my files where my website wasn't showing right, and I was on a chat with like the people hosting my website for like 2 days trying to figure it out, and then they finally just reset my entire server, and it took a while for me to figure out what was going on, but it's back, it's ready, it's editable by me. I'm learning to code, I'm figuring it out, I'm going to make it look a little better. But right now I have every episode of Ear Ape with Milo Loza on there. I don't have the half episodes. I'm figuring out how I want to do that. I'm thinking, because I want the half episodes to be kind of like a little bit secretive, but maybe having them on my website out of the way is out of the way enough, secretive enough for it to be like a little community of people. That's what I want. I want Ear Ape people and then the real people, the half episode people. Not that there's any people at all. I have no fans, but that's how I want it. Yeah, I've been coding. It's exciting. I've messed up my website a few times, and I've made it look amazing a few times. Right now, I think it looks cool. The Ear Ape part of the site is ugly. It's just there to have the audio there, because the old way I had the audio up, which was just through Google Drive links, is not working anymore for some reason. So this is the way. So MiloLoza.com if you care. MiloLoza.com/earape. Yeah. All right, week. My shoes broke. I always wear shoes until they break. I wear them until my feet are touching the ground or until I'm getting holes in my socks or whatever. But I was walking around the other day and I was getting like water in my shoes. I was like around the city. And my feet were smelling. I was able to smell it just even walking around the city. When I got home, forget about it. I got home and I washed my feet. My mother used to complain all the time because I had like dirty feet, and I would come home and just sleep. And she'd be like, you gotta at least come home and wash your feet. And I came home and I washed my feet because of how stinky my feet were that day from them getting wet. My mother would be so proud. I thought I had more to say on that. I don't know. My shoes are breaking. They're like iconic shoes for me though. Like they're Alberto Vans, yellow laces, black and red shoe. On the side of it, it says, it means go away. I wrote that in. Actually, I had one of my old coworkers write that in. Shout out to Kellis. That's not how you say her name, but that's how I say her name. Shout out to Kellis. Yeah, I'm going to miss these shoes. I'm thinking about ordering them again. I went into Vans today. I wanted to buy... There was this one pair I had my eye on in the mall, but that mall shop closed down. So I went into the other Vans today, see if they had it. It's like a I don't know how to explain, like a red velvet? I don't know what velvet is. There's velvet cake and then there's velvet fabric. I feel like velvet's a soft fabric and that's what I'm talking about, but velvet cake is throwing me off. I don't know what the heck that is. I don't know. I went there looking for a shoe and they didn't have it. And there was like 5 people trying to help me. It was a tiny little place. There was 6 workers, but 5 of them on the floor, like trying to help the 2 of us. And every single one of them asked for me if I wanted their help. I walked by and they're like, can I help you? Can I help you? Can I help you? I said, no, leave me alone. I'm just looking at shoes. I said that. They were like, what are you looking for? And I'm like, shoes. And they're like, okay. And walked away. Also today this week I called, I messaged, I put in a work order for my dorm because I've had this cabinet, like my side of the cabinet breaking, which by the way, my roommate found out. I don't know how they found out. I don't know what they're doing opening my cabinet, but they found out like a couple months ago and they told me about it. And I've been ignoring it. It's been 3 months to be honest. It's been forever. I've been ignoring this cabinet because it's not that big a deal. I don't cook too often, and when I do it, I'm not reaching in this cabinet too often. But it just always snaps a little bit, and I'm trying to figure out how to fix that. I'm not trying to figure it out. I was too shy to tell the people to fix it because I thought they would be mad at me, I guess. I don't know. I thought they would think I broke it or something. Also, my tub drain has been backing up since I moved in. Ever since I moved in, it's been going up to my ankles. Lately, it's been going up to like my knees. This morning I showered and the water was up, like it almost overfilled the tub. I had to stop showering. It's stupid. And I messaged them earlier this week and they did not fix it. They said they would do it within 2 days. It's been like 5 days. I just wanted to complain about that. This next song is a new song. It's from this week. I think, this show could use a few more current songs. It's a current. We talk about what happens this week on this show. Yeah, there's no way I'm just gonna start playing songs that came out this week. But the song is by Tyler the Creator, or actually it's kind of confusing. This song is by Nigo, Nigo, and it's featuring Tyler. All the songs on this album. Like, it's Nigo's album, but he, I guess, is giving it to the featured artist, because on every song it says featuring Nigo instead of it being his song. Like, it's weird. It's kind of unique. I think it's kind of cool, but the album itself has been okay from what I've heard. Anyway, here's a song I've been nodding my head to the past couple days. Just came out. It's called Come On, Let's Go.
Downstairs. You mean? Girl. I told you I'd be ready. You always got excuses and you know I be on top of things. Punctual my proper name. On the dot is not your aim. Although we in love, we are not the same. I hit you on that celly. You said you needed 5, that was more than 12 ago. Claim you got your hands tied, time stuck like Velcro. Georgia Peach on east side like it's ATL. You lacking, you tripping, you slacking, impatient, be waiting, confused like what happened. How you get attitude cause I'm getting mad, cause you wanna take 20 minutes and a half. And on top of that, I gotta get gas out the freeway, pick up traffic. What the is you doing? We gotta dip, 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 dip. Cardi, yeah. Watch your tick, 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 tick. Waiting for that last minute for your hell. Now stop playing games, go and bring your downstairs. Come on, let's go. Come on, girl, let's go. Cause you know that time that you wasting, like time that you wasting, like time that you wasting on my time. Come on, girl, let's go. Come on, girl, let's go. Cause you know that time that you wasting, like time that you wasting, like time that you wasting on my time. Took me 20 to get ready, yo. Shower, moisturizer, and the fit I had on yesterday. Uniform necessities, multiples of everything. Now your neighbor wanna come and speak to me like,
Hey, how you doing? I ain't too bad.
ha 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 ha. Hit her with a few fake laughs. She talking my ear off. It's sympathy I lack. I care about one thing. Well, anyway, gotta pay a little more if we late to the jet. Got a jet cause the boat leave at 8. And we got some fur on that upper deck in the orchestra. Gon' play a score for every album project. You ain't scared to change cause it's ain't coming out your pockets. My fruity and slick. I'm rude a little bit. Don't be acting so appalled. Oh, your girl, let it put so much into tonight. And you just don't care. Now stop playing games. Gun, bring your downstairs. Come on, let's go. Come on, girl, let's go. Cause you know that time that you wasting, like time that you wasting, like time that you wasting on my time.
You're always rushing me. Relax, chill, alright?
To tonight, just don't care. Playing games, girl, bring your downstairs.
Why you tripping? I think I left something in the house.
That was Come On, Let's Go by Tyler, the Creator, and Nego. I hope I'm saying that right. I hope I don't get canceled for saying that, but Come On, Let's Go. That was a great song. I hope you enjoyed that. A couple moments I'd like to remind you about. I got something in my throat. I really like that part where he goes, "Come on, let's dip, 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 dip." That's a fun part. And that part towards the end where the lady's like white tripping, like for a little bass drop. I don't know. I think it's cool. But welcome back. I did not mean to take a break there. Actually, I was planning that song to be played a little bit later, but here we are. Earlier this week, I was reading in the park blocks, which is like the middle of the campus. It's like a nice area where you walk around, go class to class. It's an area on campus. And I was just sitting on a bench reading, and some dude comes up to me, old dude, and he's like, "Hi, what's your name?" And I said, "Milo." "What's your name?" He said, "Frank." Can I offer you some religious texts?" And I said, "No." I straight up said no. I've been dodging religious people for a while now that I've been on campus, and like Wednesdays and Sundays, these guys just come out like crazy. So I'm always dodging them, and I'm getting better at saying no, and this time I just said straight up no. And he was like, "Okay." I just stood there for a little bit, and I was like, "Well, like I said, I'm Frank, and I'm just wondering, blah, blah, blah," and just talk. He said his name like a few times. I don't know why he kept saying it, like, "By the way, I'm Frank," and it was awkward. I didn't like it. I was trying to read Frankenstein, and he kept trying to ask me just like about my day and my student life and all that. And he's like, what's your major? And I'm just like, what is this about? Like, what is this for? And he's like, I'm just, just personal curiosity. And I was like, I'm just trying to read. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he walked away so sad. He walked, excuse me. He walked the saddest walk away. I have like a peanut in my throat. I bought trail mix earlier today for the movies I saw. We'll talk about it. I felt bad about making him walk away like that. And then I was sitting there like, why was I so mean? Why did I not talk about my day with him? But then I remembered he was trying to offer me I truly forgot for a while, that he was trying to be a nuisance. That's how they get you. They try to make you feel bad like that. But yeah, I was reading Frankenstein, and I finished it this week. It was good. I was thinking about it and how Mary Shelley wanted. She like planned on it being, scary. She wanted it to be like a whole psychological thriller. I think I don't want to put words in her mouth, but she wanted it to be scary. But I didn't really get the vibe of scary from Frankenstein. Like, it was more philosophical and like it just kind of made you think. And I'm thinking about it. I think Frankenstein is Frankenstein. Like, the way people are like, don't call him Frankenstein, it's Frankenstein's monster. I think they're the same person. In a way. Because they're, as the monster gets stronger, the victor gets weaker. Like going up to the monster being made, Victor's like at his best. He's like super energetic and ready to build a monster. He's all into science and he's all into love and all that. He's so passionate about everything he does. And then he makes the monster, and then he like goes down a whole path of of guilt and sorrow and blah 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 blah. And the monster builds up his knowledge, and Victor doesn't lose knowledge as the monster gains it. But I guess just there's such opposite levels. I guess it's I don't know why my throat's messing with me like this. I guess it's kind of like pouring water into a glass, like back and forth. I don't know why I compared it to that. But I had the theory that they're the same just because of how, I don't know, just because of how weak Victor gets and how strong the monster got. I don't know. They have the same desires and passions too. Like, Victor wants to be well liked by people. I guess he doesn't really want to be liked by people. I guess he just wants love, and Frankenstein wants love. They just want compassion in their life. I'll move on. I'm moving on to a boring story now. I bought a book on transcendental meditation, and there's a lot of big words in there that I don't understand, and I'm trying to read. And I always force myself to read books like this, like where it's where it educates you on a subject, and it just makes me feel more. It feels like it builds up my cultural background, or it builds up my knowledge. I don't know. It builds me up in some way, I feel like. So I allow it. Last week I talked about this French movie, The Worst Person in the World, which was fantastic, amazing. But I re-listened to the episode and I left a couple things out that I wanted to talk about. I guess not, like, they're not significant things, but I wanted to, I guess, bring up how cool it was, the scene where the woman meets some guy and they're both in a relationship and they're just trying to, like, get as close to cheating as possible without actually cheating. Because they have this, they like link brains pretty quick where they're like, okay, we both want to, we want to schmanoodle, but we're both with people, and they're doing like everything possible. They're smoking and blowing it into each other's mouth, and you just see them inhaling each other's smoke, and they're watching each other pee, and just like all this stuff that just isn't really sexual, but like they do it so sensually, and it's just beautiful. I think the way that it's shot. Amazing movie. The Worst Person in the World. I can't recommend it enough because I'm not allowed to recommend it at all. Yeah. I like also how the woman's she's a bad person technically. She's doing things that you shouldn't support she's not that bad, but I guess just you're on her side the whole way, no matter what side she's on. Like when people go through a breakup in a movie, I feel like you kind of choose sides, but even when she is in the wrong, like you want to see her succeed. She's just such a likable character. It's well written. I love this movie. Worst Person in the World. But this week I did not watch any shorts. Or I did not watch any movies. I only watched shorts. Because the Oscars are this Sunday, and they have I didn't know about this before. I just learned about it all this year because last week, 2 weeks ago, I had a newspaper article released where it was just a transcription of me and another editor on the paper talking about the Oscar movies. And I talked about this last week or the week before, and I said I think I called them Emmy movies, which is embarrassing, but I don't know. I don't know anything about these movies. I don't know anything about the awards. I don't really care about the awards. I just like watching things. And that person brought up the shorts and the Emmy the the Oscars come out this Sunday. The award show is this Sunday. So this week I wanted to watch the shorts, but I didn't really get to it until yesterday. Yesterday I watched 2 of them. They're broken up into 3 categories. There's the animation, the live action, and the documentaries. I watched the animation and the live action yesterday, and then today I watched the documentaries. And I'll talk about it. Yesterday the showing of I saw animations first. The animations were at 12 o'clock, and I remember that I looked it up the day before. And I was looking at like a few different theaters because only like specific theaters are running these shorts. And so I was looking into it. I was trying to plan which one I wanted to go to. I chose it. The next morning I just remembered when the movie was, where it was, and I biked there. It was like a 40-minute bike ride. 30 minutes? I don't know. It was far. It was uphill. I got there, I tried to open the door, it would not open. It is 15 minutes until the movie starts. I was at the wrong theater, and the correct theater was like 30 minutes away, 40 minutes, I don't know how long. And I thought of giving up, but I wanted to watch them all in time to talk about them here on Air Ape. So I got on my bike, I biked as fast as I could to the theater, I made it just in time to buy a ticket. I got in, it just started. Excuse me. I'm gonna have a coughing fit during the break to get this out of my system. But animation. I watched animation first. And I want to be honest, the next few minutes of me talking about this is going to be like 15, 20 minutes. It's going to be pretty boring. I won't be offended if you leave. Or I'm so sorry about that. I won't be offended. It's going to be kind of boring, I think. I'm just going to kind of run through them. But if you're interested, stay. First one was Robin. It was real childish. When I talked to the person about the shorts, they asked me if I watched the animated shorts. I said no. And they said, if you want to sleep at night, don't. Which intrigued me, but I don't know. So the entire time the person said that when they went to the movies, the person handing out the tickets was like, by the way, this film is rated, it's not rated, which means like crazy crap can happen. I just gotta let you know. And he was like, yeah. But then he saw the crap, and I guess he was super disgusted by it. So I was waiting for that the whole time. And the first one was a super childish one, but whenever it got into certain aspects of the film, it felt very scary and thrilling, and there was like, it was just very anxiety inducing, and I thought the film was going to take a whole twist from like the cutesy dootsy into some whole horror, and it kept building up into like I kept thinking that's what's going to happen, but it was just some childish flick. It was okay. I don't know. It didn't wow me or anything, but it was it was worth the watch, I guess. I don't know. It was all right. The next one was Box Ballet, and I think it was my favorite one of the animations. It had really cool animation. Like, I don't know. I don't really watch animated movies. I can't really say too much about it, but I guess it was unique. I enjoyed it. There was no words in it. I'm having a lot less to say about them than I thought. I don't know that I feel like I just kind of have a soft spot for Russian culture just because I've been to Russia ever since I've like my ear is tuned for like Russian or when I see Russian things, like it just intrigues me so much more. Yeah, so I don't know. I liked it. Box Ballet was good. The next one was Affairs of the Arts, which was crappy, not good. I didn't enjoy it. It was explicit. It was raw, but it was just boring. Like I felt like the woman, whoever was the one that made it, she put a lot of herself into it. She was very vulnerable about it, but I don't know. I just didn't enjoy it myself. I think this is the one that was the one that was warned about, like the one that people were afraid to watch. I guess that the person told me that was disgusting because there were some gross things like bugs and sexual crap going on, but I don't know. It wasn't too bad. I was able to sleep perfectly fine. I enjoyed it. I thought the animation was interesting. Then the next one was Bestia. It means beast. I think it was a Polish film. I thought Russian, but I think it doesn't have any words in it. I can't really tell. But it was like a Polish woman. I don't know. She works for a secret police or something. She kills people, and at first I really, really hated it because it was just very slow, boring, which I usually like, but it was just not. It felt like it was going nowhere. But then, like, there's a part where she gets shot, and it's really cool the way they do that. Like, it has a bullet. It shows her get shot, but then, like, it cuts to her house, and you see, like, a giant object kind of going through her house and ruining things in its path, or not even ruining, just kind of going through her house. And then, like, as it goes through, you realize it's the bullet, and it was just symbolic. I don't know. I didn't get it, but it was just cool to watch. I think it was stop motion, and the lady was made out of glass or something. It was cool the way it looked, but then there was, like, a part where her dog starts eating her out, and that's, like, what she's into, I guess. And I think it was more of a statement on her loneliness and how she doesn't find any sexual partners, so the dog is her companion, her friend, and her lover. Yeah, it was okay. I enjoyed it more than most of the other ones, but meh. The last one was The Windshield Wiper, and I wish I remembered this one more, or I wish I paid attention more, or something. It was really, really cool. The animation was... It kind of reminded me of Into the Spider-Verse, or I guess it was punkish. I don't know. I don't know how to describe. I'm so bad at describing everything. It was cool. It was a guy. I think, if I understand correctly, it was a guy in a diner just kind of considering what is love, and it goes through all these vignettes or these little. It takes all these little glances into moments of love, and it goes very abstract and broad, and it's kind of like, I don't know, it says a lot with such few words. There's one part that I really, really loved that I think it was like, close your eyes. What color do you think of when you think of yourself? Which in itself is a fantastic question. what color do you think of when you think of yourself? And they said, God, I don't remember, yellow. Nah, green. I don't know. They said red. I think of red when I think of myself. And they're like, what do you think of when you think of me? And then they think, and they're like, blue. And blue comes up, and then they're like, what do you think of when you think of us? And then like a whole beautiful array of color. I mean, it was a mixture of red and blue, then purple. I think it was different colors. I'm pretty sure it was different colors. But I don't know, the way it was made was just really, really good to me. The windshield wiper amazed me. And at the end of it, the guy in the diner is like, what is love? Love is a secret society. And then it ended, everything ended. All the shorts ended right there. Love is a secret society. And I really didn't like that ending until I thought of it for a while. And it's kind of cool. Like, love is a secret society. Like, you kind of gotta fall in love to understand these moments. I don't know, I feel like if one hadn't fallen in love, they would understand these moments. I feel like love is kind of a universally understood topic. I don't know, I'm really running out of time for all this. I have so much to talk about. On to live action. Wait, the one that I think should win animation is either Box Ballet or The Windshield Wiper. Probably Box Ballet out of the two. But yes. I'll talk about it next week. We'll see what I thought. We'll see if I was right. On to the next category, live action. The first one was on my mind. It was boring. It sucked. It was this guy who was trying to convince these people in a bar to let him sing karaoke and record him. And then there was like a whole twist on why he was trying to do it, and it was just okay. There was nothing very impressive cinematically. The writing was okay. The acting wasn't great. I guess if anything did it was the writing, but it was okay. It reminded me of my writing, how I really like to make it seem like it's... I guess I kind of write like the way I write jokes, how you make it seem one thing, but then you twist it at the end, or toward the end. You kind of make it seem like a whole different thing, and you or at least what they did and what I do. They kind of... I don't know, I guess it's the whole misdirect where you think it's all one thing and characters are mad about one thing, but then a piece of information is revealed and it's all a whole other way. But I just think this film didn't do that well. Yeah, I don't have much more to say about it. The next one was Please Hold. It was cool. It was straightforward. It's about like the justice system and how there's people getting wrongfully accused and whatnot. It was alright. It was kind of funny, but it was very repetitive after a while. Like, it could have been way shorter. The one after was called The Dress. It was about a little person trying to find herself. I don't know, it was kind of hard to understand. I really didn't get it. It was her trying to find love and lose her virginity and, I don't know, her friends... her sexual discovery. But then like at the end she ends up like having sex with this dude who seems very nice, but then he's going like too rough. They're in the car and she's like, go lighter, and he's like, shut up you midget, and just like keeps going all hard, and it was very sad. It was a depressing scene. And then the next day she's like in the hotel. She works at a hotel. She's a maid. She knocks on the door. No one answers. She opens it. And there's like a sexy woman on the bed, and she's just laying there. She doesn't notice her staring, and the little woman just stares for a while, and then the movie, the short ends. I didn't get it. I didn't understand it. I thought it was boring. But one of my favorites, I guess, of the shorts of live action, I enjoyed that one. Then there was The Long Goodbye, which I didn't really understand, I think. I think it was about police brutality or the government or racism. I couldn't really tell. But I think it was done well. Like, I really liked how... I liked the sequence of events. I liked the way it was done. because there's a background anxiety going on. Like they did a really great job of that, because like you see stuff going on the TV in the background, and some characters are interested, some aren't, and you feel things going on until like it finally hits and things go crazy, and then the ending was very weird. It turned into like a spoken word piece by the main guy, and like it was really powerful and long. It was like, it felt like a quarter of the thing was him doing the spoken word, but it was probably not that long. It was good, but I didn't pay attention to what he was saying. Like like a couple minutes into the spoken word, I was like, crap, I just missed what he's saying, and now I got to pay attention to what he's. Now I'm thinking too hard about thinking about what he's saying, and I just didn't get any of it. But it was well done. Like, it looked good. It sounded good. I just don't know what was being said. So that was The Long Goodbye. And then Take and Run was long and boring as well. It was way too long. It was like 40 minutes long, and that's like the longest that a short can be. It could have been much shorter. It could have said what it was saying much shorter. It was about a woman being kidnapped into marriage, which is very common in the country, and like even her parents were okay with it, and even scolding her for trying to get out of it. And I mean, it was based on real stuff. This is real crap that happens. People getting stolen and put into marriage like this. And in the end, she escapes, but I don't know. I think it just took too long. I think it was a great story, but they took way too long to tell it. There was no need for such long scenes and such. It was just too long. That's what I think. The one I think should win, I'm gonna say The Long Goodbye, I guess. I didn't really like any of the live action shorts, but The Long Goodbye, for anyone that cares. On to the last category. I'm so running out of time, but these are the documentaries. I watched these today. Hopefully I have something to say about them. Audible. Audible was about a deaf kid in a deaf school. It was kind of cool, but I was hoping for like a loud one at first, you know, like, because I bring snacks to the movies, and I wanted to open them up and crap, and I like when it starts off loud, and there was loud parts, but it was about deaf kids, so they were trying to get you like engaged in what they feel, I guess. So they had a lot of silent parts, and my bags were making loud noises. But maybe I feel like I'm just hyper conscious about like my theater eating since one of my old friends, like, I used to see movies with her. Her name's Sidner Block. Shout out to Sidner Block. That's her nickname, obviously. But Sidner Block. She used to complain all the time about people eating popcorn around her. About me eating popcorn too. She thought that a movie should be enjoyed in silence, and that way you could fully enjoy what the creator did and whatever, which I respect. I don't know, the documentary was okay. I didn't enjoy it. I thought it was cool in the beginning how it was a locker room during a football game. Like, it was a classic scene you've seen a million times in the movies, but it was deaf people. So it was like really silent, and you feel the energy, but it's just silent. It was cool. And how the main kid says that he listens to music, but he can't hear the lyrics. Like, he could feel the vibrations on his ears, and it's relaxing for him. I think that's really cool. The next one was When We Were Bullies. It's about a guy who, I don't know, bullied kids. Or he is about this one incident that happened in 5th grade, and he kind of remembers it with the people from the class, and he tries to connect with people from the class and the teacher and all that. And it's cool, but it was kind of, it felt like a YouTube video. I think it was the most entertaining of them, and he was good at it, but the ending was unsatisfying, and it was not even about the kid that got bullied, and the kid that got bullied would never show up to it. Like, he didn't really have a big part in the documentary at all, and then the guy was like, well, it's not even about him, it's about us, and how savage we were as kids, and I don't know, it was okay. It was the most entertaining. I think it was well edited, but the content of it was boring. Then there was 3 songs for Banazir. It was boring. I honestly don't remember it, but I remember there was like, I want to say this is like near Afghanistan or something, and they said that after the war, America put up some huge blimp over their city. That way we could watch them and see what's going on or some crap, and it's just very eerie. It doesn't really play a big part, I don't think. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention, but you see the director like shot the shots in a way that the blimp was always in the background, and I don't know, it was interesting. I'm really running out of time. Oh my god, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Lead Me Home. What was this? Oh, it was a homeless one. It was kind of cool. It was based in L.A. It was cool to see. I don't know. It's really sad to see people homeless, like to see in depth in their story. Actually, one of the original iterations of Ear Rape with Milo Loza was going to be me. It was just going to be me walking around Portland interviewing homeless people. Like that was a true thing I was going to do. I was going to just walk around and talk to people. I don't talk to anyone. This documentary had some. One funny moment I remember was like just this. This guy was like at a homeless shelter and he's talking to someone. He's like, man, I met this girl here last week and she was perfect. Like I might get off the streets for her. And that was funny. Just, I don't know, things like that makes me kind of think like it's in a way a choice to be on the street. Like it's definitely, society makes it difficult for them to make it back in. And there was like an incredible amount of homeless. Like it really stresses you out. Like the long shots down streets of just communities of homeless people and just, like it's insane that there's more homeless people than people I know. Like I feel like I already know so many people, but to imagine that many people and more homeless, that's crazy. There's this one woman that like she was crying and saying how like she used to shower by kind of loitering around hotels and she would wait for the maid to leave and she would sneak in and shower. That was how she got her showers. That was crazy. There was a mom who had a couple kids and like one of the kids was a product of rape, but she still had to raise it. And she would take her kids to Safeway every morning and wash them up because she didn't want people seeing her kids all dirty. She didn't want them thinking bad about her. She would take them to the library when it opens up because the library was warm inside, and it was just so sad thinking about like a mother, and she was pregnant. She was like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't need to say anything more about it. You understand. It's crazy. It made me think about like how, like half a year ago when I first moved to Portland, I remember just biking around trying to find my way, and there was a very scary area I was in. Like it was just really empty and eerie. Like homeless people should be there, but there were none around. It was weird. It was like empty parking lot and bridge, and it was just scary. I was riding around trying to figure out my way home. And then I passed by like these trees surrounding an area, and I kind of peeked in, and there was like guys carrying wood to the area, and it was like a whole encampment, and I see women there, and then I saw like a group of children playing with each other just in the dirt. It was just a homeless family, a homeless little community of people with kids, and it was the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life. And I was all afraid of them, of the area, and then I showed up and there's kids. I don't know. It was weird. It was scary. I just said be safe, and I rode away. Here's my solution. Let's get the homeless people to poorer areas. You know, I feel like there's too many homeless in cities. L.A., Portland, New York. Spread them into places no one knows. Put them in Albuquerque or somewhere. I don't know. Like, the documentary said there's 500,000 homeless people in the United States every night. So if 500,000, put like 10,000 in each state, divide each state up by 10, and make a tenth of each state house 1,000 homeless people, and we're fixed. Boom. 1/10 of each state, take out 1,000 people. I feel like that's plausible, isn't it? I don't know. The next documentary, The Queen of Basketball. I'm so out of time. I don't know how I'm gonna get into stand-up later. Queen of Basketball. It was interesting. It was about a woman who made it to the NBA, or she got offered NBA, but she didn't quite go. I don't know. It was about this woman who's like amazing at basketball. She said that she was the best in the world at one point. And she was kind of annoying. Like you could already tell that she was like, she had her time and it was gone, but I guess you're kind of figuring out the story as you go because you haven't heard about her before. And I mean, it's interesting to hear it start like, I was the best in the world, and then she goes to like, then she starts saying like, I was bipolar, and her personality starts making more sense, and it's just, I don't know, it was interesting, but it was very, very repetitive, because it was basically her like, I was really good at basketball. Yep, we beat this one school, and it got close, but I beat her. It was just like there was 20 scenes of her being like, and I made the shot. I scored 40 points that game. Like it was just her talking about how good she was, and good for her. She was fantastic. Good for a black woman being the best in the world, and blah 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 blah. But I don't know. It was just boring. I didn't enjoy it. I felt like it was a feel-good type of documentary. Like, everyone in the theater was laughing with her, but that's because they're all old women and stuff. They liked it. I hated it. I hated it so much. But I have a feeling it might win. If not that one, let's see. I like When We Were Bullies. I think that one should... If one is going to win, I'm going to say the homeless one, Lead Me Home. Final answer, Lead Me Home. I am so out of time. I can't believe I talked about Oscars for that long. Let's go to a song. Actually, I've been watching another documentary. I've been watching the Kanye West documentary, Genius, and it's good so far. It's been all right. Pretty good. Like it's interesting to see Kanye take like classic songs to studios and have them be totally just disregarded. Like they're in an office, he's playing like a classic song, and they're just so uninterested. And it's weird. It's crazy that they have this footage. Earlier this week, I was watching a YouTube video of Kanye West and Jay-Z performing in Paris, and they sang a song 11 times in a row. I watched like a 40-50 minute video of Jay-Z and Kanye West performing this song that I'm about to play 11 times in a row. I watched it all. I watched them perform it 11 times. It was amazing. I wish I was there. This next song I cannot say, but enjoy it.
We're gonna skate to one song only.
So I ball so hard, motherfuckers wanna find me. But first niggas gotta find me. What's 50 grand to a motherfucker like me? Can you please remind me? Ball so hard, this shit crazy. Y'all don't know that don't shit phase. The Nets could go 0 for 82 when I look at you like this shit gravy. Ball so hard, this shit weird. We ain't even po be here. Ball so hard since we here. It's only right that we be fair. Psycho, I'm liable to go Michael. Take your pick. Jackson, Tyson, Jordan. Game 6, ball so hard, got a broke clock. Rollies that don't tick-tock. All the Mars that's losing time. Hidden behind all these big rocks. Ball so hard, I'm shocked too. I'm supposed to be locked up too. You escape, but I escape. You be in Paris getting fucked up too. Ball so hard, let's get faded. Liberties for like 6 days. Gold bottles, soul models. Spilling ace on my sick days. So ball so hard, bitch behave. Just might let you meet gay. Shot towns, D-Rolls, moving the next. BK. Ball so hard, motherfuckers wanna find me.
That shit crack. That shit crack. That shit crack.
Ball so hard, motherfuckers wanna find me.
That shit crack. That shit crack. That shit crack. She said, yeah, can we get married at the mall? I said, look, you need to crawl for your bar. Come and meet me in the bathroom style and show me why you deserve to have it all.
Ball so hot.
That she cray. Ain't it, Jay?
Ball so hot.
What she order? Fish fillet.
Ball so hot.
Your whip so cold. This whole thing.
Ball so hot.
Act like you ever be around motherfuckers like this again. Who's your girl? Grab her hand. Fuck that bitch, she don't wanna dance. She's my friends, but I'm in France. I'm just saying, Prince Williams ain't do it right if you ask me. Cause I was him, I would've
Mary Kate and Ashley.
Was Gucci my nigga? Was Louis my killer? Was drugs my dealer? What's that jacket, Margilla? Doctors say I'm the illest, cause I'm suffering from realness. Got my niggas in Paris, and they going gorillas, huh?
I don't even know what that means.
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
No, it's not. It's
Gets
gross.
the people going.
Ball so hot, motherfuckers wanna find me. Ball so hot, motherfuckers wanna find me.
You are now watching the throne. Don't let me get in my zone. Don't let me get in my zone. Don't let me get in my zone. These other niggas is lying, acting like the summer ain't mine.
I got that hot bitch in my home.
You know how many hot bitches I own? Don't let me get in my zone. 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 The stars is in the building. They hands to the ceiling. I know I'm about to kill it. How you know I got that feeling? You are now watching the throne. Don't let me into my zone. Don't let me into my zone. I'm definitely in my zone.
Zone. Welcome back to Ear Rape with Milo Loza. I am Ear Rape. This is Milo Loza, and welcome. I am entirely out of time. I cannot believe I did that. I've never done this. I've never excluded the stand-up out of my show. And you know what? I thought of doing the Oscar stuff after stand-up, but I didn't want to cut off the Oscar stuff. I guess I don't know. This sucks. I wish I could fit some of it in. I have kind of a lot to say too. I had a lot. I guess tomorrow I'm gonna have a lot to say about stand-up, but thank you guys for listening. I gotta waste a couple minutes before I play the outro. Let's see what I got here. I usually write down, like, if I run out of time on the show, I'll write down a few bullet points that I could talk about at the end. And I guess since I'm sort of in that, here's one of the bullet points. It says, when I toss a football, I always toss it at people's feet. No matter how far they are, I always toss it at their feet. And I think I'm the same way with my procrastination. Now, I haven't thought this through, but I'm going to try and talk about it right here live. When I throw a football, I don't know if this is like a thing with anyone else, but my entire life when I've thrown a football, I'm not that bad at it. Like, I'm fine at it. I could throw it fine, but I always throw it at people's feet. They could be like a few feet away. They could be like super far away, but no matter how far they are, I throw it at their feet and they miss it. I guess they should catch it. I mean, maybe I throw it like a few feet in front of them so that it barely gets to their feet. I don't know, but I always screw it up, and I feel like I'm the same way with my procrastination. Because, like, when you... Like, it's kind of like the due dates of my assignments are people's feet. Where it's like, I can make it there. I can make it all the way if I want to, obviously. Like, I'm throwing it this far already. I'm throwing it farther before... But for some reason, I only do it at the feet. I go all the way up, and then I barely make it. I don't know if this is making sense at all. I thought maybe that could make a connection. I thought of making a joke out of it, but it doesn't. It's not coherent enough. I think that was enough time. I know it is not. I need 20, 30 more seconds. Crap. Well, let me think. I guess I'll talk about what you're gonna hear next week in my stand-up. I have a kind of a little controversial-ish story. I was almost nervous to talk about it. It's something that happened at Pizza Schmitza this past week. I feel weird. I feel weird teasing that. I don't know. It was weird. It was a whole little ordeal that I can't sum up in the next couple minutes. And then at the other one, I killed. At the other one, I bombed. But I have little stories to talk about. This is not exciting at all the way I'm talking about it. But I'm gonna skedaddle. Thank you everyone for listening. I can't believe I screwed up on the timing like that. But I hope you enjoyed my talking about the Oscar shorts. I enjoyed watching them. I can't imagine anyone enjoyed me talking. I cannot believe I talked about it that long. It was not interesting. I know it was not interesting, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry this was episode 23. But thank you. Tune in next week for episode 24. Every Saturday at 10, we do this right here on kpsu.org. Have a good day, have a good night, have a good week. I'll see you next Saturday. 3, 2, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's just for me later so I could hear when exactly this starts. But hello, broadcasting since 1994, you are listening to KPSU. We're Portland's College Radio. We're streaming worldwide. We're streaming 24/7. We're streaming right here at kpsu.org, right where you are already, kpsu.org. Now, disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed in the following program do not necessarily represent KPSU, Portland State University, or any of our participating affiliates. Listener discretion is advised. But hello and welcome. Welcome to episode 24 of Ear Ape with Milo Loza. Hello and welcome to yet another installment of the greatest show on Earth, the greatest radio show on the planet Earth right now. I think. As far as I know, Ear Ape with Milo Loza is the best radio show on the planet. I mean, maybe the Gob Girls have me by a few listeners or something. The Gob Girls is a show on KPSU that I love. I've loved ever since before I've been on the station. So shout out to the Gob Girls. I've never met them. They don't do their shows live, but I like them. Go listen to them if you want to. I'm allowed to promote that. I'm allowed to promote KPSU. Go listen to the Gob Girls. I think it's their last term here, actually. So their last term having that show. Anyway, welcome to Ear Ape with Milo Loza. This is Ear Ape. I am Milo Loza, and today's word of the week is deplore. Deplore. It's a word I already know. Although, I mean, I know it, I use it, but I don't feel like I use it enough or that I know it well enough to use it. So here it is. Deplore. It means to feel or express strong disapproval of, in parentheses, something. Feel or express strong disapproval of something. So, yes, I am deploring coming up with a sentence for this word. Hello and welcome. I don't know how many times I always welcome too many times in the beginning, but we'll get past it, and then I'll welcome you after the songs again. Today's word of the week, I already said. Today's socks that I have on my feet are Joker socks. I feel like I wore these like 2-3 episodes ago. But shout out to my pops again for buying these for me. It's going to be a great show today. Great goddamn show. We ran out of time last time because I talked about the Oscars for too goddamn long. But we're here. It is April 2nd, 2022. And thank you for being here. I've had a good week. I've had a pretty good week, actually. I had a good friend visit me. A good friend from my hometown of the Garlic Town, California. Her name is Ashley with 2 H's. And God bless her for coming to visit me, because God damn it, it was a lonely life up here. I've never realized I've been alone. I've been talking about it on the show, but I've been like isolated for half a year, 3 straight months. Like since I've come back for Christmas, I've been like isolated for 3 months. It's weird. It's crazy, but it was nice to have a friend. I showed her around the place, showed her my campus, the city, Powell's, and all that. It was nice, very fun. Thank you, and I am back alone. See what happened this week. Today I was in the plaza. I was at my spot. I shouldn't say the plaza. I don't want to give away where it is, but I was at my spot. And there's a train that comes through there. God damn it. If anyone knows this school, they know where this is. But there's a train coming through there. And the train stopped because there was a man in the way. Now, before this happened, there was a man just yelling around nearby, like at the Starbucks, just sitting there yelling at no one. There was people nearby, but he was yelling at none of them. He was just yelling. And he looked normal enough. Like he looked like he was in the early stages of his homelessness or whatever. I didn't get to see what happened. There was someone near the window that I wanted to look out of, and I didn't want to go near them to look out. but I saw cops pull up. I saw like 2 or 3 cop cars pull up to arrest this guy, and I just heard a bunch of yelling, and then they slowly arrested him, and I saw like the cops flirting as the dude was in their car. They weren't even, they were supposed to be writing something, but they were flirting, and then I saw them write it. I saw that. Shout out to those 2 people. Also, on my way home, I saw like a homeless person walk up to another hobo, but like the person that was being walked up to waved the other, like they looked at me, and then they looked at the hobo person, and they waved them away, like they were embarrassed to be seen with them around me or something. I don't know, but I thought that was funny. Yesterday, or the other day, I tried to post a TikTok because I've been trying to post them weekly, and TikTok didn't let me post it. They said it violated community guidelines, and that really, really sucked because I really liked the video. I've posted a couple crappy ones lately, or at least ones that have done crappy. I enjoy them, and I wanted this one to go up and do well, and I don't know if it's good or not. I mean, I think it's good because it does well on stage, but I don't know. I think it's because I said penis pictures in it. I said penis pictures and dick pics, and in the caption I said penis photos. I don't know. I guess I understand why they would instantly take it down like that, but it was stupid. I submitted a appeal, and they gave it to me. But no, it's not showing up on the For You page. No one gives a crap. It doesn't give a... No one cares. What you guys really want to hear about is the Oscars. Everyone knows what happened at the Oscars in 2022. Everyone knows. Everyone heard about it. It's the only time ever that everyone has heard about this one thing. I know you guys know what I'm talking about. The Long Goodbye won Best Short for live action at the Oscars. I was right. I predicted it last week and I was right. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows I was right. And you're welcome. That's why you listen to Ear Rape. You listen to Ear Rape to hear me pick the right Oscars. And you're welcome. I didn't even honestly know that until today. Until like 30 minutes before the show. I remembered last week I talked about the Oscar shorts for too goddamn long. And I said I would talk about the predictions this next week, and I almost forgot, but nope. Right before I went on, I looked them up, and I know who won, and I was correct about The Long Goodbye. You're welcome. In animations, I thought it was going to be either Boxer Ballet? What is it? Box Ballet or Windshield Wiper. But I didn't think Windshield Wiper would win because it was just too abstract and I don't know, but I loved it, and it won, Windshield Wiper. I encourage anyone who... I'm not allowed to encourage this, but if anyone wants to watch this short, Windshield Wiper, go ahead. You know, I can't tell you to. And then in the documentary section of the shorts, I said that the homeless person documentary would win just because I thought so. I guess I enjoyed it, but to be honest, I didn't really enjoy much of the documentaries. Like I truly enjoyed watching them. It was too long to sit in a theater, but I enjoyed them. But I didn't think any of them were winner worthy. I mean, who am I to say? But the one that won was what is it? I'm looking at it right now. Queen of Basketball. Which I hated last week. I talked about it, how it felt repetitive and just kind of... Like, it was great that a black woman made all those achievements, but... I don't know, it just felt... just repetitive, the way it was done. But it was interesting to hear about, and I'm glad that I've learned of that woman. But it was... I don't know, it kind of felt like reparations or something, because like it seemed like this woman was due some fame or fortune or something, or like she had such skill in basketball that the NBA try to draft her. It's the only time the NBA has tried to draft a female, which is such an incredible thing. Like there's the WNBA now. She said that the WNBA didn't exist when she was playing basketball, which is why they try to get her in, but that's so amazing. And she got too intimidated to try, which is amazing again, but I don't think I think the fascinatingness of the story is what made it win unfairly. But, you know, what do I know? Yes. I had a feeling that this one would win, though. Just because, I don't know. Also, Will Smith smacked Chris Rock on the stage, which was interesting. It felt like Will Smith. I feel like everyone's talking about this right now, and no one listens to the show. So when everyone hears it, it'll just be a memory to them. I mean, like in the future, when someone hears this, it's just going to be a memory. And I'm mostly talking to you, that person in the future who's actually listening, rather than these random weirdos listening to me right now live. Also, I appreciate you guys too. Not to, whatever. You guys don't give a crap. I think Will Smith was overcorrecting because, like, something had been going on in his life or something that he needed to make it up to his wife, and he was just like, "This will do it," or something. I don't know. That's what it seemed like to me. Like he was just overcorrecting, and I think it was funny that he was like, "I look like the crazy father," like comparing it to King Richard, the movie he was in and won the award for. I don't know. I can't imagine his wife was happy about it. Like I can't imagine she's like, "Thank you for slapping him in front of everyone and making a huge deal out of that. I needed you to defend me." You know, like women don't like to be defended like that. I don't think. Not to say what women do and don't want and blah blah blah, but like I don't think she seems like a strong, independent woman and whatever. I feel like if she wanted Chris Rock smacked, she would smack him herself. But again, I don't know their relationship and blah blah blah. I think Chris handled it incredibly well. Like the way he chose the show over his ego. Like the way he react, like he ate the punch, the slap. He just kind of took it. He didn't even flinch that hard. He didn't. I would have ran off the stage and like cried. He just took it, kept the show going. He kind of stumbled a little bit, but like he was even like, "Oh, I could say this about you and whatever," but he just didn't. And he was it was amazing. I think good for him. He chose the show over his ego. I've also been watching the Kanye West documentary, which has been amazing. Like seeing him rise and almost fall. Like it seems like the documentary was released pretty much to. Like at first, before I got to the last episode, I was thinking like this documentary is just to make people like him again before his name. What is it? Is deplored? Where's the air horn sound effect? I have an air horn. I'll get it right now. Let me say that again. I feel like they were trying to release this documentary, just so his approval isn't deplored. That was the lamest thing I've ever done on this show. Anyway, the show was the documentary was kind of like inspiring to see him. Like he was so confident and all that, and he's just. It was strange to see him go from like rapping spoken word. Like there was a part where it shows him on some DEFCON thing. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but he's doing like spoken word kind of rap on a stage, and it's to one of his well-known songs, but like back then it was not known at all, and it's just super cool to see that. Like it's poetry in his rap, but then it shows in the third episode another one of him like making a rap with someone, and he's just instead of like saying poetry in his rhymes, he's literally just going, and then I'll go and it's literally him making that up, and it's stupid. Yes. But I've been getting into him. I don't know if it's because of this documentary or hearing his name around in the media that I've been looking into him or whatever, but it's crazy to see how, like, goddamn influential this man is. Like, there was a clip in the documentary of Donald Trump as president saying, Kanye West has real power. The president of the United States says that this man has real power. That's insane to me. So I got a couple songs by Kanye West. This first one is off of his first album. I can't believe I forgot the name of it right now. But it's called 2 Words. And god damn it, you're gonna love it.
Your mail. It's only 2 places you end up, either dead or in jail. Still know where to go. Still know where to go. Now throw your hands up, hustlers, busters, boosters, ho. Everybody, fuck that. Still know where to go. Still know where to go.
Listen, 2 words, United States, no love, no breaks, no brow, high stakes. Crack smoke, black folks, Big Macs, fat folks, ecstasy capsules, presidential scandals, everybody move. 2 words, most death, K West, hot shit. Calm down, get back, ghetto people got this. Game porn, lock shit, gun porn, cock shit. We won't stop shit, everybody move. 2 words, BKNY, Bed-Stuy, too hard, too hungry, too many, that's why. These streets, no game, can't ball, don't play. Every traffic, 1 lane, everybody move. 2 words, most deaf, blackjack, hot shit. Calm down, get back, ghetto people got this. Game porn lock, gun porn cock. We won't stop, everybody move.
Now throw your hands up, hustlers, busters, boosters, ho. Everybody, fuck that. Still know where to go. Still know where to go. And keep your hands up, hustlers, busters, boosters, ho. Everybody, fuck that. Still know where to go. Hey yo, 2 words, Chi-Town, Southside, worldwide. Cause I rep that till I fucking die. 1 neck, 2 chains, 1 waist, 2 gats, 1 wall, 20 plaques. Dudes pay, give me that. I am limelight, blueprint, 5 mics. Go get his rhyme like should've been signed twice. Most imitated, Grammy nominated, hotel accommodated, cheerleader prom dated, barber shop player hated, mom and pop bootlegged it. Felt like it rained to the roof caved in. 2 words, Chi-Town raised me crazy, so I live by 2 words. Fuck you, pay me. Screaming, Jesus save me. You know how the game be. I can't let them change me. Cause on Judgment Day, you gon' blame me. Look, God, it's the same thing. I basically know now. We get racially profiled, cuffed up and hosed down, pimped up and hold down. Plus I got a whole city to hold down. From the bottom, so the top's the only place to go now. Throw your hands up, busters, boosters, ho. Everybody, fuck that. Still know where to go. Still know where to go.
2 words, freeway, 2 letters, AR. Turn your rap niggas to 2 words, fast runners. Like Jackie Joyner, you better sleep with your burner. They eat, lower reef through your car, my God. 2 words, no guns, break arms, break necks, break backs, Steven Seagal free. Young boss, freshman of the rock. With the beef in the pot, Jason for his dogs to raw. You get your squad, better fend for yourself. Have you screaming out 4 words, send for the law. 2 words, freeway, slightly retarded. Fuck around, throw a clip in your artist. Steven is broad.
White, blue, black, calm down, move back. Motherfuckers asking who is that? You know it's the almighty Black Jack. Most, yeah, hey, west, ghetto people with this shit on the chest. North and south to the east and the west. Jack Johnson is no contest. Just show it to 'em like. Let me hear that. Just some 2-track rendition. See how it works.
Welcome back to Europe with Milo Loza. I'm Europe. This is Milo Loza. Hello, 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 hello. We're back. That was the best intro back I've ever done. Hello, we're back. It is the first week of the term here at Portland State University. Thank you for joining me. I am broadcasting live from KPSU in the sub-basement of Smith Student Union. I think that is the name of this building. This week I had 3 classes. I have 3 classes this term. It's nonfiction, Spanish, and ethics and rationality or some crap like that. Some philosophic kind of class. But that class, it's not even supposed to be philosophic. It's more like, I get it is philosophic, but it's supposed to be a required credit for sophomores here or something. I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of dumb. And this is the first one I'm actually... Well, no, I was interested in my genders and sexuality one, but popular culture was not great. So this one's great. I went in and I started helping the teacher move tables, and they're like, "What's your name?" I said, "Milo," and they're like, "Loza," which is cool that they remembered that they looked at their list and happened to remember my name. So that was cool. And then class started. He showed us such a boring goddamn movie. It was an old movie, but that I'm not saying it's old. It's boring because it's old. I'm saying other people were not into it because of that. And he was skipping around the movie. He showed 7 minutes of an hour-and-a-half movie, and he just skipped around and he told us what was happening in between, and it sucked. And then he said something that didn't feel like it related to that at all. He could have just said the thing he was going to say. It was a philosophical question, and he could have said it without the movie. The movie didn't help at all. I thought I had a really low opinion of the class until the question. He said something like, if you could kill someone and gain a really large reward, beyond your dreams, and no one will find out, you'll have no consequences at all, why wouldn't you do it? Or why would you do it? And someone said, well, I wouldn't do it because it's inherently wrong, and you shouldn't kill people. And he's like, okay, but why is it wrong? And I raised my hand and I was like, well, I personally, I think I would do it. And I would hope that if I was I would hope that the person felt the same about it. If I was the person that could potentially be killed, and if someone came up to me and was like, hey, I'm either going to kill you and gain a crazy amount of money, more money than anyone's ever seen, or I let you live. I would totally understand whatever he did to me. Because it's crazy to even think of killing someone, but to gain such a reward, it's you could save so many more lives just with this one life leaving. And we talked about that a little bit. No one agreed with me, by the way. I said it kind of jokingly, hoping to get laughs at some parts, but I also said it just kind of interestingly. No one was nodding or anything. People were just kind of giving me kind of mean stares, especially the person that went first. I was like, I would never do this. And no one understood me except the teacher. He didn't quite agree with me, but he didn't agree with anyone. I just could tell he understood me and my reasoning, and that's all I needed. And it was amazing. I don't know, just we had a good discussion in that class, and I liked it. I should move on. Yes. In nonfiction, we did that thing where you meet the person next to you and then you introduce them to the class. And I met my person. I knew them a little bit from the past couple terms, but I introduced her to the class, and I said, I planned a whole thing. I planned a whole little joke it was more introducing myself to the class. I said, hello, this is this person's name. She likes Beetlejuice, this movie, the show this, Beetlejuice, which got a good laugh. And then she likes the color green, she likes this, and Beetlejuice. And people loved that. I think I won the class over with that. It was simple, but it was funny, and they liked it. I feel so goddamn weird talking about my my class clown victories on here, but this is where I do it. This is where I have to do it. It's for you guys. I'm living my life interesting to tell the stories to you guys about it. This next song is by Kanye West. It's called Praise God. And like I said before that other song, how in the documentary, his songs evolved, or maybe devolved, into hubba hubba where he's literally, like, that's what is on his mind, like, instead of the words and it making them flow well together, he's thinking about, like, modern rap, which is not great. But this one I've kind of been getting into. It's called Praise God. It's off of Donda by Kanye West. Enjoy.
That she wrote, speech to the young, speech to the progress toward. Say to them, say to the down keepers, the sun slappers, the self-soilers, the harmony ushers, even if you are not ready for the day, it cannot always be night.
Sir, flex I do work 6 up like Mike. He's out of sight. Whoa, you done got me pipe. 2 man like Ike. 6 out the spot.
Into the night.
Yeah, I'm shaking the drop. I'm still up on top. I been had the bop. The devil my op. Can't pay me to stop. My God at the top. We gon' praise our way out the grave, dog. Living, speaking, praise God. Walking out the graveyard, back to life. I serve, follow your word. See with new sight.
Into the night.
Yeah, this life I'm living. All the advice been tipped in. Gave me that grip, no slipping. Out of my mind, we tripping. Tell me take 2 when I'm on 1. That look out like no one. Kept it real tight like your son. We gon' praise our way out the grave, dog. Living, speaking, praise God. Walking out the graveyard, back to life. I serve, follow your word. See with new sight.
Into the night.
Still on side, still outside. Still outside, still outside. Tame Impala, tame stay outside. And I'm still outside, I'm still outside, still outside. Let's get right, 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 let's get look at new scenes, I open my life, I'm subject to memes, I signed a few, I polished their dreams, an angel on earth, come under my wing. Stop running your publishers, they publish the headlines and say the wrong things. Y'all treat your Lord and Savior like rentals insurance, you know what I mean? Bada da boom, I bada da boom, I bada da bing. I need a new girl, my old one was mean, I had to let go. Forgave all them evils that came to my shows, I channeled them back, all on the boat. I channeled your trust, I channeled the turbulence, came with the life. I gathered my sinners and asked if I'm right. I just get right. Let's get right, let's get right, let's get right. Ain't on sight, it's on sight. I don't know you. It's on sight. I don't know you. Hey, all of my on channel 5, I don't channel 10 till it go time. Used to throw up my uncle's spaghetti. Been told to toast since before I was ready. Back when my mama told me that I was challenged. A single black woman, you know that she petty. I turned a heavy heart to $2 million. I put that in totals, reverse out of debt. I gotta put on the Rachel one time. I swear to God it went major one time. I know some white people serving no time. I gotta do it for me, do it for pray for me, do it for all the ones dying. I wanna do it for all the ones crying. I wanna let's get right.
That was Praise God. It's a song about praising God by Kanye West off of Donda. And welcome back to Ear Rape with Milo Loza. This is Ear Rape. I am Milo Loza. That song I don't like. I do like, but I don't. it took me a while to add it to my liked music, and it's too contemporary of rap, I guess, for me. But it's also, I consider the last half to be the most contemporary part, I guess. Not that I know much about rap or anything, but I don't like it. I don't know. I think it's... I don't know. I don't know how to explain that I don't like it, but I think that I'm starting to like it because I'm from California, maybe? I don't know if that's a factor, but like around my school, this kind of rap music was like all people listened to. Like we had an Astro World Sadie's once, like based around Travis Scott, which I don't know one of his songs. I think he's in what's that called? Wait, he might have been in this song actually. I feel like I've seen his name related to this song. I don't know Travis Scott. I don't know the rap that well, but I don't enjoy it, and I remember telling my friends vehemently that I will never like this kind of music and that I hate that they like it, and now here I am playing it on my own radio show. So I don't know what it is. I don't know why I like it. I find it kind of annoying. I know my mother would find it annoying. I don't know. On to the next subject, though. Last week, as I've said earlier, talked about the Oscars almost the whole time. I never even watched the Oscars. I never talked about... I don't know why this happened to me, but it happened. And I did not talk about stand-up once. I think it's the only show in ear rape history that I did not talk about stand-up. And before I left, I was like, I'll talk about it next week. By the way, I'll talk about the little controversy that happened this week. And I said that. I said controversy just to make it a little fun, I guess. No one listens to the show. No one cares. And then my aunt called me instantly. She was like, what controversy? You think you're going to say that or not? Tell me, what is it? Tell me right now. And then I told her the whole thing, and she was like, oh, that's pretty boring. You're going to bore your listeners if you tell them if you tell them that's the controversy. So just up front, this is boring. It is boring. I don't know why I said that. It's just to me, like I'm going to leave out the people's names of this story just because I feel that it could be, I don't know, you'll see. I don't know these people. I feel weird talking about them on the radio in not so positive a light. But also I don't want to talk about them negatively at all. I just want to share what happened and how I thought of it. I was at Schmeatza Pizza a couple weeks ago. Open mic. I walk in, sign up. I go to sit down, and this one guy about my age sits with me, and he compliments me a little bit. He says a lot of it actually. He says that he likes my writing. He thinks I'm really funny. He says that like I don't know, just that he thinks I'm really funny. He told me like a lot of times, and I felt awkward each time because I just said thank you, and I didn't really think that he's that great. But I mean, I don't have anything against him personally, but I just, I had nothing back to say to him, and he told me that, like, he was trying to give me advice. He was like, you should make more eye contact with people while you're on stage. You need to do that more. And I said, nah, absolutely not. I'm not going to do that. No, do that less. I advise you to do that less if that's what you're doing. And he said, nah, you got to do it more. And he's been doing it longer than me. He's been doing it like twice as long as I have, I think now. He's been doing comedy. And he's never been booked. He never does well, ever. Like sometimes he'll get introduced as someone who doesn't do well. And it's kind of like a gag among comedians how bad he does. Which is like, I don't know, it's not nice to make fun of him, of course, but I don't know, it's just kind of what we do. He's not great, but he keeps coming, and I respect that. And I told him that. I told him how much I respect, like I did have a compliment for him. I told him, I respect that you get on stage every time, and you often don't even have material, right? And he said, yeah. And I said, that's just crazy to me, because I did that for the first time last week, and it was hard, and blah, 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 blah. And I told him I respected it, because he just risks it. He goes on stage with no material, and he usually bombs. And he said, whoa, usually bomb. And I was thinking he was going to say, like, usually bomb. I always bomb. Because he does always bomb. I was being nice. But he's like, usually bomb. I sometimes bomb, I do well most of the time. He doesn't. I never see him do well, almost. I've seen him do well a couple times, but he never does well. And I feel bad saying this, but I don't know. It's just true. It's just true. He doesn't do that well. And he ended up leaving early because we were later on the list. He went to another open mic. I said, nah, I don't want to go. And right before I went on stage, the host goes up and she does like a 5-minute set. And she kills. She does amazing. I loved it. I usually don't enjoy her stuff. I enjoy her as a person. I think she's a great host. But her comedy usually isn't that great. But I remember this night being like really impressed, thinking it was hilarious. It was the first time I saw her since like December too. And it's March now during the story. So it was good to see her perform, all that. And then she kind of gets silent and she goes, raise your hand if you've been harassed by a male comedian. And a bunch of female comics raise their hand, and she's like, oh, what a surprise. And she kind of vaguely discusses that something had happened to her recently with a male comedian, and that she brought it up to another male comedian, and then he was like, well, I've never seen them act like that. And they just never acknowledge, I guess, or they don't sympathize, or I don't know. I'm a man myself, so I have a hard time saying what this is exactly that we do wrong. But I know it's wrong to say, like, oh, I've never seen that happen, so... And I guess that really upset her. Everyone in the crowd related to that, and it was pretty powerful, I'd say. Like, she was being very vulnerable up there, and it was... I don't know, it was powerful. It was a lot. But it wasn't funny. And I was next. And it was hard to follow. And she said something like, God, I'm so glad that guy left because I hate him. He always says the worst stuff. I'm so glad he leaves. I never want to see him again. And I don't know if that harassment thing she was saying was toward him. And I was just sitting with him. He was complimenting me a lot. I have nothing bad to say about him. I have some bad things to say about him, but I don't have any... I don't have any reason to hate him other than her saying that he's bad. And I don't know. I feel it was a weird spot for me. And we were in a place near the stage, so everyone must have seen us together. And I don't know. I felt really weird about it. And then I was going on stage. I don't know if people knew I was talking to him earlier, and I had to acknowledge what she was saying somehow, just because it was such a turning point in the open mic. Like, things were going fine, and then she says that. She brings down the room to some level where they're still with it, but their mood is a little bit hindered. And I go on stage, and people are kind of deploring the stage at this. No, they're not deploring. They liked her. But I don't know, there was some tension in the room. And Mark Norman says that sometimes when things happen in the room, you have to acknowledge it, or else you're a weirdo. Like, thinking everything's all right. Like if someone has a heart attack in the audience and you just kind of keep going with your set, you kind of got to acknowledge it, make a joke about it or something. You got to break the tension in the room. That's the comedian's job. And I've never done it. I've never acknowledged something that happened. I've kind of talked back to a heckler a little bit, but never anything I'm too proud of. And not that I'm that proud of this, but it did kill, I guess. It did well, just because it was in the room and blah, blah, blah. I didn't say anything crazy. I just was like, thanks for warming up the crowd. And then I got into it. But, I did okay. I didn't kill. I didn't bomb, but I don't know, it was just, that to me was controversy, and it was weird seeing all that happened and feel like I was maybe a part of it, or that I don't think anyone's thinking of it. No one cares. No one's thinking of me at all. But I was worried at the time for some reason. Not that it's even a big deal. This guy, like, he's not canceled or anything. I don't know what he did. I don't even know if he was the person. I just know that the host hated him. Moving on. There was a trans woman at the show that day, and I've never seen her before. And I didn't even know she was trans till she went on stage. She complimented me on my way back from the bathroom. Actually, before this, on my way back from the bathroom, I was I came out of the bathroom to booze, everyone was going boo as I walked out. And it wasn't to me. It was to the person that was on stage after me, who I'd never seen before. I've never seen him do comedy. I don't know if he's done it before. I'm assuming not, because he was just booed by everyone. And he was like, what did I do? And then got off stage, and his friend is like, I told you shouldn't say it. And then he left shortly after. And I went up to another comedian and asked what happened. And they're like, he said the F word. And I was like, what? What's the F word? Like this? And they're like, no, the F slur, like. And I knew what they meant. I know now, but to me, the F word is, the F word. And I was thinking, everyone says that. But also, for that to have brought the room down so much, I was like, is it really, was it the punchline, or did he just say it? Or he said it was the punchline, but it was not a great one at all. He mentioned the word, he alluded to it, and everyone seemed uncomfortable, and he's like, can I say it? And everyone said, absolutely not. And he said, I'm going to say it. And everyone said, don't say it. And he said, I'm going to say it. And everyone said, no. And then he just said it. And then that's when I came out to the booze. Which was interesting. No other story behind that. Just I thought that's interesting. But yeah, on my way back from that, trans girl was like, you're very funny. I said, thank you very much. And then she goes on stage, and she's hilarious. Which surprised me just because, like when she revealed she was trans, I was just kind of like, okay, I've seen a few trans people go on stage, and they're usually not great, not to be sexist or whatever, but just, I don't know, it's usually all about just them being transgender, and there's only so much you could talk about, but this person was actually hilarious. She had this one joke that I still think about, where she says that she went to the bank, and she put on her nail polish, and she did it crappy because she's just not good at doing nail polish. And she talks about how the banker there is like, oh, I like your nails. Did your daughter do them for you? Because they were so crappy. And the person, she said yes, because she said, like, I don't think it's important to pass as a trans woman, but when it happens, it's amazing, and it's kind of an anomaly, and so I said yes, my daughter did it, and now I'm taking on this persona, and now I'm going there every week to the bank and making up all these stories about my daughter, and it was hilarious just the way she did it, and it was the first actual hilarious trans joke I've heard. I don't know, I really really enjoyed it. It really impressed me. It was great. I don't know. It was powerful too. I guess the things she said, she said a thing about passing, as a trans woman that just was so simple yet powerful, and I feel like I feel like this sounds bad, but I have a niche opinion on trans sexuality and whatever, and pretty much everything that she said on stage kind of made me feel okay about this stuff, I think, because I don't think anything bad at all. I think everyone should have equal rights, everyone treated the same, blah 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 blah. But just the way she discussed it was in my language, and I thought that was amazing. It was incredible to me. And I haven't seen her since, but that was amazing. And I don't know, maybe they say cultural appropriation is still a thing when someone of that culture says that it's okay. So just because I think the same way as this trans girl doesn't mean that it's right or whatever. But I don't know, that just amazed me. Also, passing is an offensive term for trans people, they say. But when you think about it, when something excludes people from a culture that they consider themselves to be a part of, that's why they think it's offensive, because it's excluding them from a culture they consider themselves to be a part of. But isn't that cultural appropriation in a way? Not to be against trans people, blah, 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 but isn't that a little bit cultural appropriation? Because let's say, I don't know, fine china. I don't know if that's cultural appropriation, but let's say I have a nice china set and I want to pass it down through my family for generations. Is that... I don't do it right. I don't buy the right china, but I just want to do it like everyone, like my Chinese friends or something. I don't know. I don't know if this is racist, even that I'm saying it now, but Like that's cultural appropriation, just to take something and kind of make it my own like that. That's called cultural appropriation. But for someone to consider I forgot, my thoughts are jambled here. Exclude someone from a culture they consider themselves to be a part of. I consider myself to be a part of that culture, and it's excluding me, so that's appropriation. But if I don't know if this is making sense. I wrote this a while ago, but I remember being interested behind it. You know, a couple weeks ago after ear rape, I came home and my roommate was just in our kitchen with a bunch of her friends. It was just a room full of transgender furries, and I was trying to sleep. My bedroom is like right next to the kitchen, no door. But I just laid there and waited, and they all left the room at one point, and it was just me and Zoe. And we started talking about The Closer, Dave Chappelle's latest special. And she was reluctant, but she said that Dave Chappelle was good, which was incredible to me. She said Dave Chappelle is good. And like there were some things in there that were great. She said that he made some good points, but it ended with terrible conclusions. And I said, well, conclusions are synonymous with punchlines, therefore it's fake. So therefore, you don't. So that means pretty much she agreed with, or I don't know if she agreed. I don't want to put words in her mouth. This was like a short conversation, but it was really interesting to me how, like, I guess I was open-minded she is, because at first, when I told her I'm into comedy and stuff, she was like, God, like, are you into Joe Rogan and stuff like that? And I'm not really into Joe Rogan, but I'm not against it. I don't have any bias with comedians. I just like what I like. Like I don't like people being like, this person's bad to like, so you shouldn't like him. I think it's dumb. And I don't know, it was just interesting to me that it had such a impact on the LGBTQ community, but here I am living with someone who also is very sensitive about those things, yet was okay with that special, which was awesome to me, because I've been wanting to talk to them about it, but I felt, I don't know. I don't know. It was cool to hear all that, though. Also, kind of related, I got like an email on some survey about sexual misconduct here at PSU, and in the race section, the race that was least sexually misconducted with this past term or year, or I don't know how it goes, was black people. Black people were the least messed with sexually. So let's get a round of applause for that. Let me see if I could pull it up in time. Round of applause. It's not playing. In other news, on the gender section of that list, men were last, of course, because no one wants to have sex with them even consensually. But at the top of the list, the people most sexually misconducted, transgender women. What a progressive school I go to. Black people are not touched, and transgender people are transgender women, which means a man who converted to a woman, are the most sexually misconducted, assaulted. I want to say assaulted, but it said sexual misconduct. Isn't that progressive? What a school. Back where I'm from, they would only touch women. This next song is called One Thing by Amory. Yes. Welcome back. That was a fantastic goddamn song. I love that song. I love that song. I thought of it like 2 weeks ago and added it to my music. I found it from Grand Theft Auto, the radio station Nonstop Pop. I pretty much all the songs on that game's radio station just remind me of that game, just because I've played it so much that I've cycled through them all enough to know. Like, if I heard any song from that game, I could tell you that it's from that game, you know? And that's one of them. It just the drums in the background are fantastic. It's amazing. I didn't mean to take a break right there also, and I'm going to run out of time. I'm going to run out of time again. I'm going to run out of time, and I'm going to have to finish talking about this week really quick, or last week really quick. I'm going to have to save this week's stand-up for next week again, but here we go. Arrowwood. When I got to the stage, like when they announced my name, the host called me an Arrowwood regular, which is new. I don't know if I liked it or not. At first, I was like, look, he recognized me being here all the time, but I'm always there. I've been there all the time for like half a year. I deserve more. But, I mean, like, I don't know, like other comedians will get like, this is my friend, or this is whoever, they're playing this over here, so go see them there. Usually when people say that they're a regular, it means like, this person's not really a comedian, but they come here often to tell jokes. But I might just be interpreting it like that. At first I was honored, then I was what's the word? I was deploring it. When I finished, he was like, ladies and gentlemen, that's 3 straight comics in a row that do not need the light. You are never going to see that anywhere else. Or something like that. Which was a compliment. That is a huge compliment, because he didn't give me the light. And I went back and I listened to it and I checked, and I did exactly 4 minutes, which means like they light you 1 minute before your set is done. So I definitely made it past that 3 minutes. Sometimes I don't make it to that. I rush too fast, or I just have too few jokes. But I did make it past that point, and he didn't like me because he knew I would be off stage in time, because he knows I have a tight set and I'm good, which I really, really like that he recognized, because I always keep my set tight, and I hope people continue to recognize that, because I never run the light, ever. I never, ever run the light, ever, which is a huge brag among comedians, but no one really cares. I killed that day. I did amazing. I wanted to record it for TikTok, and I didn't, because no one I knew was in a good place for me to record, or to ask them to record, and I felt weird asking someone new, and I don't know. I didn't record. I should have, because TikTok needs videos that I don't have. This one guy, Seth Allen, I don't know if I should say his first and last name, but he was in the newspaper, so I guess I could. He was in the newspaper for being one of the 5 funniest people in Portland. And as I passed by him after my set, he was like, hey, nice set. Huge compliment. Not only because I think he's very funny, but because he was in that paper. And I did better than him that day, but whatever. Crap, I'm trying to rush through this. This one says thumbs number 2. Oh, I got 2 thumbs up. That's stupid to recognize. I don't know why I write down all my compliments, but I do. I got 2 thumbs up, and one guy was from a guy from New York. One thumb was from a guy from New York, which means he has high expectations, because New York has high expectations, I think. And then afterwards, I went and got ice cream because I had a good set and I deserved it. But my phone was dying and I thought I might die, so like right after I finished the ice cream, I had like 5%. I ran to a bike, which was like 5 blocks away. I got on it and rode home, because if my phone died, I couldn't get on the bike. I didn't know which bus went where. The train was too far to get to it to get back. I know how to get home from the train anywhere, but I don't know how to get home from a bus, and I was really worried about that. Anyway, doesn't matter. 2 weeks ago at Dante's, I talked about how I went on stage with no jokes. I told them how I don't cuss, and they said, that's awesome. They said that it's like a paradox for me to tell such goddamn dark jokes, but not cuss. And I think that's awesome. I just wanted to mention that they recognize that, because I think that's always been a pretty awesome thing about me, to be honest. I don't like to say things are awesome about me, but goddamn it, I think I'm so cool for not cussing, yet having such a dirty vocabulary and stories and ideas otherwise. Like, I I think that's really cool of me. I have so little time. 1 minute, I'm going to try to say all this. Mickey, this one guy, Mickey, that I really think is cool. He made fun of my clothes because I was wearing a fleece that my sister got me. He's like, "Oh, Milo's all ready for the snow." Also, when I walked up to that group, but let me finish that. When he said that, I wanted to say something back to him, but I didn't know what to say. I had nothing to make fun of him for, and I just looked stupid, and I just took it. And I was like, "It's a sweater, I don't know." And, but when I went up to that group, they were outside, which never really happens, and one of the guys, Juan Denmark, very cool guy, waved me over. He gave me a little wave over, which is what I've been waiting for to get in with the comics. And ever since, to be honest, I felt like I'm in. I've been talking to them kind of regularly, but I'll get more into that next week, since I ran out of time this week. This one guy, Brandon, said that my set the week before was really good, which was when I had no material, and he asked if I really had no material, which I don't know why he asked, because I obviously had no material. And I said, yeah, thanks for asking. I don't know. I bombed very, very bad that day, which was the first time in a while, so it felt fine. This one guy, Scott the Second, said, I got off stage, he went on after me, and he was like, "Is Milo still here?" And I was like, across the room, but I was like, yeah, because I wanted to hear him talk about me. And he's like, "You look too young to have kids. You're going to have to change that." I said, "I'll work on that." There's a couple non-binary people who were not funny. They were just new people, and all they had was about non-binary, and it was just not funny. No one laughed, and they were supportive for each other, and I'm running out of time. I got to go. I really got to go. This guy kept heckling. And he was really funny. He kept apologizing, but then he would say, "I'm just expressing sorrow. I'm not apologizing. Thank you for listening. This is Ear Rape with Milo Loza. I gotta go. Listen to this outro. Tune in next week for episode 25 of Ear Rape with Milo Loza. Thank you for listening. kpsu.org, miloloza.com, Instagram at Milo Loza, TikTok Milo Loza. Thank you. Have a good night. Well, hello. Broadcasting since 1994, you are listening to KPSU, Portland's College Radio, streaming worldwide 24/7 at kpsu.org. Disclaimer: the views and opinions expressed in the following program do not necessarily represent KPSU, Portland State University, or any of our participating affiliates. Listener discretion is advised. Hello and welcome to episode 25 of Ear Ape with Milo Loza. Hello, it's me, Milo. That was the theme song. It's an acapella Ear Rape this week. It's weird. I don't even have headphones on. Let me explain, I guess. Usually, when I record an episode, I get here a couple hours in advance. I check my notes and I just hang out until it's time for my show. And today I got here. You know what? Actually, I was going to cover a show this past Thursday. I was going to cover some dude's show, and I think I'm going to cover a weekly for this month. I don't know. We'll see. But I came here, and the board that you do everything on in here was turned off, which never happens. It scared me, and I just kind of left. I checked the Discord first, and apparently there's been a lot of crap going on at KPSU. Like the system has been not doing well. And I got here today. The computer is not turning on that I play my music from, and I play the ads from. My sound effects, I don't have the sound effects today. I played the air horn last show. That was the first time I've used it. The aux cord isn't working in here. I've been trying for the past hour to figure out a way around this. I've turned everything off and on. I think I've messed up stuff by turning everything off and on, but I've reset this board here, and I think it should be fine. I think I'm streaming right now. I think I am. I'm not positive, but I feel I feel rather diffident about today's show. But thank you for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. Today's word of the week, antiquated. It means old-fashioned or outdated, antiquated. KPSU's system is antiquated. And I can't play music today. I'm going to have to acapella the whole thing. I'll have to sing the songs, I guess, that I chose. I chose all Tyler, the Creator songs. I was excited for this one. This is the only... Like, I've known the songs... I didn't know the songs I was going to play, but I knew that today, the week of my Tyler, the Creator concert, I would play all Tyler, the Creator. And I had it planned, and alas, I can't play anything. What an antiquated... whatever, I don't know. I'm wearing Spider-Man socks today. It has a hole in one of them, a really big hole. My socks have been getting holes lately. Honestly, you know what? If you're listening to this right now, feel free to click away or like skip this episode. I have a feeling this one is just going to be so terrible, because the only time that I monologue like this is during the half episodes, and they're never good. I like to monologue during the half episodes and just I don't know. Speak. I don't know. I don't feel it today. Without my music in between to give me those breaks, I think I'm gonna run out of steam. But we'll see, I guess. Spider-Man sucks. I got a big old hole in them, and it sucks because I can't. Like, I've been needing to get new shoes, because my other one is getting water in them, and it rains too much in Portland for me to ignore them. So I'm working on that. But in the meantime, while I'm not working on it, it's getting a hole in my sock. And I already have so many holes in my socks. And I'm here in Portland. Like, back at home, I have a ton of socks. But here in Portland, I brought a few pairs, and I wear unique socks. I have 2 of each sock. I don't like I used to wear all black socks, but now I wear all funky socks, like these Spider-Man socks. And when I get a hole in them, I can't just put on another black sock, you know? I can't just replace it. And it's really annoying. Yeah. Today is April 9th, 2022. I re-listened to last week's episode, and at the end, I rushed through a bunch of things that I'd like to talk about a little bit. Well, I mean, just last week I made a trans joke, and I forgot to mention, I said woman instead of cis woman when I wouldn't mind this usually, but specifically in the joke. Like, if anyone's keeping track of this, if you go back to the last episode where I made a trans joke, there's a time where I said woman. Just know I meant to say cis woman. It makes more sense that way. For anyone that cares to look back, that one's for you. I talked about this comedian that said I'm too young to have kids. I didn't really explain why they said that. I had a joke on stage where I talk about abusing kids, my kids. So anyone that was confused, I'm talking about abusing my kids. And then I said that a couple non-binary people went on stage and they sucked. But I said it so, of course they sucked. But I don't mean it like that. Like not because they're non-binary, not funny, blah, blah, blah. Just because when new people show up, that the way that they do, they always end up doing bad. Like, they showed up with each other, they each had a set ready, and like they each thought each other's set was hilarious, but none of us thought it was hilarious. And they made it all about like being non-binary, which I hate. I talked about last week about this trans girl that went up, had like an amazing set, some of the best jokes I've ever heard. And I don't know why is I feel like I don't know. I can't remember last episode and what I said about it. Crap, I should have written it down. Anyway, there was another guy I talked about that kept heckling. This is such a bad episode. I'm so sorry. There's a guy that kept heckling, and he kept saying, he kept apologizing people. Like, they'd be like, shut up. And he's like, I'm sorry. And then they're like, it's okay. And then he'd say, I'm not apologizing. I'm just expressing sorrow. Which makes no sense to me. Because if anything, he's expressing sorrow but not apologizing. Because he's saying I'm sorry. That's sorrow. But it's not. He's not actually saying it as an apology.
Sorry,
you know?
Could you say that again? I'm having trouble hearing you.
What was I saying? Right. He was like, I'm not apologizing. I'm just expressing sorrow. It was stupid. But he kept heckling. He didn't mean to keep heckling is the thing. Like he kept doing it meaning to show that he's listening. And I hate when people do that too. Like when you make eye contact with someone or something and they go, "Oh yeah, that was actually funny," or something like when the joke bombs, they think it's funny and they go, "That was actually hilarious." I don't know. I really can't believe this. Like honestly, this episode isn't that different so far, but I'm letting it ruin it within. Yes. We had a fire drill the other day in my building, and I didn't get to like experience it. I missed the fire drill because I walked up to the building, and before I entered, someone was like, "Hey, no, don't go in there. They're doing a fire drill right now, so just wait for it to be over." And I said, "Okay," and I just stood to the side and waited for the whole thing. And honestly, I don't know why I waited, because I didn't even want to go in my building at that. Like, I was making a decision where I was trying to... I was either deciding to pick up something and then go somewhere, or go somewhere, then pick that something up. And I was just going to pick it up and leave, but since they didn't let me in the building, I just went with the fire thing. I stood in the grass like they wanted me to, but then I'm sitting there for a while, and people are coming out, and I'm realizing... Let me just go do that. I forgot what I was doing, but I was going to go somewhere, then just come back. But I felt weird doing it with everyone seeing me already having been there. I don't know why I felt weird just leaving my own apartment fire drill, but I did. And then I went up the stairs, and when I got to my apartment, or my dorm, like an hour in, I realized that I'm missing an AirPod. And I remember taking it out in the staircase, and I looked in the staircase, I frantically checked it. It's gone. I didn't see it anywhere. And I find my app thing. It's nowhere to be found. I mean, it's nearby, but it's not connected since the last point. And so I'm walking around the building, up downstairs trying to find it. It's not connecting. And then I kind of walk outside and it connects, and then I walk back inside trying to look for it because I know it's inside. It's inside. And I can't find it. And I have to go to an open mic, and I really hate going to this open mic without this other AirPod because I have an hour-long bike ride home, and I'd like to have that hour of music blasting in my ears. But yes, I can't believe how much momentum I just built up. Right, I come back from the open mic, I check and find my iPhone one more time. And I'm pinging it. You can make a sound with the AirPod or something, but it's not that. Anyway, I walked by and I heard it. I heard it in the grass where I was standing, waiting for the fire drill. And I look in the grass and I found it. It was sitting there for 6 hours. No one else found it. What a blessing. I wish I could cut to a break right now. Next on this list. Last night, I went to, I was hungry. I was sitting outside on my stoop, and, I went to the little store a block away, and it was more packed than usual. Not with, there was a couple customers, but there was a, security guard and 2 workers, when usually there's just 1 worker. And I get in line, person checks out, leaves. Then I go up, I show him my gummy bears, and we kind of make eye contact, but whatever. I just stare at the card machine, waiting to tap my card against the thing. And he's like, "All right, you're good." And I'm trying to tap it, yeah. I'm. He's like, "You're good." Go ahead and tap it. I'm thinking, and I'm trying to tap it, but it's "Please wait." And then I look at him, and he's like, "You're good to go." And just kind of trying to give me these eyes, take it, run. And I say, thank you, and I rush out of there. He just gave me free gummy bears. And also, $3 for gummy bears is overpriced. That's just what I think. I want to shout out to that guy for giving me gummy bears. I appreciated that. Because I was having a rough day yesterday. You know why? Because I took a nap. I don't take naps. I don't like naps. Naps are the enemy. Like, naps confuse me. Naps make me... I get confused what day it is. Like yesterday. I fell asleep for a little bit, then I opened my eyes and I saw a bright light coming, like, from behind me, from behind where my bed is, and I'm wondering why would there be a bright light there, because it's dark there. That's the dark part of my room. My roommate always complains about it. I'm thinking, did they put in a super bright light? Because, like, why is there such a bright light behind me? And I turn around, it's the sun shining through my window. That's why I don't like naps. They confuse me. I thought the sun was a light. It is a light, but I don't know. This episode sucks. I can't believe it. You know what? Also, shout out to Hunter. If you're listening, she said she would listen, but this chick in my Spanish class, we met. She found out I have a radio show and whatnot. Said she would listen. But she said something so goddamn funny to me in class that made me... It was like the second hardest I've laughed since I moved to Portland. She said, it's really not that funny, but in the moment, what was it? We had a worksheet, and we're working on one side, and the teacher's like, don't flip it over. And once we finished that side, I flipped it over, and that chick next to me was like, hey, don't flip it over, you're gonna ruin it. You're gonna ruin the surprise, or whatever. And it just made me laugh really, really hard. Yeah, shout out to you if you're listening. Next on the list, today I was listening to an interview. I just wrote this down because I thought it was interesting. But I was listening to an interview with Seinfeld, and he's saying how when he had the show Seinfeld, it was so goddamn popular that promotions that he would do for it weren't even, like, really doing anything. Like, he would go on The Tonight Show and be like, why am I even doing this? Like, he gets more views on his own show than The Tonight Show, which is, like, the show where you do stand-up on and what... I don't know. I thought that was cool. In most interesting news, I went to Tyler, the Creator concert. You know what? I feel like I'm running out of time, almost. Just because I have a lot of stand-up to talk about. But I'm trying to extend the rest of this as much as I can. Tyler, the Creator. He won a... What's the music one called? Grammy? Emmy? It's a Grammy. Because a gramophone. He won a Grammy. Best rap album of the year for Call Me If You Get Lost. And I remember I saw him, like, on Instagram Live doing an acceptance speech because he wasn't there. Which I think was really cool because the album is about, like, traveling and whatnot. And he was out traveling. He was, like, I don't know where he was, but he was out and about. And he was just accepting this award from his Instagram. Like, I thought that was badass. He was, like, riding bikes, Bad Connection, gave thank yous. Who gives a crap? I went to the concert, and it was his first performance after winning Rap Album of the Year. It was, like, 2 days later. And I got there. I got in line, like, just the first line that was right there. It was pretty damn long. The show started, like, 30, I'm going to say 40 minutes. The line took 25, 30 minutes. I'm just about to make it in. I get to the front of the line, and the dude working there is like, he's like, do you have this admission? And I said, I don't know, I have this. And they said, sorry, you can't get in through here, you have to go to another line. And I said, what do you mean? And they said, sorry, you can't get in through this line, you have to go, like, to that one over there. I said, that one right there? And he's like, yeah, sure, that one. I'm like, that one, like this one right here, that one's the one again. I just want to be sure so I don't get the wrong one. He's like, literally, any other line is the right one except for this one. And I gave him a look, and he gave me a look, and he said, I'm so sorry. And I said, fine. And I got in another line, the closest line, which was so long, even longer than the first one. I was going to miss the beginning of the concert. And he's mentioned that there was more lines, so I just kept looking, because I might as well keep looking. I'm already gonna have to, like, you know. So I go past him, and towards the front of that line, there's more lines, like going into it, but just other angles on the building. And there's like 3 or 4 workers on like 6 lines there. They're like, hey, shorter line over here, come here. There's a shorter line over here. And there's like 6 people in each of the lines. The first line has like 100 people. These lines have 6. I get in them super quick before they fill up. No one comes in after me. Like, no one is listening to these workers yell like this. So I just get in. I go to my seat. I sit. And I really wish that I just stood in line for a while, because the opener sucked so goddamn bad. The opener was like Chainsaw Thunder, something like that. And I thought it was a joke at first. Like, you see their set out at first, it seems kind of like even when they come out, it seems like Loiter Squad, and they do a few songs, but they seem kind of like joke songs, like they're so bad that there's no way it's real, but they're kind of good. Like, they have a little bit of a beat for like a few seconds, but ultimately sucks. I hated it. It was terrible. I couldn't believe they were real. They were even laughing in the middle of their songs. Like, couldn't believe the show was going that bad. Yeah, I couldn't believe that. And then another dude comes out, another opener, and people are more hyped for him because he's like a rapper. And while I'm sitting there in my seat, I went to this concert alone, by the way. If you guys don't already know, I have no people here, so I go to everything alone. But I was planning to go to this one alone because I don't know. I've always wanted to. Like, I've gone to movies, but I've gone to movies alone before moving here. And it's all right, but a concert alone I felt would be a cool experience, and it was okay. But I bought my ticket before I even moved, just because I wanted to go to this alone, and so I was sitting there alone for a while. There was no one even that close near me. Like I had a good 5-seat radius around me for a while. Eventually, by the time Tyler came, like, the place filled up. For this while, no one was around. And out of nowhere, this hot chick comes up and, like, sits next to me. Like, she climbs seats from behind me. She sits right next to me, and she goes, "Hey, are you alone, or like are you waiting for a group to come? Do you have a group?" And I said, "Nah, I'm alone." And they said, "Okay, cool. We'll hang out with you." And then she, like, waves over, like, 10 hot chicks. There's 10 super hot chicks just sitting there. They're all right looking, but they're all very attractive. You know, I would put my penis in all of them. They all sit around me, and I'm like, how is this real life? This is a real thing that happened to me. This girl came over, is like, "You alone?" 10 fine ass babes. They're all right looking. They come surround me, and I say, "Hello, hello, hello, hello." They don't really have any interest in me. I realize very quickly that they don't give a crap. They're just hanging out with this chick. This chick has a thing for me. But she doesn't really talk to me either. It's weird. I try to make conversation. I'm like, "Do you know who this guy is? Like, is this Vince Staples?" And she's like, "Nah, I don't think it's Vince Staples, because he do like chill kind of music," which is what I was thinking. But I only know one song from him. And I told her that, and she was like, "Nah, this isn't him." Which later, the next person opens for him, and then Tyler goes on. And I'm thinking, where's Vince Staples? That was Vince. It was him. It was indeed him. Also, a cool thing about him, no one really sang along to his songs because no one really knew him. But he still put on a good show, and he was like, he was rapping at one point, and then he goes, stop the music, stop the show. He goes, I hear someone rapping like all the words right now over this way. Who's doing that? Who's rapping all the words right now? And he points out this kid, and he's like, hey, that's really cool. Like, I noticed you or whatever. I didn't really get to hear what he was saying to him, but then the kid tries to get on stage with him. He's like, nah, you're cool right there, and then proceeds with the song. But I just thought it was really cool that, I mean, first of all, that he could hear him from the stage, that the kid was rapping along, but that he cared enough to stop the show like that. I think he earned some points with me for that. Anyway, this chick was like not making good conversation, really. Not too bad. Like I wasn't doing that great either myself. But for coming up to me, you know, like what does she expect? I'm a boring guy. I'm obviously alone. Why would she want me to be interesting? So we're about the same amount of interesting. She's like, I'll stick around until like someone kicks me out, but I'll stick around with you. And then eventually, like her friends go back. They're like, we'll come back if it's still empty by the time Tyler's here. And then a couple comes up to us, and she's like, all right, bye. Wait, well, first they're like, is this our seat? And she's like, yeah, sorry, bye. She goes up, and I just nod to them like, hello. And they're like, that seat too. I'm like, what do you mean? This is my seat. And I show them my ticket. And like, nah, I think that's our seat. I'm like, nah, this is my seat. And they go, no, this is our seat. And they point me in the right direction of where my seat is. And then I move in front of all those hot chicks to my right seat, and I hear them mumbling like he wasn't even in the right seat. Like, oh my god, how goddamn embarrassing. I made sure not to look towards them for the rest of the show. It's not that embarrassing. I just was in the wrong seat, but I don't know how to say this woman's name. Kali Uchis? Kaylee Uchis? She was another opener for Tyler. And I know that she's in some of his songs, and he's in at least one of her songs. And the penultimate song that she sang was the song with Tyler in it. And then it hit the part where he hops in, you know? It hit that beat where it goes bwamp, bwamp, bwamp. And it was so good. Like, I mean, like, I just didn't think that part's good, but like the hype that built up right then, like people were cheering, like Tyler's about to come out. And like it goes on for like about the amount of measures that you expect him to come out right then, and he doesn't come out, and you're thinking, nah, he's just waiting it out. You know, of course he's gonna come out. He doesn't come out. She just continues the song. What kind of crap is that? Why would he bring her to the concert and not collaborate with her? Like, I understand not putting Vince Staples in a song, because, you know, he's not, maybe he is in a song and that I don't know of, but why not just sing the songs with the persons that, you know? It really, really annoyed me that he didn't come out. But I was like, you know what? She's on a couple songs with him. It's fine. She's gonna come out during his part. She didn't come out during any of it, and he played songs with her. I'm pretty sure. I don't really know which songs have her in it, but like "See You Again," she didn't come out. It sounded like she was singing live, but I feel like it was just a new recording or something, because she didn't come out. I was annoyed with that. Yes, I was the only one like around my section that knew all of his songs, and that was disappointing. I was expecting to be singing around with a bunch of people. They knew some of his songs, but they were just like, they didn't care, and it was embarrassing because I was like, I was the only one standing at some points, but you know, might as well. It was cool. He only played like a few songs off of Igor, which is my favorite. He played like 3 or 4. It was mostly Call Me If You Get Lost. He played like some old ones that was cool. Tamale, Rusty, Smuckers. And then he did like another Grammys acceptance speech right there live for us. since he wasn't there. Yeah. I think that's everything. I really want to take a goddamn break. I can't believe... What should I do? Like, would you guys be okay if I played a song on my phone and it sounded a little bad? I kind of want to play this song. Should I? I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. It's gonna sound really bad. What's the next subject? Stand clear of the closing doors, I think it was called. Last week, God, I almost didn't record this episode. Like, when I was going through that hour of trying to fix the music for it, I was like, I'm just not gonna go on. That's fine. Like, I'll skip a week. And it wasn't fine, because you know what? I have not skipped 1 week of Ear Rape since I've begun. That's right, thank you. If I had my soundboard on right now, I would be playing the applause. But I have not skipped one episode. 25 episodes, not skipped one. Even with the technical difficulties in the first 3, I only skipped the first one. Episode 0 is out there. It's on my phone. I will play it to replace a day I can't make one day. This sucks. Stand clear of the closing doors. I saw it last week at Fifth Avenue Cinemas. It was okay. It was not okay, actually. It was boring. It was about a mentally challenged child who loses himself in the city. Like, his sister fails to pick him up from school, and so he walks home on his own, but instead of going home, he stays on the train for days. And the acting was not good at all, because, like, the family didn't even seem to care. Like, they after a couple of days, they just kind of accepted that he was gone and maybe going to come back. And there were some good shots. I thought it was interesting. I really liked how they kind of showed the subway's perspective from his perspective. Like you would see the whimsicalness, I guess, in where the camera moved to, like what he's looking at, what he's noticing, like certain features on a baby or a certain activity an old man's doing. I don't know, just I think it was cool the way that was done, but it was boring. I was supposed to write a piece on it. If you guys recall, I usually write articles on Fifth Avenue Cinema's movies each week. I do like a preview of the movie coming next week, even though I want to do reviews because it would be more interesting for me. This past week, I forgot there was a movie. I forgot the term even started, and I forgot that with the term begins the movies, and I especially forgot that with the term begins Vanguard, our student newspaper, and my job. And I had the arts and culture main editor, I don't know his exact title, but he sent me a few messages last week where he's like, hey, happy to start the new term, ready to start that paper. And he was just assuming that I was going to do it, and you see that leading up to the day, he's like, hey, just checking in on that. Hey, just check. If you don't have it, they need to replace it. Hello, and I felt so bad. I didn't know this until, I should have known. I should have checked once I went to the movies and thought, I should be interviewing them. But I guess I didn't want to face the possibility of him having messaged me. And then I went home one day this past week, and he rode the elevator with me. We happened to get in the elevator at the same time, and I'm like, Tanner, because that's his name. I kind of wish I didn't say his name. I hate saying people's name on accident, but that's Tanner. And he's like, he looks at me weird because we've never really met in person. But I'm like, I'm Milo. He was like, hello. Hey, have you been getting my messages? And I said, no. I've deleted. It's an elevator ride, it's quick. And I had to like say quick, like, I've deleted. My phone had to delete everything, factory settings. So I missed it. And he was like, it happens, just check it for me if you can. And it felt so fake, like it felt like he knew I was lying, but I wasn't lying. But he said it like he knew I was lying. Like, that happens. Yeah, you reset your phone sometimes. I didn't like that. I checked my phone, saw those messages. I said, I'm so sorry that I let you down. And they said, hey, if I had a nickel for every time that this chatting app that we use screwed with our paper, I would have enough money to pay for my tuition. You know what I mean? And I was like, I know what you mean. And he's like, just make sure to have this paper done, like for this week. And I said, yes, sir. Yes, sir. And yesterday, I had that nap we were talking about, if you recall. And I did not go interview them. It was, what? I didn't even want to do it either, by the way, yesterday. I didn't feel like it. I don't know. They didn't give me a job also. They didn't give me the job at the movie theater. Did I talk about that? I'm upset. That's not why I didn't want to interview them, but I am a little bit upset about that. I kind of think they think that it's about that, but it really is just my laziness. Anyway, so I missed it yesterday. They have a late showing, and I was like, that's fine. My last resort plan is to just go to the 3 p.m. showing on Saturdays. It's cutting it close because the deadline is like really, really close. But what am I going to do? And in today morning, the editor messaged me. He goes, hey, how did your first interview of the term go? And I said, actually, I didn't do it. Sorry, but I didn't get the chance to. I'm going to go do it today at 2:30. And they said, that's cutting it short, but just make sure to have it in by this time. And I'm like, that's pretty short amount of time. I don't know I don't know. I'm nervous. And they're like, okay, what time were you planning on going? And I said, this time. And they said they don't have a showing at that time. And I said, I screwed up really, really bad. What happens now? And they said, it is really, really not good that you didn't do this because this is a whole page of our newspaper missing, which means that it puts the whole newspaper to a stop. So we need to find a way to replace this story before the deadline. And I'm stressed because I mean, I don't know if I'm doing bad at Vanguard, but I feel like I'm not doing well. I don't really have other people to compare to because like we don't really meet in person. I can't tell how well people are doing. I don't read anyone else's stuff. But I feel like I'm not a great contributor, especially this happening, and he's trying to offer like alternatives, and I'm thinking the one he says is like go around to the farmers market, which is on Saturdays. He was telling me this at like 1 p.m. The farmers market closes at 2 p.m. He says go to the farmers market. Walk around and ask how people feel about the mask mandate being lifted recently. Just go talk to shop owners and people walking around and just see how they feel about it. And you could write about that. And I'm grateful that he came up with that idea, but I don't want to talk to strangers like that. I'm too shy. I don't like talking to people. And I told him like it's a good idea. I hated saying this so much because I'm already being such a little dickling by not doing the thing I said I was going to do. And then now he's like, all right, here's a solution. And I'm like, that's a good solution, but I'm too shy to do it. I'm running out of time. I can't believe it. It's a good thing. Not really a good thing. What the heck was I talking about? Right. So he's like, to make it even shorter, I'll go around with you, take pictures, we'll make it like a photo essay, that way we can have more pictures, you could write less words for it, and whatever. I say, thank you so much. I can tell he's reluctant on it. and we meet up, and I can totally tell I ruined this guy's day. Like, I felt so bad. Also, in the middle of it, like, we're just walking around, and he's like, "So, aside everything, how's your day? You already know how mine's going." I felt so bad. Why would I don't know what to do. I kept apologizing during the day, but I felt so annoying for apologizing. And then he kept doing like parts of the interview, but it felt irrelevant. And then after he like blamed me for not having certain materials I didn't know we were even supposed to have. And I just after I put it all together in a paper, and I think it turned out pretty okay. Boring. I wouldn't recommend it, but I think I like the way it turned out. Because I think I make anti-maskers sound pretty dumb, and I make people that like wearing masks also sound pretty dumb, and I'm pretty proud of that. Yes. There was one guy we talked to, the first guy we talked to, where he was like, "I'm not against masks, but I am against the vaccine. Like, if people want me to wear a mask, like, I'll do it, fine. They want to wear it around me, that's fine. I don't want to tell people what to do. I myself, I'm not vaccinated. I don't believe in it. And you know what? I have a master's degree. I have a master's degree in biological science, and I don't like these vaccines. And I'm not against vaccines. I'm just against this one. It came out too soon. It's not good enough. I'm waiting for a good one to come out. But I'm just saying this one is not good." And he went on a whole thing, kept repeating it, and it was weird. It was weird, our reaction to it, because he was being very, like, this was the most eloquent anti-vaxxer I've met. And I just happened to meet them by chance, by this thing. And they weren't that eloquent. They didn't convince me that much, but just the fact that they have a master's degree in biological science and they're against this vaccine in particular. That's interesting. But it's too late for me anyway. Might as well just keep injecting whatever they want. Earlier this week, I was riding my bike in the morning, which I don't usually do. I don't ride my bikes in the morning. I take the whole morning to wake up, and then I'm usually not on the bike until around 2 and after. But I was on the bike around 10 a.m., and I'm near campus, past the sidewalk. I don't know why I talked about it for like 2 minutes right there, but I'm near campus, past the sidewalk. There's an old man crossing, and I see him like fall to his knees. He has a cane. He's walking really slow. Falls to his knees, drops his cane. I see this, and like something in me, like the instincts in me go to help this guy, which is weird. I don't have that instincts in me usually ever, but like I pull over like right away. I like toss. I like fall off the bike trying to help this guy, and I get off. I throw my bike to the side so it's not in people's way, and I'm like rushing over him. And he's just like on his back like a turtle, and I'm like, "Can I help you up?" And I'm reaching out my arm to him, and he's like, "Yes, please." And I'm like putting my hand near his hand, like grab my hand so I could lift you up. And he's just like too turtle on a backy, and just keeps like wiggling around. And so like I wrap my arms around him and like hug him and lift him up until like he's balanced on his feet, and I grab his cane and I give it to him so he's fine. And I have my arms around him like in case he's about to tip onto any side. I'm like, "Are you okay? Everything's fine?" And he's like, yes, thank you so much." And then he walks away. And I saw a car park, make sure this guy's good. Then they drove away when I finished, which I'm glad someone saw me do this good deed. I was surprised. Like I rode away like, "Huh, you are a good person, Milo." I don't know. I have such apathy in me, and I was surprised to see myself act this way. It makes me think of like my pops. Like when when I got back from my DC trip back in 8th grade, my pops picked me up from the airport, and this is a drastic comparison. I'm nothing like this, but we're driving back from the airport, and like 2 blocks away from my dad's place, we're pulling off the freeway, and we see this car on fire, like huge flames, and my dad pulls over like behind it, and he says, "I'll be right back." He gets out of the car and runs towards the flaming car, and I'm like worried. I don't know. I just got back from a trip. I'm tired. I'm kind of delirious from an airplane. I was on an 8-hour flight. I don't know how it feels like 8 hours, maybe 6 hours. People tell me that's too long for DC, but I don't know. Anyway, he's running towards the flaming car, and he's like trying to help whoever's in there, see what he can do. And I remember like just being so worried, and he does help someone. I think. I can't remember. I can't remember if he helped someone get out, but I remember like he helped someone. He helped someone somehow, and then he gets back to the car, and we go home. And it was just like so instinctual for him. He just got out of the car, went to help them, and he always tells me stories about like times he did crap like that, like he used to live in this sketchy area like 5 years ago or something, and he told me, we were driving by one time, he's like, I saw someone get shot right here. It was like on that block. He didn't see it, he heard it, and then like looked out his window, he saw it, and he said he ran over to it, and like he's holding the guy in his arms as he bleeds out, which seems weird to me. I feel like there's some holes in the story, like maybe he knew this guy, because why would he walk over to the guy who just got shot? He was saying, like, it was so stupid of me because the guy had the gun right there. He could have just shot me, too, for witnessing it and all that. But he says that he holds him there and helps him with his wounds until the ambulance comes or something, which is like, what the... How is that my father? I'm nothing like that. If I heard someone get shot, I wouldn't leave the house for a week. I don't know. Someone did get shot recently here at PSU. This girl named Amara Marluke. It's been rather controversial, and not controversial, but I mean, people have been treating it controversially. Like, I have this assistant teacher in one of my classes that kept trying to make a big deal out of it almost. Like, we just got an email with information on it. Let me explain it also for my mom, who's probably freaking out right now about a gunfire going off on my campus. The email said, which we found out a couple days later, that this happened at this one corner, like very close to the camp. They said it's technically off campus, I think. It's just very close to campus, but it's like it was on the same block as a campus building. It just wasn't next to the campus building, if that makes sense. It was a football player that shot a girl. Both of them students here. And that made me feel better about it. Just to know, like, and people related to me on this that I talked to, just to know that, that didn't make me feel, the thing that made me feel good was that he turned himself in, I guess. Because then you know there isn't just some shooter out, just shooting random students. It was probably... Like, they probably had a reason, not a good reason, but they had their reasoning or whatever and just shot that person, and I don't have a chance of getting shot. But we talked about that in class and whatever, and this past Tuesday, the shot happened Sunday, but this Tuesday I'm in Spanish class, and last week was the first week of class. I sat down in this seat next to this one girl, and we talked together about the assignment. And it was fine. She was all right at Spanish. I was better, but I'm here this week, and I realized like she's not in class, and I'm in my other class. I found out the name of the girl, and I look her up, and and like it looks exactly like this girl in my class. It is the girl, and I'm like I don't know what to do with this information because I'm thinking, you know, I just because it was the first week of school, I was one of the first few people that had talked to her in the class. So I was the only people that knew she was in the class. So now that she's been shot, like, I'm thinking no other people except me and the teacher know that she is in the class, or was in the class. And I checked Canvas, and her name wasn't on the directory, so, like, the school deleted it or something, and I'm feeling weird about it, because, like, do I keep this, like, little secret? It's not even a secret, but, like, do I just let myself deal with knowing that this dead girl was in our class, and I spoke with her, and now it's gone and whatever? Or do I like tell the people in the class and kind of, I don't talk about it, like we had this whole thing happen and the girl was in this class. And I guess I decided that I would tell the people around me, like did you guys know that girl was in our class? So I go to Spanish this past Thursday, and the girl that I thought was her was in the class. It was not. It was a totally different girl. She's alive. This is the part of the show where I would play a song, but yes, I told that story on stage this past Thursday when I found out that it wasn't that girl, because I thought it was so funny that I had all this pressure on me, like that I knew this information that didn't even matter, but it was so weird for me to have such this pressing thing, and I was totally wrong about it. It was nothing. Yes, I told it on stage, which is weird because I don't tell stories. I just tell one-liners. And I went up there, I said, I don't usually do this, but, like, this girl died on campus. I don't know if you guys heard about it, and people were nodding. People were with me on it, the way you guys probably were right now. Like I can't believe this. I mean, it's not that unbelievable. It's a boring story. But I told it kind of intense the way I did now, and then I said, it was some other girl. It was not her. She's alive. It got a little laugh. No one really cared. But the thrill of it was to be talking. I can't believe I'm out of time. I've really been talking this whole time. Let me try to catch you up on last week's stand-up comedy world for me. And I guess I'll catch up next week, the way I have been the last couple weeks, because I'm behind. I cannot believe I ran out of time again. But last week, Schmeat's a Pizza. This trans lady, another trans lady, I pointed out that the other person was trans because it's the first time that it was like the first funny, like actually funny trans person that I've met at these open mics. And there was another one there this day that is alright. I've seen them on stage. I don't really like their stuff, but having talked to them this day turned me around. I'm a fan. Not a fan. I don't want to talk to them really, but I enjoyed them because of this interaction. I was sitting at a booth, which I don't usually do, and they went and sat with me, and we're just talking. Then this one guy that I was talking about last week, who was well hated in the comedy community, comes up, and the trans lady just starts like revealing everything to this person, like that no one likes them, that everyone gets scared when they open their mouth on stage, and all this crap. And I'm realizing I'm realizing that this person doesn't know this. And to me, it's such common knowledge. Like, I'm hardly within the comedy community, but I'm around to see everyone make fun of this guy. They do it in front of him. I don't know how he doesn't know that people don't really like him. And again, he's fine. I respect him. Whatever. But it was really funny to me that this person was saying revealing all this information to this comedian, and they just didn't know. And they were just saying it so nonchalant, like everyone knows. And it was funny to me. I thought it would be more entertaining as a story, but it feels like you guys didn't enjoy that. I could feel your enjoyment, and you don't have it. This person also complimented me. Like they're like, you're really funny. I really like hearing your stuff. You got a deadpan kind of thing where we don't know if you're joking at first. But they said I'm consistent with it and funny and whatever, which I'm so glad. That's exactly what I'm going for. I want people to not know if I'm joking or not. Like a big part of I don't know, I think that's really cool, I guess. I don't have much more to say on it. I want to be able to, like, I want people to think of me as a serious guy at these open mics. That way, one of these days, when I'm brave enough, I'll entirely shatter that and be, like, really wonky and weird. And that's exciting. They asked me my sign. I said Aries. And they said, whoa, Aries. You're good at hiding it. I don't know what that means. I'm not good at hiding it. I mean, they said that they're Aries, and they're like, look at me, I'm all annoying. And I said, you'll get to it. I think, like, once they really unlock me, I think they'll be annoyed with me. They also said that they were drinking, like, a lot of Mountain Dew right there in front of me. And they're like, I'm trying to get enough energy for this show. And, like, you should try, like, a Red Bull or something. Mountain Dew's not going to work. And there's like, I used to drink Red Bull. Well, at first, I used to drink alcohol. But then, I became an alcoholic, and then I started drinking Monsters, and I drank too many of those. And then I started drinking Red Bulls, drank too many of those. So now I'm on Mountain Dew. And I wonder what's next. I hope they stick around. Even though they're not great. Like, the person that they were talking crap to, I think does better than them. But I don't like them better than this person. That was kind of a puzzle of words I just said, but I don't care. Unravel it. I had this one guy record for me, which was very nice. He asked me about my birthday again, like, when is it? And I told him, which actually, it's this Wednesday. I turned 21, and I kind of want to... I'm afraid. I'm afraid because I've been waiting to turn 21 to start going to other open mics, start going to the ones that they actually book people at. But I'm afraid that, like, what if I go and they don't book me, Like, this guy's like, when you start getting booked, like, you're really gonna pop, And I feel that because I think I'm pretty good. I think I'm good enough to be making money. Because the people that are, like, there's this one guy that I see has shows, but when I see him at the open mics, he's always telling the same, like, 5 jokes, and they're so bad, and no one ever laughs, and I can't believe he's further than me, but I don't know. I did all right in that set. It's currently what I'm posting to TikTok, which I need new videos of, actually, tomorrow. But we'll see. I don't know how I've stayed consistent with my posting on there. But there was this one chick there at the open mic that day. She was from Washington, she said. And she had, like, dark one-liners, and I fell in love with her. I didn't fall in love with her, but I fell in love with, like, myself. Because her thing was, like, dark one-liners. That's my thing right now. We both kind of rip off Jesselnick. But it was just... It was fun. It was fun, like, watching me. It was like a girl version of me, stand-up wise. And it was really goddamn fun. Because I think my jokes are fun, but I already know them. I can't really experience my jokes again, which is also really weird because I feel so, like, robotic when I say my jokes because I think they're so unfunny now that I've said them so much. Anyway, it was cool to see her doing that thing. At Dante's last week, I have 2 minutes now. Dante's last week, I bought a bag of Skittles, which I don't like to walk in. I don't like to bring any attention to myself when I walk into this place, but Like, I don't like to eat or drink anything. I don't like to get my drink there at all. I just take my pizza. I do my set. I get my pizza. I leave. But I walked in with Skittles this day. I was eating them. And I was thinking, like, I've been here a while now. People know me. They're not gonna be like, this kid's eating Skittles. What is he, a kid or something? It's gonna go fine. I walk in with Skittles. Everyone notices. Everyone notices. Like, the host comes over to me and is like, Milo, are you eating Skittles? And I kind of hide them, like, because I think I'm not supposed to have them or something. And I'm like, yeah, why? And they're like, you're going to ruin your appetite for supper. And I settled, it was fine. I offered them some, and they said no. And then to be polite, I offered the person next to me, and they said no. And then someone from across the room somehow heard that offer, walked over to me, and said, I'll take some Skittles. And I said, yeah, okay. And their name was D. I put some in their hand, but I didn't see how many came out. I did it like 3 times. I just like put 3 separate times in their hand, and they're like, more. And then the third time I'm like, no, that's enough. You've had enough. And they're like, no, look. And they showed me their hand. They only had like 2. I don't know why I added that detail, but I thought it was funny that they kept asking for more. I wouldn't have that courage. 3 times I asked for more. I'm out of time. I'm not gonna have time to talk about all this crap. Alright, I guess I'll save the rest next week. I only have a little bit left for I'm so behind, man. This episode has been weird. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's the only episode without any music. I just monologued an entire hour. Thank you for listening. I can't believe, like, if you did listen to this, thank you. I can't believe you. You're a loser. And thank you. I appreciate you. I can't wait till this episode is antiquated. I'm gonna sing my outro song now because I don't know when the show ends exactly. I don't want my voice to cut off. I love this outro. Have I talked about where I got this outro? I got it from an episode of Bill Burr. I stole it from him. It was only on one episode, but I stole it. Tune in next week for episode, 26 of Ear Rape with Milo Loza. Hello. Welcome to Ear Rape. Broadcasting since 1994, you are listening to KPSU, Portland's College Radio, streaming worldwide, 24/7 at kpsu.org. Disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed in the following program do not necessarily represent KPSU, Portland State University, or any of our participating affiliates. So listener discretion is advised. Hello. Hello and welcome. Welcome to episode 26 of Ear Rape with Milo Loza. Welcome back. It's the show you know and love. It's Ear Rape with Milo Loza. It's the 26th one of it. The 26th hour of this show, not including half episodes. Welcome. To listen to more, go to miloloza.com if you care, but hello. I am Milo Loza, also known as miloloza.com, and yes, I forgot how to start a show. It's been a long week. It's been a great week, though. We'll get into it. Today I'm wearing... No, the word of the week. No, wait, do I do socks or word of the week? I forgot what I do. Today I'm wearing yellow socks. They're caution tape socks, and I really like them. They're actually one of my favorites. My mother just got them for me for my birthday. And it looks like my foot is wrapped in little caution tape. I like them. Today's word of the week is herald. 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 It means an official messenger bringing news, or a person/thing viewed as a sign of something about to happen. It feels like a difficult word. I don't really know how to use it. I guess when I think of herald, I think of like, hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn king. But maybe that's because I was raised Christian to sing in a chapel. Today is April 16th, 2022. It's a great day to record Ear Rape. Today was rather boring itself. I wrote an article today from an interview that I did last night about a movie that's coming out next week, and the paper will come out this Wednesday. I don't know why I said that all so complicated, but there you go. I wrote it today. It turned out pretty okay, I think. I enjoyed this one, actually. On my way back to my dorm, because I like to write it at my spot, there was this one guy with a van with Bike Town bikes in them, the rental bike service around town, and he was hold on, let me take off my headphones. I don't know why I have them on. They're not working. Something's still up with the booth. Last week I kind of talked about it. I didn't have music last week. I had to do the show a cappella, and it sucked, but the studio's working now. It's working better. You heard the theme song, you know it, but I can't hear out of the headphones. I guess that's it. KPSU did email me. They were like, don't be messing with the crap again. It's okay for now, but usually you should be in trouble for this. So don't do that. But I don't know. I was trying to fix... I don't know. I understand, but I was just trying to fix the problem. But I didn't know what it was, and they weren't replying. But I understand. I will not screw with it anymore. I don't think I will. Yes. What was I just saying? I was in the middle of a thing. Bike Town guy was with the van. He was carrying a bike, or he was rolling a bike, it doesn't matter, to the little stand thing. And I've had this question for a long time. I've always wondered how the bikes recharge, because I don't see like solar panels on them or something. And I always assumed it was solar powered, or I don't know. Like, how would they recharge? I didn't know. And I asked the guy as I passed by him, and he was like, "Oh, well, they're by batteries." And I said, "So you replace them?" And he said, "Yes." And that was pretty much it. It was not as interesting as I thought, but it was cool to know. I felt proud of myself for being confident enough to talk to him. I don't talk to people on the street like that, but here I am. My birthday was this week, and I'm a new age. I'm 21, and the day before my birthday, or I guess the day of, it was the night before, middle of the night, I wake up at like 3 in the morning, and my stomach hurts like crazy. It's something that's happened to me before, but it usually happens like once, maybe twice a year, where my stomach just hurts like crazy in the middle of the night, out of nowhere, and keeps me up. And it kept me up for like 2 hours. I just laid there like groaning and holding my stomach, and I went to the bathroom to see if I needed to crap or throw up, but I didn't really, and I just suffered until I went unconscious, and that was lame. Yeah. That really sucked. And then the next morning I woke up, my mother was here, because my mother flew in. She surprised herself. Last minute she decided to come to Portland and visit me for my birthday, which is very nice because she hasn't seen Portland. I got to show her the place where I live, and I got to not be alone on my birthday, which was cool. I thought it was going to be a little I thought it'd be like, I'm with my mom on my birthday, this is lame, but I love my mom. My mom is amazing. God bless her. I'm glad she came. And it was fun. I didn't like get super drunk or anything, but I don't know, I didn't really want to. Maybe it's because, like, I was with my mom. Like, maybe if I was with friends or something, I would. I mean, I'm sure I would have. I don't know. I feel weird getting intoxicated around family, I suppose. Never been my cup of tea. My shot of tea. It's, I don't know. I don't know why I'm lingering on this so long. My mother brought me some Bugs Bunny shoes that my cousin bought me a couple years ago for Christmas, which is very nice. They're shoes that I wanted, like they're Bugs Bunny shoes, and I chose them myself, but I didn't tell anyone. Like I was gonna buy them for myself, and then kind of forgot. Months later, it's Christmas. My cousin doesn't surprise me. They had me for Secret Santa. They give me the shoes. good on them. That's a boring story. When my mother was here, I just heard someone answer. When my mother was here, we went to a place called the Cadillac Cafe, which was cool because that's my uncle used to have a place by the same name, a cafe, a diner by the same name. And it was good. It was a good dinner, good seeing my mother, and her boyfriend came as well. Shout out to Juan. Yeah, it was good seeing them. I just showed them around, went to restaurants. I felt bad because I didn't have, I don't really go out to restaurants, so I didn't have really good recommendations. Except I have this one friend in my old Spanish class. Shout out Blake. He gave me a couple recommendations that I somehow remembered. It was a couple steakhouses that he swore were amazing. And so we went to the first one. We paid for parking right there. We walked to the place 1 block away, and they said, reservations only. It's going to be a 3-hour wait or something. And we leave. I feel bad. But actually, no, it doesn't matter. We went to a different place that I knew of. Also reservations, sold out for the day. And then the third place that the person recommended me, also reservations. And I did not, I felt terrible. But we got that one an hour and a half later. This is such a boring story. But the steak there was amazing. It was the best steak I've ever had in my life. Period. And I got to drink alcohol, which was all right. I don't know. It seems everyone makes a big deal of it, but I don't know. I'm not that tempted for it. I'm sure I'll be an alcoholic later, but as of right now, I feel fine about it. The dude was super cool at the restaurant too. He was very hospitable. Is hospitable the word? I mean, I think hospitable is when it's a house, they're being nice. I don't know. But he came by and he gave me like a free drink, free wine, and a free cocktail, I think. And then for dessert, he gave me and my mother and her boyfriend each a little dessert wine, which was cool. He was very nice. He earned whatever tip was given to him. I don't know. I wasn't involved in that. Then we went home. Had a little birthday in my room, I guess. We were gonna light the candles on a cake, but you can't light candles in my room, so we just kind of looked at the cake and then they left. The next day, the last day, we went to look at waterfalls. We went to a cafe on the way back, and it took forever. It was terrible. They had such a crappy menu. And then there was one person in the back making it all, and it took so damn long. It shouldn't have taken this long. And then they bring it out, and they put cheese in my mother's thing, which my mother was like so annoying about it. Like I felt annoyed with how much she was telling the guy, like, no cheese, I'm lactose intolerant, please don't put cheese in it. I don't have, and like in my head I'm like, yeah, shut up, he heard. He definitely heard you. You've said it so many times. And they put cheese in it. So that was annoying. Again, these stories are so... I guess they're closer to me. They feel kind of boring, but I had a great time with my mother and Juan here. It was great, but it distracted me from my week. I'm kind of behind on work and stuff because I didn't really do any homework or anything I needed to do. I've been trying to update my website regularly, but I was working on something. I didn't get to finish it, and now my website's a little bit messed up right now, and I can't update it, so I'm not going to be able to upload this episode till later, and it's annoying. We went to a place called the Vista House. Fine view. We went to Multnomah Falls, and my mother loved it. She loved all the nature. She wants to come back and do hikes and all that, which is cool, awesome. Can't wait to have her back. I don't know. I didn't like going on these hikes because we just went like a few steps in to look at the waterfall, got pictures, and then left. It was like we just. And everyone was just going there to take pictures and then leave. Like, what's the point of even doing that? You go outside once, you get some pictures, go back inside. It just felt very, I don't know, boring. I mean, it wasn't boring. I enjoyed. I was super fatigued at the time though from hanging out with them all day each day. And I enjoyed the hikes. They were beautiful places. We all enjoyed it, but I was tired, and I either wanted to do the full hike or like just go home. I don't want to walk place to place and take pictures. But it's what we did, and they had fun, and that's what matters. Shout out to them. I was gonna play songs last week, all Tyler the Creator, in honor of my Tyler the Creator concert that I went to, and the sound wasn't working. So here it is. These are some songs from Tyler the Creator. This is one that's particularly fun to listen to live. Here is Who Dat Boy.
Yo, who that boy? Who him is? Him that nigga, I swear. Stand out guy, him don't need no chair. Well, where the fuck him at? Cause nigga, I'm right here. I don't shop at the mall, all y'all just dumb motherfucker. I'm a goddamn artist. You can give me some markers and I draw you a closet. And you know that this golf bitch gonna make the deposit. Nigga fresh to death like he got dressed in a coffin. Cons overalls and a striped shirt. The boy drip swag like a broken faucet. It's running, nigga, I'm running. Shit, that cherry be the bomb like he ran in Boston. Won't stop till the cops surround him. One nigga jiggy and the other awesome with his fucking face blown off. That's how they found him.
It's Young T.
Who that boy? Who him is? Who that boy? Who him is? Nigga, who that boy? Who him is? Who them boys? Nigga, who them is? Nigga.
Why you niggas feel like that? Man, cause a nigga neck shit like that. Man, cause a nigga push feel like that. Why you putting bad vibes in the air like that? Nigga, who them boys? Nigga, who them is? Who else step in this bitch this jig? Who else your bitch say got a big this big? Who else came through with a wrist this flick? Nigga, guess my pants, do my dance. Spin around, bitch, you can kiss my ass. Never seen a nigga in this much rap. Still doing math when I miss my class. Was it summertime, 06, at the number 9. Nigga, never mind, was another time before Vince. With the Gucci Botis, with the Letterman. Nigga, dollar sign was my favorite number at the time. Freshman till they skip my ass. Seeing citizen, don't forget my past. Being that nigga, and you knew that there. Make the dick disappear, how she do that there?
Who that boy? Who him is? Who that boy? Who him is? Nigga, who that boy? Who him is? Who them boys? Nigga, who them is? Nigga.
Why you niggas feel like that? Man, cause a nigga neck shit like that. Man, cause a nigga push feel like that. Why you putting bad vibes in it?
Fuck the rap, I'm trying to own a planet from my other fucking business vision.
These niggas these days acting like some bitches like they fucking with you.
Yeah.
Teeth is glisten, Jesus Christmas, he just shit and she exquisite. Bitches be expensive, and I don't even need attention. Wing sap on a bumper sticker, fuck you niggas.
Fuck global warming, my neck is so frio. I'm currently looking for 95 Leo. My mom says she's worried because I'm so ill. I should stay in bed, but got too much bread to make. She said watch my weight, so I stay home and start eating some meals. Get out of my way. Boy, that's McLaren at 0 to 60 and 2.9. I'm gone.
And we're back. Welcome back to Ear Rape with Milo Loza. This is Ear Rape, and I am Milo Loza. Welcome back. It is a great episode so far. I'm kind of trying to rush through it because I have like 2.5 weeks of stand-up to catch up on. But I did a half episode earlier this week, and the person that switched in after me, I had never met before, and he was like, "Milo?" And I said, "Yes." And they're like, "Cool, I've heard your show a couple times," and that was awesome. He didn't even say he liked it. He didn't say if it was recent or anything. He was just like, "I've heard it," and that was just cool. I I like that people hear it. I don't care if you like it really. I just want you to hear it. Just listen to me speak. And I talked about this chick last week, Hunter. Shout out again. In Spanish, she was like, I listened to episode 7, and I was like, what? Why? And she was like, well, because they're long. And I was like, oh, you listen up to episode 7, which is cool. She listened from 1 to 7. That's awesome. I don't know if you guys know this, but no one gives a crap about my show right now. So to have someone listen to 7 episodes like that is amazing. Maybe she's listening to more. I don't know, but that's shout out. I think it's cool. It's my first fan, I think. Maybe she'll hate it next week. We'll find out. But last week I also talked about how I helped this guy up off the ground, and how it was an intuition that kicked in me that I didn't think I had. And it's really not that heroic of a deed I did, but I compared it to like these things that my pops did. And he called me after he heard it, and he was like, "You got those stories wrong. Let me correct them." So here's the correction and a couple more. I talked about someone got shot on his block one time a few years ago, and he heard it. He ran out to help the guy because he just had that instinct to help. He went and he started plugging his bullet holes with his fingers, and he just had like so much adrenaline in him trying to save his life that he didn't notice the shooter was still there, and he didn't realize how stupid it was that he could also get shot, like for witnessing it and whatever. And yes, there's some extra details. And with the car story, I said after a flight, he was driving me home, and when we got off the freeway, there was this car on fire. He ran up to it to see if he could help anyone, but there was no one in there. And then he told me a couple more where he's like, he said he saw a fresh wreck once, like he saw it happen, and then he went to go help the guy out, but he was already dead. And he cut himself up on the windshield trying to help him out. And another time he saw an accident where a car was flipping, and then he ran across a freeway to go help them. And it was all ladies in the car, and he helped them out, waited for the ambulance. They were fine, they survived, but I think it's crazy that to have that instinct. I don't think I have that at all. I mean, I guess I do to pick someone up off the ground, but I don't know. Like if I saw a burning car on the side of the road, I'm one of those cars that would just drive by, maybe call 911, if no one else is around, but I don't know. I'm not going to be the one to stop. I'm not the hero. The hero. I'm no hero. But I guess I am. Man, last week I started talking about Dante's from 2 weeks ago. It's an open mic I do at a hell-themed bar, and I think the last thing I talked about was Skittles. So if anyone's following, Skittles. Continuing from there, I was sitting at my little spot. I had just bombed my thing, but I was enjoying everyone else going. And Mickey Gibson, he's a comedian. He's one of my favorite comedians in Portland. He came over to me, sat near me, and leaned over, and he had 2 slices of pizza on his plate, 2 huge slices of pizza on top of each other. And he's like, "Hey, we get free pizza at the mic." He's like, "The guy that just gave me pizza gave me way too big of a pizza and double the amount that I wanted. Do you want this slice?" I said, "Yes, thank you very much. We're friends now. We're best friends now." I mean, we're not really. We haven't talked since. That was 2 weeks ago. But we're best friends now. I talked to the bartender that day. I went up on my own accord to speak to him because I was like, you know what? I'm 1 week away from 21. I'm going to get my drink. Not a drink, but just a Red Bull. Because he's offered it to me before. He's like, we have Coca-Cola and soda or a Red Bull. You don't have to drink alcohol if you want your free drink. I was like, yeah, that's okay. Because I don't want to give them any reason to check my ID. But now, I'm a man. So, I got a Red Bull. I feel it feels weird to recap things that happened 2 weeks ago because when I write this stuff down, I'm much more passionate and energetic about it, or I guess I just have more to say about it. It's more fresh in my mind. But like right now, it's just such a memory. It's so long ago, it feels like. But to continue, I learned about the origins of Donut Lady this week. At this open mic, it's across the street from Voodoo Donuts, the famous Voodoo Donuts. And there's a lady that works there who comes to the open mics every week. I don't know how it started, or no, he said how it started. This is the story I'm telling. I don't know why I said I didn't know. The host was telling me that the lady, she just came in one day, saw open mic was happening, and then like the next day she came again and brought some donuts for the people, because at Voodoo Donuts they always throw away the donuts, which I know because I've gone like 6 times to Voodoo Donuts, and twice they've given me just a free donut. Like I asked for one, and then they're like, yeah, I'll be right back. And they give me like a box of 4 donuts, and they're like, you don't have to pay, you're good. And I'm like, what? Why? And they say, well, we throw them away at the end of the day anyway. So she brings these donuts over every day. We all get free donuts each week. It's awesome. And she just likes watching us tell jokes and bomb all the time. She brings like a friend sometimes to watch with her. It's awesome. It's all comedians and her watching us. She's like the only consistent audience. She's the only audience member ever. And it's cool. Also on this day, the blind comedian, I talk about him kind of often. I don't know if I should say his name. I feel weird about saying people's name. Like when I said Mickey's name earlier, I felt weird about it. But the blind guy, Bradford Blindy, he went up this day with no material, which was cool because we had just talked about. I talked about it with him about me going up with no material and how scary it was, but how exciting and all of that. And I guess he maybe took influence from me, because I took influence from this guy Chuck that I've talked about in the past, because he had done it the day before I tried doing it, and I was trying to do it this past. I'll talk about it later, but I just lost my train of thought. I don't know. This guy went up with no material, and I'm proud of him. I feel happy to inspire him to do it. He didn't do that great, but he. It's always nice to see someone go up with no material. It's always interesting to see what comes out of their mouth. Yes. Next on the list. Oh wait, that's it for 2 weeks ago. Last week, at Pizza Schmitza. The only note that I have here is my introduction. I didn't like the way she introduced me. It's the first time, or the last time this host introduced me, she had like a mental breakdown, so it was a little, the circumstances were a little different. But this is her first introduction to me basically since December, maybe even November, just because I haven't seen her at this mic in a while. She's the host of it, but she just, the times that I've been there and the times that she's been there hasn't linked, it doesn't matter. She introduced me, she hasn't seen me in a while, but back in the day, people always, I mean, I guess still probably people think of me as a pun guy, but I hate that. I don't like I guess I have a couple puns in my jokes, but they're not, I don't want to be known as a pun comic. That's stupid. She introduced me like, all right, give it, or something like, coming up next, we've got puns and puns. Wait, crap. We've got puns on puns on puns, mother effers. Give it up for Milo Loza. And I hated that. I hated that so much. That's all I wanted to say about that. I was trying to rush through this, but honestly, I think I'm gonna run out of time if I keep rushing. Arrowwood, the next day, I did okay, and I noticed that I was more confident and calm than usual. I don't remember why I took this note. I'm sure I had something to say about it, but I don't remember. It was last week. I've had a long week. I don't know. Did all right. I mean, I guess I've been, like the past week, I've performed at mics, and each one I've felt that I've performed confidently. Like I've been really trying to not let the audience know that I'm bombing. You know what I mean? Because when I... How do I explain? It's... When I... Like, if I'm bombing, like one time, or multiple times, right away when I bomb, I'll say like, I love this is great, like just all sarcastic, like this sucks, but I'll be like, this is great, thank you for that. And it just kind of, I think, puts the audience on the wrong side, like it's, like it almost makes me sound self-entitled, like you should be laughing at this. But I guess I guess it does come off like that, but I try to do that to be funny almost, like you should be laughing at this, why aren't you, I don't know. But I've been trying to stay confident looking throughout my set, even when the jokes bomb, and I'm trying to recover from bombing jokes, like I'm trying to have more in my arsenal to recover, because I used to just say next joke, but now I've got a few other things, so I'm not getting repetitive up there. It's getting fun. It's good. I'm enjoying it. I'm gonna cut to a song really quick because I'm getting fatigued. This next song, I'm actually gonna play off of YouTube. I could play it on Spotify, but this show is on Spotify. Ear Rape with Milo Loza is on Spotify, but you can't hear me talking over music. I cut it in between, and you can't hear the YouTube songs that I play like this. And I'm going to play this version instead because I really like the alternate intro, because I think it... Well, you'll see. This is Tyler, the Creator, New Magic Wand.
Sometimes you gotta close the door to open a window.
I saw a photo, you look joyous. My eyes are green, I eat my veggies. I need to get her out the picture. She's really fucking up my frame. She's not developed like we are.
Like magic, like magic, like magic. Whoa, magic, magic, magic. Whoa, like magic, like magic, like magic. Whoa, magic, magic.
My brother said I'm on the spectrum. Don't call me selfish, I hate sharing. This 60-40 isn't working. I want 100 of your time, your mind. Please don't leave me now. 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 Like magic, like magic. Please don't leave me I wasn't found, passenger in your car. You what you need, mixing it don't pop. She's gonna be dead, I just got a magic wand. We can finally be together. Roll the dice, hit a 7, show you right. Beginner's luck, not my first, who gives a fuck. Your other one, evaporate, we celebrate. You under oath, I pick a side, and if you don't, I'll pick you both. It's not a joke. Murder, she wrote. Ayo, take one look in the mirror, implications so clear. I live life with no fear, except for the idea that one day you won't be here. I will not fetch the ball, eyes are green, I eat my vegetables. It has nothing to do with that bar, but if it did, guarantee she be gone. Well, I got a plan, but the walk independent. If you can't understand, I'm a hawk in the gym. Eyes on the prize, got wiggle
Your boss ain't talking to them. Can't be in the picture if it got no frame. And let the world know cause I ain't got no shame. Blow the whole spot up cause I wanna share last names, I wanna be your number one, not the other one. Keep it on the low, I'm in my right mind. Keep it on the high, drain the shotgun. Spilling feelings, now I'm out here mopping up. Foot on the floor, pack up your bags. We hit the store, grab our supplies. No need for masks, bust through the door. Get the job done like retirement. I mean, you look concerned, new magic wand.
What a jingle that was. You're welcome. Welcome back to Ear Rape with Milo Loza. This is Ear Rape. I am Milo Loza. That song was amazing to see live. Like Tyler performs that song. Amazing. I love that song. And also Who Dat Boy, the one I played earlier. I feel like that's one you have to hear live. Like when I heard it on my phone, I like. It's one that's so obviously. It so obviously needs like big speakers and a lot of people, I guess. I don't know. That's just what I think. But New Magic Wand, it does something. The people in my area were not hyped for that song, or they were like, but they didn't know the song. Like I know the whole song except I just dropped the headphones. I know the whole song except the last words. I always screw up. He says, get the job done like retirement. I admit you look concerned. New Magic Wand. It's hard to say. Those words are so, they don't flow well, but I like the way they sound when he says it. If that makes sense. Like it flows, but it's hard to enunciate well and say correctly. Anyway, back to my stand-up. This past week, or last week, where are we now? Yes, last week at Dante's. I did okay with my set. I performed my set that I was doing for the week, but I had some extra time after. And instead of doing a full set of where I don't have material, I just kind of, after I went, do you guys have any questions? Oh wait, no, actually before this, I told a story. I told the story that I told last week about the girl who got shot on campus here at Portland State University, which was basically, short recap, there's a girl that got shot like almost 2 weeks ago now, and it was a pretty big deal. Everyone knows about it, definitely on campus, and people were worried, and it was just a big thing. And the girl that had died, I was pretty sure was in my class, and I was going through some weird emotion. I wasn't really that emotional about it, but I felt weird about it, about having known someone who now doesn't exist, and I just haven't had to deal with death in my life, and it was just, I don't know, it was weird for me. But then I went to class, and the girl was there, and I was like, I felt stupid, because I was like, oh my god, she's dead, and I was thinking of a totally different girl. I think it's kind of funny. And the day that I went on stage was the day that I found out it wasn't that girl. Because I went to her Instagram, it looked exactly like, I was sure it was her. It was not her. And I told it to them all dramatically, like as if it was really affecting me. And then I hit that punchline, like it was a different girl. And they just kind of went, huh. It got a little laugh, but it was definitely not enough for that long of a story that I had told. And then after that, I said, any questions? And Juan Denmark, Black Juan, I've talked about him in the past, he said, he asked me, why do you do comedy? And I was like, I thought about it for a good second. I wanted to give a sincere answer. And I was going to say, like, because I want to pay my bills with it. But, I mean, I feel like that's not good enough. I mean, like, ideally that's what I would like to do, but that's not really why I'm doing it. And I said, I don't know. And then I went to I asked another comedian. They're all comedians there. I pointed to one. I said, why do you do stand-up? And he said, I don't know. And I pointed to another, why do you do stand-up? He said, I don't know. I pointed to another, I don't know. I pointed to another, they said, because I'm mentally ill. Pointed to another. They said, I don't know. Everyone said, I don't know, except that one person that said mentally ill. And it was weird. It was not weird, but it was a moment. I don't know. It was kind of cool for everyone to be like, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I come here every week, almost every day sometimes, and I tell jokes. It was a weird sense of camaraderie that we felt. There was this one wild guy, like this homeless guy that has been coming. He came for a third time on this day, and he talked to me a little bit. He was like, "Oh, I tell everybody that the funniest people come here to work out material," and I thought that was really cool that he thinks so highly of us and the place. Like he really, really enjoys coming there, but everyone hates him there. No one likes him coming. Like the bartender, throughout the time that the guy is in there, the bartender either says he smells or he makes vague comments to someone smelling in the room, and he says it very loudly, hoping the guy will know. But the guy's crazy. He has no idea he's talking about him. When he got on stage, he said he was messing with he's homeless, so he had a bunch of stuff with him. And he got on stage and he was messing with a bunch of stuff as he's like holding the mic, and he's like, I think the last time I was here, I told you guys about how I got molested when I was 8, and I went and I found him on Facebook, and I found out that apparently he's been molesting like a bunch of other kids in that neighborhood, and now he's finally in jail, and I'm so happy that he went on this whole thing about it, and it was just, it wasn't even like funny. He was just like getting that out. He really didn't even have jokes. He was just talking up there, and some people were laughing at some things he said. He was also like, I assume on drugs. He was definitely on drugs, and that was funny in itself to see like the weird habits of it. And I think it caused the hardest that I've laughed at an open mic was on this day from this guy. He said that he was at a restaurant and he was just trying to rest or something like that. I don't remember, but the owner or someone kept chasing him out. He kept going, "Get out of here! You don't belong here. You don't belong anywhere. Get out! You don't be here." Something like that. He was saying like real hurtful stuff to him, and the guy was like, "Hey, come on! I'm a human too, just like you. I have to eat. I have to sleep somewhere. I'm just like you. I'm not being mean to you. I'm not trying to harass you or anything. I'm just trying to sit here and relax." And the guy's like, No, you don't belong here. You get out. And the guy's like, "Come on, I'm a human. Please, just talk to me, really." And he's like, "No, get out. You suck. Get out." And he's like, "Okay, I'll see you later." And he wasn't trying to be funny, but he said, it made me laugh so goddamn hard when the guy is yelling at him and he's calling him all these negative, terrible things. And then he says, "Okay, I guess I'll see you later." Because I think it's because he was too high or something. Like he forgot what he was talking about and kind of vaguely remembered he was talking about talking to someone. And he was like, I said see you later, I guess. And it made me laugh so hard. No one else laughed at that. I don't really laugh at open mics. I don't really laugh at comedy in general. So I'm usually silent at these places. And the other comedians usually, they're pretty generous with laughter, I think. So for me to be the only one laughing hard at this was a little weird. But it was really funny. "Get out here, you don't belong." "All right, I'll see you later." And then Juan Denmark got on after him. And he was like, "I know you guys weren't listening, but he was saying some real crap up here, Like he was really like pouring out his feelings and crap, and it was pretty intense, I think. And I kind of don't want to see him again, but I kind of do just to see what he's going to say. Yeah, no, it seemed like only me and Juan realized like what he was saying. Like we were the only ones listening to him, and everyone else was just like, he smells. He's being annoying to all the comics because he was heckling people, but he didn't mean to. I could tell he was just on drugs and trying to do what he thinks is right. Like he truly, I can tell that he is messed up, but trying to be right, even though he has a false sense of what is right. You know, it's sad, but Juan Denmark got on after him, and I can never really tell if he has stuff prepared. Or at least he works it so seamlessly that I can't tell. Sometimes I could definitely tell, but he usually just kind of goes back and forth with the crowd. And after his set, I came up to him and I said, "You amaze me. Like, you're amazing." And he just kind of went, "Stop." And I was like, "No, like you're incredible. Like, I go up there and I'm like acting. But you go up there and you're reacting. Like, you're just in the moment, and it's incredible. I don't know how you do it." And he just kind of said what he always says, was just like, you got to lean into the bomb. You got to just embrace it and love the bomb. But I can't. It's so dehumanizing. No. It is heralding when I bomb. Heralding, is that right? I want to say yes. And I told him that I had tried going on without, or he said, try going on stage without material. And I said, actually, I did, like 3 weeks ago. At the time, it was 3 weeks. And he was like, "Oh, what, you did here? I missed it? Ah, man, I wish I saw that." And that was cool that he cared like that. He seemed truly like he wished he saw me go up with no material. And I was like, you know what? Next week, I'll do it. Next week, I'm coming here and I'm going to do it. You be here, okay? And he was like, all right, I'll be here next week. And also, this week I went, it was canceled. I didn't see him. I mean, no one went. Also, I ditched my mother and her boyfriend to go. I felt kind of bad because, like, they're only here a certain amount of time, but I told them I would do that set without material, so I wanted to do it. And then I was like, oh, it was canceled, and I came right back to them. But, yes. I think that's it for last week. But now to this week. We're finally caught up to this week. I only have 10 minutes left let's do it. I brought my mother and her boyfriend to this week's open mic at a restaurant called Arrowwood, which is one of my favorite open mics. I like the environment. The place itself is pretty nice. The audience is usually pretty generous, and the bartender is outstanding. Like, he's amazing at serving people and just being hospitable and being there for trouble with the open mic. He does everything. He's amazing. Anyway, I brought my mother and her boyfriend there, and early on, her boyfriend, Juan is his name. He was recording the host in the beginning. He was trying to, like, calibrate his camera, I guess, so that when he records me, it'll be clear. And the host was like, "Are you recording me?" And he was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Can you stop that?" I think he was joking, but he was like, "I can." And the host was like, he didn't push further. I think he was just trying to find a reason to talk to them, because he saw me sitting with them, and I've been going to these mics for like half a year now, always alone. And I've been afraid for the day I bring someone, because I know it's gonna be weird. I don't really talk to people. They all just think I'm a murderer, rapist, pedophile because of the jokes I tell. So to see me associated with people I feel is weird for them. And I warned them, like these are the jokes I tell. I don't know what they really think of me, so I don't know what they're going to think about me bringing you guys, but here we go. So he's like, "Are you recording me?" And he's like, "Yeah." "Are you Milo's parents?" Which I think was the excuse just to ask them that. And they said yes. And he's like, "That's a bold move, bringing your parents to an open mic." And I was like, yeah, I was all embarrassed because all the attention's right there, and I just went with it. And he's like, one time I brought my parents to an open mic, and what do you say? He said, "I brought my parents to an open mic. I introduced them to one of my friends, and then he got up right after that, and he told a 5-minute pedophilia joke. And then the crowd laughs, and he's like, and it was Milo. And that was funny. I thought it was cool. He never really talks to me or about me. Good for that. Also, Juan Denmark, the guy I was just talking about, he was there. He came a little bit later than that, so I don't think he heard other people address them. And it was weird because, like, he was like, in the middle of a set, he's like, raise your hand if you brought your parents to this open mic. And then everyone just looks at me, and I raise my hand, and I'm just laughing. And everyone laughs with it. And, I don't know. When I went up, I killed. I did amazing. I did incredible. I think they were just being generous and nice to me because I had them there. Because everyone was kind of, poking fun at me having brought them. But also, I think it seemed pretty genuine laughter. Like, I actually did well, I think, I hope. And they even were like, well, after I got off the stage, I sat down, and then a couple comics later, the guy that's sitting in the booth next to us, he kind of leans over and he goes, hey, do you want to do the show next week? And I was like, next week, Friday? He's like, yeah, I'm doing a show next week, Friday. And I'm like, are you asking me to be on? And he's like, yeah. I was like, yeah, of course, yes. And he gives me his phone. I put my name down. He's like, all right, I'll DM you with all the details. And I said, thank you very much. I got my first gig. I got my first show, my first real stand-up gig. Where's the applause? I don't have time to pull it up, but good for me. Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah. I got my first real set. I'm excited. I'm real excited. It's very validating, and it was my 21st birthday on this day that I did well, and I got this set. I'm very happy about it. It's at a hotel near my campus, and I went yesterday. Yeah, Friday. I went because they have a show every week, and I wanted to see how long the sets were. It's $10 to get in, but I thought maybe I could ask someone at the hotel how long the sets are, or how long the show is, maybe, and I could figure it out, like divide how many comics are on and whatever. But I got there, and the dude was standing like right there in the lobby, the guy that booked me, and I just went up and I said, "Hey, I just came by to see how long these sets are. I didn't get out the details." And he's like, it's pretty loose, like 10, 15 minutes. I was like, oh, okay. I could do it, like, it doesn't matter. There's no preference, 10 or 15. He's like, yeah, do whatever you want. I'm like, it's just because this is going to be my first show, so I don't really know. He's like, oh, well, I mean, like, if you want, you could do 5 to 7, like, if you really want to. And I was like, no, I want to do more. I just wanted to figure it out. And he was like, yeah, if you want to see the show, like, go, feel free to stay for the show. And I was like, well, I don't want to pay to get in, And he was like, well, we have an open mic after. If you sign up for the open mic, I'll let you in for free right now. And I said, well, I have somewhere to be because I had an interview with Fifth Avenue Cinemas, like, in an hour and a half. And I was like, I can't really stay here that whole time, so I should just go. And he was like, you know what? You're a comic. Honestly, just go in for free. I was like, really? And he was like, yeah, of course, you're a comedian. Just tell him I sent you in, like the security guy right there. And I said, thank you very much. And I turned the corner, and I was facing security, and I saw him, but I didn't know the guy's name. The guy that booked me, I didn't know his name. And so I pulled out my phone really quick to Instagram. I was trying to, he had just followed me, so I was going to check my recent follows and see what his name is really quick. And I was going to be like, Charles said it's okay for me to get in. But he turned the corner before I went up. He saw me just on my phone. I don't know if he saw that I was trying to look him up, but he kind of laughed like he knew that I didn't know his name. And he just kind of went, hey, let him in. He's cool. He's a comic. And the guy let me in. And I just said, thank you. And I walked by him, and I turned the corner. And he's like, you missed the door. And I walked back and I went in the right door and I said, thank you. And I went in. It was so awkward and I felt so stupid about it. Yes. It was awesome to see the comics though. Like I saw, there's this one guy who I don't like watching. I hate watching him because he says the same jokes every single time. But this time he said them and they did so well. Like he did amazing. Maybe it's that he needs a crowd to react with him for it to be good, actually. But like, I was impressed with the crappy, even with the crappy jokes I don't like. Like I enjoyed them because of how much the audience was enjoying them, I guess. It was cool. It was a cool feeling. I'm worried I won't get that same treatment, but we'll see. I meant to play another song, but I don't really have time. Let's get to this last part. Last night, I went to an open mic, a midnight open mic, which I was really excited for because I've been wanting to go to this open mic for forever. Like, it's at a cool spot. It doesn't matter. I walked in and the lady was like, "Are you 21?" I was like, "Yeah," and I pulled out my wallet like I was about to show her, and she didn't even check. What's the point of that? Could I have just done that? Can I just go into bars and say yes? Like I haven't been ID'd yet. When I went around with my mother and Juan, no one ID'd me, and I think it was because I was with parents. But like I don't know. Why wouldn't? It felt weird that I wasn't getting ID'd. And people always say I look young. Like last night, she was like, "You look young. Are you 21?" But she invited me and whoever else was in the lobby to see the end of the show that was going on because it's a show and then an open mic follows it. And the show you have to pay for, but since we were there kind of late and we're comics, she just let us in, and it was pretty cool. It's one comedian that I've seen before, but he doesn't really go to the same open mics as me, and the other two were new to me, but I've seen them around, like on Instagram and stuff. And it was a cool show. I think it was badass. It was a half full place. It was fun. But I only saw the end. I didn't get to see the whole thing. I don't really know what it's all about. And I felt so annoying because the one guy on stage that I didn't know, he's hosting the open mic, and like right when he got off, like they went to the back, then he came out, and like right when he came out, I kind of like leaned over to the side and I was like, "Hey, excuse me, where can I sign up? Can I sign up right now?" And he was like, "Yeah, I got to do a couple things and then I'll put the list out." I was like, "Oh, okay." I felt so annoying about it. And then he puts it out like near me. I felt annoying that I was the first one to sign up, but whatever. I put myself fourth. And then like I went to check. I went to make sure during the first couple people that I'm fourth, and then I sat down. And he never called me up or tapped me or anything, so I went again, like around the seventh person to check. And I wasn't up yet. The people before me weren't crossed out. And I went up to ask him, like, how does this list work? Like, where am I? And he's like, "Oh, which one are you? What's your name again?" And I said, "Milo Loza." And he looked at it and he was like, "Oh, okay, you're coming up." I was like, "Coming up? Like I'm next?" And he's like, "No, you're coming up. Like, you're coming up." I said, "Okay." And I just sat down a little longer, and then I went back again, and I was like, "Hey, am I coming up, or like should I be waiting over here, or will you tap me and find me?" He's like, "Oh, I'll tap you, I'll find you, don't worry." I was like, "Okay," and he did tap me and find me, but I felt so annoying about it because this guy, he's so cool to me for some reason. I don't know his comedy that well, but every time I see him, he's also very in the moment. He's hilarious. I don't know. Whenever someone's funny, I just respect them, I guess. And I felt really annoying with him. When he introduced me, he was like, "Give it up for Milo Loza." And I don't know if he did that on purpose, but I didn't like it. I went up, I was like, "I'm Milo Loza. Thank you." And I went into my jokes. I bombed pretty bad. But it was fun. My new joke went well. I told a new one. Yeah, I think that's it. Also, it was cool. Like the open mic in general, just having it so late. There were so many comics there, like a lot of people I didn't even know, even, which was awesome, because I've been going for a while. I figured that most of the comics would eventually visit these, so I would see them once in a while. But like, there's this one guy, Adam Posse, who's like the comedian in the area. I think I'm pretty sure he's like the highest paid comedian in the area, just because I see him the most around. It's just cool hanging out. I'm not really in with the comics yet. I still feel like a weird little loser going and telling jokes, but here I am. That's all I've got. This has been Ear Rape with Milo Loza. I'm gonna put in this password here and play a song. I can't believe I finally got through and caught up my stand-up. I skipped a song, but I'll play it next week. I'm pretty fatigued with talking. Thank you everyone for being here. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so damn much. I can't tell how far along this closing song is. So tune in next week. April, I don't know, episode 27, Ear Rape with Milo Loza, kpsu.org. Broadcasting since 1994, you are listening to KPSU, Portland's College Radio, streaming worldwide 24/7 at kpsu.org. Now, I've got to let you know that the views and opinions expressed in the following program do not necessarily represent KPSU, Portland State University, or any of our participating affiliates. Listener discretion is advised. But hello, and welcome. Welcome to episode 27 of Ear Rape with Milo Loza. Welcome back. It is Ear Rape. It's Milo Loza. I'm happy you're here. I'm very happy. I'm fading this music out. It's gone. Welcome back. It's episode 27. It's Milo Loza. It's Ear Rape. I forgot to plan the word of the week. I usually write it on a note card like right before the show, and I forgot to do that right before the show. So right like literally 10 seconds before I started speaking, I looked one up on my phone. And today's word of the week is vaunt. V-A-U-N-T. Vaunt. It means to boast about or praise something, especially excessively. Vaunt. To boast. I don't mean to vaunt, but I've had a pretty boring week, as usual. Today, well, first of all, I'm wearing Albert Einstein socks. They're gray, got Albert Einstein all over them. I'm getting kind of bored of telling you about what socks I'm wearing. I only own like 15 pairs, but I've been doing it for too long, so I'm going to keep saying it. Today is April 23rd, 2022, and I woke up rather sick. under the weather, I'd rather say, because I feel like if KPSU heard I'm sick, they're going to be like, why'd you broadcast? But I feel all right enough. I felt it a little bit yesterday, and I ignored it until I stumbled home. I was super fatigued. I just wearily stumbled home. And I decided that night that I would lay in bed throughout the whole rest of the day until I have ear rape. And it was going to be like meditative for me, because I feel like I feel like I need that sometimes, to just stay still and just think for a good while. And in the morning I woke up, I covered the blinds because I usually have the sun waking me up. I didn't want any of that. I had a huge headache already. I already felt that I needed to lay in bed all day, and I laid in bed. And I laid in bed for 4 days. It was forever. And when I finally got up, it was 9:30 a.m. It was 9:30 a.m. and I was like, I can't lay down any longer. This sucks. So I got up and I walked to Safeway, and I got some tea and some chicken noodle soup. My friends convinced me to also get honey, which was a good move. It made my tea taste better. Yeah, it's kind of a boring story. I just feel rather sickly. I couldn't find my Dayquil. My mother sent me, when she visited me last week, she brought me a cup of medicine, some Dayquil and NyQuil and Tylenol and crap like that. She's like, it's expensive. I don't want you to have to buy it on your own. So here's some I brought from home, and I took it into my home and I lost it within the next week. And I texted her today, I woke up super sick and I lost the medicine you just gave me. And then she called me and she was an hour later, she's like, have you checked here? And it was right there. I don't know how she knew. She doesn't even know the layout of my room. She just called me and instantly was like, it's right here. I don't know how she has that magical power. I feel like that's a cliche of saying you can't find something and then you ask your mom for it, she finds it instantly. She called me 600 miles away and found it. It impressed me. She has some crazy motherly instincts. How did she know to bring me Dayquil out of nowhere? I've been here for half a year now. She randomly brings me Dayquil and I happen to get sick the next week. I don't know. It's a little fishy to me. I didn't do much today. I ate some chicken noodle soup, and then I worked on my website a little bit, miloloza.com. I've made it so that you see the descriptions of the episodes now, and each episode has its own little web page and crap. No one gives a crap, but it looks a little bit nicer now, and I want to continue to make it look nice. Yeah, we'll see. It's hard to learn how to code. It's stupid, but I'm enjoying it, and I hope people. I hope I can vaunt about my website in the future. I decided to go to a movie today because I was already sitting still forever. I figured I'll sit still in a theater. Not a great idea. It was a harrowing journey. I feel like harrowing's not the right word. And I stopped by Chick-fil-A on the way there because I saw on my map that it's on the way, which is stupid because I feel sickly. Chick-fil-A is not what I want. But I was like, it's on the way. I might as well. I went. They took forever to make my food. I was late to the movie. And I wanted to be early because I wanted to see all the things I can recognize after having seen the movie already. I watched Everything Everywhere All at Once for a second time. But I'll get into that in a second. Let me talk about the other couple of movies I saw. They're kind of boring, but Fifth Avenue Cinema, I go here every week. It's the movie theater on campus, free to us. They show really cool movies. The one I saw a couple weeks ago was called Camera Person. It was basically a documentary thing about this lady using a bunch of her shots. It was all right. I don't know. There was cool shots, interesting. It was interesting, but I don't know. It was boring. Last week I saw Archangel, which had cool abstract symbolism and crap going on, but it was boring also. I mean, I enjoyed it. It was the first scene I remember being really, really cool, but it just lost me. I don't know. The abstractness can be confusing, I suppose. I wish I had more to say about those movies, but Everything Everywhere All at Once, one of the best movies I've ever seen. Period. I cried like multiple times through this movie. When I went there today, just to go into my little story about the movie, I went to the concessions, and I already had my Chick-fil-A in my backpack. I didn't want to get much, but you can't go to the movie theater without getting popcorn. You know what I mean? So I went up. I looked at the little menu because sometimes I'll get thrown off and I'll ask for the wrong popcorn, but it's usually fine. Today I'm looking at the sizes and I'm thinking, how much do I want? And I should have got a small one. Like the smallest size is what I should have got because I already had food. I'm feeling sick. I don't need popcorn, And there's a line like ahead of me and there's a line behind me and I feel a lot of pressure and I'm trying to like look at the menu, figure out which size I want. And then I get there, she's like, what would you like? I'm looking at the menu still. I'm like, large. I don't know why I say large because in my head, it goes small, medium, large, extra large. But in reality, it went extra small, small, medium, large. So large is the largest, not extra large. I asked her for the largest popcorn. And then she pulled out the bucket and I should have went like, no, actually I wanted something smaller. I'm sorry, I'm one person. I don't need a bucket of popcorn. But I got too shy and I just let her fill that bucket for me and I paid for that bucket and I ate most of it, honestly. I felt like it would be a waste of money if I didn't, so I forced myself to eat it during the movie and I feel great. Yes. Anyway, back to the movie. They had a character called Raccacoonie, which is it's basically Ratatouille, but they mix it up. And then there's a whole other universe where Raccacoonie exists, and it's basically Ratatouille, but Benihana, which is a playoff of one of my old tweets back from a couple years ago. I don't mean to say that this movie stole my ideas, but they stole my Ratatouille sequel idea. The movie was awesome. Like they said a lot of weird crap and then justified it, like made it reasonable within the universe, which I think is really awesome. That's something I really like to do in my own writing, where I just toss some crap out that's really weird and then I frame it to make sense. And I think it's a cool thing to be able to do. It felt like a movie I could have written, which is annoying, but I don't know. I thought it was great. I thought it was so great. I watched it again, but it was better the first time. I'm not gonna lie. I was a little disappointed the second time. Like I enjoyed it as much. Not as much. I enjoyed it. I still cried some. A good bit, but it's just the dialogue I feel like is bad, but the beats of the movie, which are the most important parts, they really nailed, I feel. And I don't know, it was okay. It's a great movie, but I don't think you should watch it more than once. Yes, the trailer for the movie also was great. I remember, like, the trailer I feel like isn't that related. Like, I don't get the feel of the movie through the trailer, but I remember watching it and it fascinated me. And here's a song from the trailer that I think is cool. It's called Time. It's by David Bowie.
Time, he's waiting in the wings. He speaks of senseless things. His script is you and me. Boy, time, he flexes like a whore, falls wanking to the floor. His trick is you and me. Boy, time, in quaaludes and red wine, demanding Billy dolls and other friends of mine. Take your time. The sniper in the brain, regurgitating drain, incestuous and vain. The many other last names. victim. You just scream with boredom. You are not evicting time. Chimes cut and you're looking old. Your reason catch a cold, 'cause you left your coat behind. Take your time. Breaking up is hard, but keeping dark is hateful. I had so many dreams, I had so many breakthroughs, but you, my love, were kind. But love has left you dreamless. The door to dreams was closed. Your park was real and greenless. Perhaps you're smiling now, smiling through this darkness. But all I have to give is guilt for dreaming. We should be on by now. 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 We should be on by
What a song. That was David Bowie, a song called Time. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the song is about time. Not to give any spoilers away, but yes, welcome back. That was a song from the trailer of Everything Everywhere All at Once, and I just enjoyed it in the trailer. I hope you guys enjoyed it outside of the trailer. I wanted to talk about last week. Well, I want to talk about that movie last week, but I ran out of time, so I didn't. But I also wanted to talk about I don't know if it's Jared or Gerard. I think Gerard Carmichael. He was recently on Saturday Night Live. He hosted, and he released a special called Rothaniel, which, by the way, actually, I don't want to spoil it, but. No, forget I said anything. I listened to a podcast a couple weeks ago with him and Drew Michael, another comedian, on Pete Holmes' podcast, You Made It Weird, which I don't really like Pete Holmes. I mean, I don't dislike him, I guess, but I really like his show Crashing, but his comedy's okay. His show You Made It Weird is okay, but I think the guests he bring on are really... I mean, they're usually comedians, so I think they're awesome. But it was a cool listen. I forgot why I came upon it, but Drew Michael, basically, it was for him. Gerard Carmichael directed his special, and it was super unique. It had like no laugh track or audience. Like the audience was there, but they were far away, and their laughs weren't recorded for the special, so it was just him like talking to a camera, and sometimes he goes off of the frame of the camera, and it's just like really unique and different. It gets very personal, I suppose, and it also, I'd really, I mean, I can't recommend anything, but I would suggest, I would, if one was to watch Drew Michaels' special, I would hope that they would be inclined to also listen to him and Gerard Carmichael on You Made It Weird. I think they say some really fascinating things about comedy. Drew Michaels all right, but Gerard Carmichael, the main guy I came to talk about, the guy on SNL, I watched all of his specials, all of the ones on HBO. I don't know if there's more. I didn't look into him too much, I guess, but I watched all three of them. They were all pretty great. It's weird. There's one. The first one is him live at the Comedy Store. The second one is called 8, and the last one is Rothaniel. The one live at the Comedy Store seems more like he's kind of screwing around at the Comedy Store, which is cool and all. I don't know if that's disrespectful to say. Like it's probably pretty worked out material, but it seems very very loose and not worked out. And then 8 is really fantastic. I think I really loved it. It's one of my favorite specials I've seen, I think. I mean, I don't know if I could say that. I've only seen it the once. I just had this impression on it, but I think it was pretty fantastic. And then the last one, Rothaniel, was basically him coming out. It's more like a commentary, I guess, on this moment in his life where he's trying to convince his parents that he's gay, I guess, and that it's okay. And it's really, it's all right. And as a comedy special, it's okay, but it's an interesting, definitely an interesting special, I guess, because like towards the end, it starts having the audience talk to him. Like they start asking him questions, and it's very intimate, and I guess it's almost like his first special where it's loose like that, but I don't know, I enjoyed them all, but 8, I think, was really fantastic. Had some great jokes. And I saw another interview of him on Seth Meyers, I think, recently, where he said something like, "Don't lie. It's a waste of time." And that's pretty much how I feel about lying. I don't really lie in my day-to-day life, I'd say. Because I feel like it is a waste of time. Then you got to overcome that lie later in life. I don't know. I try to be very upfront and honest, and I think Gerard Carmichael has some very interesting things to say like that. For example, he is throughout Tyler the Creator's Igor, his album from 2019, and he has some little cool things he says in between. And here's a song that has just that. Here's a song by Tyler the Creator featuring Gerard Carmichael. It's called Exactly What You Run From You End Up Chasing. Enjoy it. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Exactly what you run from, you end up chasing. Like you can't avoid, but just chasing it and just like trying, giving it everything that you can. There's always an obstacle.
Welcome back to Europe with Milo Loza. This is Europe. I'm Milo Loza. That was a great song, wasn't it? That was Gerard Carmichael in Igor from Tyler the Creator. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that. Coming up next on my list, comedy, my stand-up comedy life. Last week, I talked about the midnight open mic I did at a place called the Funhouse, and there's a couple of things I left out, I guess, that I wanted to or just this one thing, that there was a guy that was asleep, like in the corner of the room, and a couple of people made fun of him on stage a little bit. Like before he fell asleep, they just kind of like made fun of him a little bit because he was just like sitting there kind of heckling, kind of being interested, but also kind of being annoying. And then he fell asleep. And then I'm kind of realizing like this guy probably comes here. Like it's my first time here. I've never seen him, but I heard someone else on stage say like, "I've seen this guy here before. He's weird," or something like that. And I think he's just a hobo. Like, I think he just sees that this place is open every Friday, that it's free to get in to watch these people. Like, there's a comfy seat that he could just sit in for a couple hours. No one was going to disturb him, and he just sits there. And I don't know. That's real sad to me. And as I think about it, I'm pretty sure he's this guy that hangs out on my campus a lot. Because this guy really annoys me if it's the guy I think it is. Because he always, I mean, he's homeless. I don't know. He needs to find his way, but he always goes up to people and says like, "Hey, can I ask you a question?" And I hate that. Because the question is always like, can I have $1? But why would he? I hate the "Can I ask you a question?" Just ask the question. Just, you know it's going to be a no. You already got my attention, and every single time he gets my attention because I feel bad not giving my attention. He goes, "Excuse me," and I take out my AirPod and I go, "Yeah." Same guy every single time. And he goes, "Can I have $1?" I say, "Sorry, I don't carry cash," or whatever it is. I feel like he should remember me by now, or I don't know. I hope he does all right, I suppose. I feel like he could DoorDash or something. You know, I'll talk about it later maybe, but I DoorDashed a little bit this week. I did 2 orders. It sucked, but like if I was a hobo, you could just totally do that. I was just using Biketown, or you have the option to just walk orders to the people. Yes. Hobos should do DoorDash. Last week at Schmitza on Sunday, I tried a new thing. It wasn't too new, actually. It's actually really, really old. It's one of the first things I've ever done on stage. I think it is the first thing I've done on stage. Not the first, but in my first set, I had a section where I had jokes. Not all my jokes are from Twitter, so they're not exactly converted into proper joke form. Like they just read us tweets, and I didn't know how to convert them into jokes, so I just wrote them on a paper, and I don't know if this is going to make any sense, but I had my set list the way I usually do, where I kind of peek at it to remember the next joke, and then I had another list where I just straight up read off of it, and I would just read one by one, like, I don't know, homeless people don't like knock-knock jokes, and just crap like that, where it doesn't have a setup or a punchline. Is just a line that's kind of funny. And I did that a little bit in my first set. First it was just on a piece of paper. A couple sets in, I tried something where I did on a receipt, but it wasn't very obvious. And this week, I thought I'll try it again, where I write my jokes on a receipt. But I also had the idea of writing it on 2 receipts. Well, I don't know if this really matters, but I was going to like a bunch of different stores on this day, trying to find a self-checkout line with a receipt thing where I could press the button and have the receipt come out, if that makes sense. Because I just wanted I wanted a thin paper, or a paper with a short width but a long height. That way it could be like a mini scroll, and I could roll it up and go up on stage and have all my jokes on the scroll, read it off that, and then roll it back up, get off stage. But I couldn't do that, so I bought Mentos at 2 different Safeways. I wrote half the jokes on one of them, stuffed it in my pocket, wrote half the jokes on another, stuffed it in another pocket. I tried it. It was weird because I haven't tried anything new in the last couple weeks, because I've been kind of just going around to these new open mics and trying my tried and true jokes, like the ones I know are going to work. That way I get a good first impression at these new places I go to. But I was all shaky. I was shaking with the receipt. I don't know if people noticed. I was embarrassed about it, but I held my what's it called? My gumption? What's the word of the week? I don't have it on a piece of paper right now. This is not great. Vaunts. That does not fit into this at all. I was nervous, is what I'm saying. And the jokes weren't that funny. I think the part that popped the most was when I took out the other receipt, because I put the first one back in my pocket, and then I think people think, I'm about to go back into my regular jokes, because it's all comics. It was an empty place. They all are pretty familiar with what I do. So I think they thought I'm going back into my jokes. But then I unzip another zipper, pull out another receipt, and start reading. That really got them. And then the first one I said was, "Santa looks Republican." They like that. Yeah, it was all right. It didn't hit really, but it's fun to do new things like that. And I'm thinking of there's a lot I want to do like that. Like I'm thinking of going on stage with without material, but just like I'll kind of go up and say this is just going to be a practice of my comedic timing, and then just kind of I don't know, try to move funny, like make sharp looks at people and try to make it as funny as possible. I don't know if this makes sense at all. It's going to be stupid if I ever try it, but I think it would be an interesting thing to try. Like, I have a lot of respect for comedians that I see trying new crap like that. Juan Denmark, I've talked about this before, but he did a thing where he went on stage and he said something like, say a relatable joke about someone in the room, pause for laughter. Say a joke about a political event going on currently, pause for laughter, and no one was into it at all. No one was getting laughs, but he still went through it until the end. And I mean, it wasn't great, but it's so respectable to see someone try new stuff like that, especially when you know that they're good already. And I feel like I've earned my spot enough to experiment, if that makes any sense. Another time, this guy's not a comedian anymore, or at least maybe he moved, but I'm pretty sure he was new to Portland and like just getting into comedy. It was about the same time as me, but he stopped a month or two in. I liked watching him. He was nice, and he tried a lot of new stuff often, but I think it's because he didn't have any particular style that he leaned towards. Like, I lean towards one-liners right now, but who knows what I'll be in the future. And he didn't really have a thing. He was just trying a bunch of different things that wasn't really working, but it was so respectable that he tried stuff. Like one time he went up and he was pretending like he had an earpiece in or something, and he got behind the mic stand and he was like, "All right, sir, I'm in place. What should I do? Just stay behind this microphone stand? Okay. I think I've been spotted. No, there's tens of people looking at me right now. They look like they're expecting something. I think they're expecting me to make them laugh. Roger that, I'll just stay put." And he just stands there for a second. It's not funny, but like just the fact that he's willing to like try some crazy crap like that is so awesome to me. And I wish I could tell him that, but he's given up now, I suppose. And I remember that was one of the first mics I did. That was back when I was doing 2 a day because they didn't kick me out of that one mic at the time. And he did that at the first mic I went to, and then at the second one, he did a whole different thing. And he was like, if anyone was there, that's an experience that lives with us. No one will ever know about that except us who were there. And that was really... It was really cool to hear, I guess. Just that pretty much what happened in the room stayed in the room, and that's so true because no one else really knows about it. No one's going to talk about it except me right here on my little radio show. But other than that, it's dead. Nothing, like no one is going to remember that. And it makes me think a lot about like embarrassing moments in my life where you think like, that's going to live on forever, but it's not. Even the greatest moments in my life that I hope people remember will not be remembered. I don't know. I went off on that whole thing, but I totally went off. I was talking about reading off receipts. I was nervous, shaky, but people liked it. I think the host was like, "That was great. That was 3 minutes and 20 seconds of just straight one-liners. That was great." And the next guy went up and was like, "Wow, that was give it for Milo again. That was fantastic." And I don't know how I did. Everyone bombed that night, but I bombed about as much as everyone else. But I feel like they enjoyed it more than the others. I don't know. There's something about fresh material that just... I don't know. The next day, I went to a new bar called the High Dive, which I didn't realize how cool of a name it was until later. I guess, I don't know. High dive bar, but I don't even know what a dive bar is. Like, I hear that a lot, but I feel like the hell-themed bar I went to, someone called it a dive bar, and I don't know. I guess I figured dive means gay, but how is hell-themed? I mean, I guess it's hell. Gay people go to hell, so dive bar? I don't know. I went to this place, and it was so awkward at first. I guess it was the whole time, but I messaged the guy to get on the list first, and I get there, I see the host, and I go up, I introduce myself, because it's sort of a... I don't know, some hosts like it when you introduce yourself, like it's sort of like meeting your girlfriend's parents and shaking the dad's hand, you know, like you gotta, it's sort of like making that impression. You gotta say, hello, my name is Milo, these are my intentions with your microphone, and I said, hello, I'm Milo, and he was like, okay, cool, and he was just looking at his phone, hardly paid attention to me, and the place was a little bit, it was like half full. Most of the chairs that were empty were at grouped tables, and I didn't want to sit at a group table. I don't know. And so I asked him, like, is there somewhere where I should sit? Like, is there a special area that comedians should be leaning towards? And he was like, I mean, no, they just sit wherever. And I felt so stupid about that. That's the second time that's happened. I've gone to another open mic where I'm like, is there somewhere I should sit? And they're like, I don't care. It's embarrassing. And then like the second guy on stage makes fun of where I sit. I sat like close to the stage. It was in like a 8-person area, but it was like one of the only empty areas. And he was like, that's weird of you to choose to sit there where there's no one and you're all alone. I mean, it was funny the way he did it, but it was stupid. The way that I was all worried about it, and then felt stupid about being worried about it, and then got made fun of it for where I sat. Yes. And then a British black dude sat across from me, and another comic went on stage later, and they just kind of pointed at us, and they're like, what's your guys' deal? What's your story? And I was just like, unrelated, you know, like, we're not here together. And the black dude, like, could not be comprehended. Like, every time he tried to talk to someone, or every time he was heckling someone, like, trying to add on to a joke, or even when I finished my set and I sat back down, like, he said something to me, I just kind of went, yeah. But he was like, oi, mama namna. Like, the guy was like, what's your guys' story? And I'm like, unrelated. And he was like, oi, amna. And the guy was like, all right. And just passed on us. I myself did well. I think I did pretty well, yeah. Yes, a couple jokes went fantastic, a couple went okay, but any jokes going fantastic, to me, is a fantastic set. And it's a fun open mic. I think it has like a gimmick that keeps it interesting. Like it has it has an open mic champion belt. And I see it on Facebook every week where it's like, this is your champ this week, will they be dethroned next week? Come and find out. And it kind of, excuse me, it kind of keeps it interesting. And it keeps people wanting to come back. And I think it's cool. I think it's really cool. And at the end of it, if the previous winner is there that night, then they go up on stage and the host is on stage and they both decide one other person that performed during the night, like someone who was the best. And basically it's the host is choosing someone that they thought was the best and the winner is choosing someone that they thought was the worst. That way the winner can stay the winner, you know? Because they don't want someone to defeat them. And they also go against these people. I don't know if this is making sense. This feels kind of annoying to talk about when no one else is going to go to this or care about it. But they choose two people, and the three of them fight. Or they improvise on a topic that the host comes up with. And it's usually pretty crap, but someone is a little funnier than the others, and then the crowd votes, and that's the winner. And it's cool. It's fun. I think I want to go back every week. Except I'm afraid because I'm not good at coming up with things like that, but no one else was good. So I feel comfortable also being bad. That is the end of that mic. I did 4 open mics this week, but only because I wanted to do more. I didn't do one last night because I felt sickly, and I didn't do one Wednesday because I saw Dave Chappelle. I was supposed to do 6 mics this week, but I did 4, and I usually do 3. Third open mic of the week, I went to, it was the next day, I did 3 days in a row, which is the first time I've done 3 days in a row, I think. I went to East Side Bar and Grill. I went late, because I could have sworn that this area was like, I'm going to say it was like 10th Street, but it ended up being 82nd Street. So I thought it was going to be a 10-minute bike ride. It ended up being a 45-minute bike ride, and I had like 20 minutes to get there, 25 minutes. And I biked so fast that I made it barely 5 minutes late. I don't know how I biked that fast, but I made it just a little bit late, and just that little bit late was already way too late. The sign-up was at 8:15. I got there at like 8:22, and I signed up like right away. And they're like, I got you. Sign my name at the bottom of the longest list I've ever seen in my life. And then they're like, all right, the time for this mic is 7 minutes. And 7 minutes is insane. Because we usually get 4 minutes. I mean, 7 minutes is preferable because you get to practice more and blah, blah, blah. But you usually get 4 minutes, usually 3 minutes at other open mics. So this is unprecedented. I was not prepared at all. Not that they care. They're not going to be like, that was only 3 minutes, but I was nervous. And then there was another guy, Juan Duran. I've talked about him before. He's from the Bay Area. I started chatting with him, and I was like, I'm excited to be here because I just turned 21, and this mic seems like the place. He was like, oh really? What have you heard about it? And I'm like, what do you mean? What's bad about it? Why? He was like, no, nothing. Why? Just like, what have you heard about it? I'm like, why are you acting so suspicious? Like, what's wrong with this mic? And he was like, I'm just wondering what you heard. I just said, well, I suppose this place has an audience, but most importantly, people say that this is where you get booked. And he was like, yeah, this is a good mic for getting booked, but it's really the politics of it, like this mic is good for some, and I don't know. You'll see. And I'm like, no, tell me. And he's like, nah, I don't want to. Like you'll discover if it's good for you, and that'll be fine. And if it's not, that's fine. You'll see. I was like, what the heck, Juan? Just tell me what's up. And he was being so vague about it, like he was afraid that someone would do something to him if it got back to like I'm afraid to even be talking about it right now. I guess because what if these two people hear about it? He wasn't even talking crap, but his fear of them. I don't know. These people are like the kingpins of comedy around here. From what I can tell, this is what I told him. Is from what it seems is these people run a good portion of Portland comedy, and he said, "Yeah, you'll see." He went up and bombed. I was afraid because some people were killing, but by the time I went, I was the antepenultimate to go. I was the third to last to go. And there was like 5 people in the crowd. I bombed for mom and dad comedy. That's what I'll call them. Because they book people. They book so many people, and I bombed in front of them, and it was so embarrassing. That's my first time performing for them. I've been preparing for this, and I bombed. And they had like a rule where the lady is a DJ, and so she plays a song for everyone's entrance, and you have to do the dance associated with the song to get points, she says. And some people did a stupid dance. I just kind of went up and stepped side to side, and I was like, is the dancing like a weekly requirement, or? And she said, yes it is, dance. And I was like, next week for sure. Which is a terrible start for me. My voice is tired. This next song is called "After the Storm." It's by Kali Uchis. I can't say her name. After the Storm.
Whatever goes around eventually comes back to you. So you gotta be
be careful, baby, and look both ways before you cross my mind.
Did you ever wonder? Yeah, do you ever wonder what he might be going through on his own and the demons that he's facing alone? I hate that sometimes I can't go home and it just ain't the same on the phone, no. But everybody's gotta go on, don't they?
Yes, we do, baby.
So if you need a hero, just look in the mirror. No one's gonna save you now, so you better save yourself. And everybody's hurting, everybody's going through it, but you just can't give up now, 'cause you gotta save yourself.
Yeah, I gotta hang on, baby.
The sun will come out, nothing good ever comes easy. I know times are rough, but winners don't quit, so don't you give up. The sun will come out, but we've been struggling endlessly. Someday we'll find the love, 'cause after the storms, when the flowers bloom.
Khaled, what you mean? I take it offensive, 'cause I'm the hottest flower boy that popped up on the scene. Feeling better, better than ever, 'cause your umbrella. Sun is beaming on me like headlights beaming on Bambit. Now let's pretend the street is a room and you are a Camry, 'cause you draw me candid, the Tito to my Randy. Now let's produce some thrillers, my chocolate with your vanilla,
The sun will come out, nothing good ever comes easy. I know times are rough, but winners don't quit, so don't you give up. The sun will come out, but we've been struggling endlessly. Someday we'll find the love, 'cause after the storm, I know it's hard, but did you even really try? Maybe you could understand when all you had to do was ask and just open your mind. When everything is passing by and all you had to do was try. Yeah, all you had to do was try. All you had to do was try.
Isn't that badass? That's. I complained about this a couple weeks ago, but I would just like to complain again. I saw Tyler the Creator live with I can't say her name, Kaylee Ukas. I'm gonna say Kaylee Ukas. They were both fantastic. She opened for him, and when she sang this song, the part with Tyler came out, the and like it played for a couple measures where it was like he's about to pop out, and people are going crazy. You know he's about to pop out, and he doesn't. He just blue balled us, which makes sense because I am a strong believer that the performer shouldn't make an appearance until their performance, whether it be music, stand-up, a play. I think the performer should not be. It's like a wedding. Can't see the bride. They're the most important person. You got to wait till after to talk to them. Yeah, so I understand why he didn't come out, but it's stupid. And she didn't come out for the songs that she is in of his. And that is really stupid. Why would they even tour together if they're not going to collaborate live? That's just my opinion. I went to Dante's this past Thursday, and I went on stage with no material for the second time ever, and it was so terrible. It was scary and terrible. The first time it went well because the comedians were supporting me, and they were supporting me this time, but I just wasn't being funny. I wasn't offering much. Last time I just asked for questions, and this time I didn't want to ask for questions because I felt too easy, I guess. So instead I would point to people and I'd say, you, give me a word. And I would say them by name. I would say like, I'm not going to say the names right now, but I pointed to one guy and I said, give me a name. And he was the only person, give me a word. And he was the only person that I didn't address before asking for a word. And he was like, you didn't say my name. You didn't say who you're talking about. What's my name, Milo? What's my name? And I felt terrible because I do know his name. I know it. I definitely know it now. But like I couldn't remember it. And I was like, Sam. And he's like, yes, it is Sam. But I couldn't remember the last name. And every single word that people gave me, I could not work off of. And now that I look back, I had a story for each word. But like in the moment, I was too nervous. I got like one good laugh out of them in the whole thing, but it was awful. I waited until I got kicked off a stage, and it was terrible. It went so bad. But I passed by this other comic after, and he was like, "Hey, that was cool what you did up there. That was fun. That was a fun set." I said, "Thank you very much." He's not a guy I really respect, to be honest, but it's nice to hear. Even from a simpleton, I want to hear that they enjoyed it. And another guy, a guy who's been very supportive in my comedy, he was like, "Hey, that's your second time doing that. Nice. That was awesome." And I was like, it was scary. It wasn't great. And he was like, "Nah, but like it's an important thing to exercise, you know? Like you already have the joke writing down. It's just like it's another aspect of comedy that needs to be exercised." And I said, "Yeah, thank you." I inspired like another guy on stage, and that was cool. I guess I don't know that I inspired him, but he like pointed to me and he was like, "Milo, right? I want to take a play from your playbook. Give me a topic." And I gave him a word, and it was hard for him to work off of it. Sorry, I just hit the mic right now. The guy that earlier that I don't really respect that said that was a fun set. He did the same thing when he went up. He was like, "Give me a word." To some people, and he did awful as well. He was like, "Yeah, that is hard," which was good to see them fail at it as well. And I talked to Juan Denmark. I've talked about him before. Black Juan. I talked to him about it. He was late to the mic. I did it for him, basically. Like I told him a couple weeks ago, I will go up with no material just for you to see, like me bomb. And he was like, "All right, next week." It was closed last week, so I went and did it this week, but he was late. He missed it, and I told him he missed it. And he was like, man, how'd it go? And I said, "Terrible." And he said, "That's awesome, though. That's awesome that you did it. You got to keep it up. You got to lean into the bomb," like he always says. And he's like, "That's awesome. You know, like you inspired those guys on there. Like you're really doing something." I'm like, I don't know, but it is inspiring. Like I was inspired by seeing another guy do it. And then I have noticed other people, I mean, I don't want to say they were inspired from me, but there is something about seeing someone do new stuff or scary stuff that makes you want to branch out like that, I guess. And I'm thinking, I think it's going to be something I do bi-weekly here. I can't do it weekly because, like, I feel like I have some expectations of the show. Like, the bartender likes me. He's not going to show up to any other shows. When I got on stage, he was like, "Woo! Woo! Yeah, Milo." And I was like, "Lower your expectations. I don't have anything today." Also, Juan was like, "Did you sign up for Portland's Funniest yet? Because there's a contest going on. I really need to sign up, actually. It closes next week. There's a contest going on for like months where you go in rounds to see who's Portland's funniest, and then you get put in a newspaper, and you get like, if you win, you get a good sum of money and a good title. And it's like $25 to enter. I'm going to do it. I just haven't decided like what photo I want them to display of me. I am running out of time. There was a guy that was reading another person's diary up there. Like he brought his joke book up, but he left it up there, and another guy went up after, and he just started like reading from it. And he was like, "Oh, this isn't just a joke book, it's like a diary." And the guy's like, yeah, it's like a journal where I just write like ideas and thoughts and feelings and stuff like that. And then he started like reading from it, and everyone was uncomfortable because it's like a diary. And the guy was laughing uncomfortably, but like also laughing like, "I'm cool with this, you know, like this is fine." But also he was just on stage like, "I just found out I might have cancer. It's a whole thing I'm going through right now." It was a weird, uncomfortable moment to have this guy reading his diary. And then what he ended up reading was like poetry or something. It was vague. It was fine. But that was weird. And before that guy the cancer guy went up, I turned to Juan and I was like, oh, this guy's good. I just saw him a couple days ago. And he bombed so bad. It's so embarrassing to be like, this guy's good, and then have them bomb. It makes your taste in comedy seem bad. I talked about this homeless guy that had been going in, and I think this was his fourth time coming. This time he was wearing like a hat. It was a weird style choice, I think. But he had a short set. He didn't really have anything to say. There was that one point where he's like, he was covering his forehead and like wincing, and he looked exactly like he was imitating Stephen Wright, the way he delivers some jokes, where he just kind of rubs his forehead and goes like, and it was hilarious. I turned to the host and I was like, Stephen Wright, and just pointed at him. He thought it was funny. It's cool to be around other comedians that they know what I'm talking about. I just pointed and said Stephen Wright, he knew exactly. He had a short set. He didn't say anything really funny. He's really just there for the free meal and drink, or the pizza and drink at this point. Because after this day, he was like, that's really all I have. Thanks for the pizza and the drink. And then he left. And that's really sad that he's just showing up and like embarrassing himself like that. Like just going up to talk and just so he could have something to eat and drink. I don't know. A couple comedians said that they had seen Dave Chappelle the night before, or that they went to a strip club and Dave Chappelle had like sold it out the night before, or during it was after the Chappelle show that I went to this past Wednesday. Before that, actually, I'm really running out of time. I don't know if I have time for this, but I went to Denny's that morning. I just kind of want to get this really quick because I thought it was interesting. This guy got his truck stolen. He just ran out of the place, and I took out my AirPod to see what's going on. Everyone's standing up and watching him outside the window, and he's like running after his truck. It's being driven away, and he like tries to hop in the back. He's like holding onto his truck, almost about to like hop in, but he lets go, and they drive off. And everyone's like, "Oh no!" And he walks back in, and the waitress is like, I'm so sorry that happened to you. And he's like, I didn't have plates on it either. Oh my God. What a terrible time. I saw a cowboy crying in there too that day. And you know what else? Here's a real topper. I ordered my order. I get a choco-nana pancake with fruit on the side. And they used to make it with whipped cream all over it. And I said, can you put whipped cream all over it? Because they don't do that anymore. And they don't put butter on it either. So the whipped cream should replace the butter, I think. I said, can I get whipped cream all over it? And she's like, sure. Be all healthy with the fruit and then not. Am I right? And then she walked away before I could react. What's up with that? I'm really speeding through this, but Chappelle. I went to see Chappelle. I was sitting outside like an hour early. And I ran into another comedian. He came up and was like, Milo? And I said, hey, what's up, Brandon? And we started chatting a little bit. And as you know, I don't really talk to other comedians. We don't really know each other. So it was weird to talk to one another, but it was cool to finally, I don't know. I was like, I forgot you guys are into this stuff too. And we started talking about Gerard Carmichael. Like, they brought it up. I thought that was interesting, how I had just had him in my mind, and I recommended them the Special 8. They had seen the other two, and they're like, I didn't know. I'll try that out. And we got to know each other more than we have in the past 6 months that we've known of each other. They asked me, like, they're like, so, here's the question. Where's your seat? And I was embarrassed to tell them because my mother got me this ticket for my 21st birthday. She got me it on the floor, close by, and I was real excited for it. And I was all shyly like, I got floor seats for my birthday. And also, I told them the story about how I almost got kicked out of Dante's that one time, because Dante's is where I know them from. I go there every week and tell them jokes. But I almost got kicked out of there once. I told them that story. They thought it was badass. Anyway, my seat was a cool seat because Chappelle performed in the round, and the little walkway where he goes backstage, he walks like right by my seat. I had an aisle seat too. On his way up, he had like 20 security guards around him. So I didn't get to like reach out or anything, but on his way back after the show, he didn't have so many. And I reached out my fist because I wanted to fist bump him, and I really wanted to be like, hey, good set, you know, like just like a comedian does to another. But he didn't reach out for my fist, and I think he would have thought that was super lame. But I was super excited to do it. Since I realized my seat was right there, I was planning on it, and I did not get to. It was a short show. It was 2 shorts. Honestly, I think he performed like 45 minutes. I mean, we didn't have our phones in, so it was hard to tell, and they took my watch. So I don't know how long it was, but it felt like 45 minutes, like it maybe an hour. It couldn't have been, though. And by the time I left the place, which took forever to get out, it was like 10:30, which meant it had been an hour and a half since he was supposed to start, but I think he came out a little bit later also, and it took me forever to get out, and it was pretty disappointing that he did so little time. But I think he used the time pretty well. It was fantastic. I enjoyed it. A lot of the things he said felt like it was just offensive for the sake of being offensive, but I enjoyed it. On my way out, I saw another comedian. I was trying to find another way out because it was so crowded to get out. And I happened to pass by him, and he was like, hey, what's up, Milo? Which was weird because we don't really know each other. Also, fun fact, he's the same guy who we had a peeing contest in another story like a few episodes ago. If anyone follows, you know what I'm talking about. But I'm super running out of time. He told me about an exit, but he was like, they don't unlock your thing over there. I said, that's fine. I went out that exit instead of like the million people going out one door. I went out that exit, went to the front door and walked in, unlocked my thing, then walked back out. I felt like a genius. That was Ear Rape with Milo Loza. This was episode 27. Tune in next week for another episode 28. Go to miloloza.com. Have a good night. I love you. Goodbye. Broadcasting since 1994, you are listening to KPSU. It's Portland's College Radio. We're streaming worldwide 24/7 at kpsu.org. You know what? You don't even need to know that we're streaming 24/7. You just need to know that we're streaming 1 hour a day, 1 day a week, Saturdays at 10. Right here. You're already here. kpsu.org, Ear Rape with Milo Loza. Before we get into it, let me let you know the disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed in the following program do not necessarily represent KPSU, Portland State University, or any of our participating affiliates. Listener discretion is advised. But hello and welcome. Welcome to episode 28 of Ear Rape with Milo Loza. Welcome back. It's Ear Rape. It's Milo Loza. The music is fading out. Welcome back. I'm thankful that you're here. Each and every one of you. Hello. Today is April 30th, 2022. I am wearing socks with Bart Simpson on them. It's a great day to be alive. I almost didn't live this week. I had the disease. That's right. I had the disease, the one that we all know about it. We all heard about it. We've all known about it for years. At least we've all known about it for at least 3 years now. That's not true. No one knew about it 3 years ago. I had COVID this week, and that was fun. It was good. And the health people said it's okay for me to be out right here, right now. I'm recording this live in the KPSU studio. And the health people said, Milo, go ahead, do it. But they said Thursday you can leave, or when you're asymptomatic. And I had symptoms until Friday. But this morning I woke up, I didn't feel anything. I mean, I guess maybe a little tiny something, but nothing. Asymptomatic. They said I could leave when I am. we just wear a mask. I'm wearing gloves right now, so I don't touch anything and screw anyone up. But I'm trying to be as good a boy as possible. Yes, I did. I'm trying not to touch stuff, but I did steal something. But it's fine. You know, my fingerprints aren't on it. No one will know. I'm stealing today a CD from the station because it's a band I like. Sigur Rós. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Sigur Rós. It's an Icelandic band. It's their album Kviker, I think. Kviker. And I'm excited to hear it. I took a nap today, which sucked. I hate taking naps. I feel confused. And let's get into our first song. I tried to choose I have 5 songs today. I tried to choose one that's on the theme of being sick, but I only had 2 songs that had the word sick in it. And this is the less sad one. It's an artist I really like. I'll talk about it in a second. Here is They Will Like Me When I'm Sick, Flat Sound.
Start from the beginning. Hi. My name is Mitchell Welling. I am 19 years old. I am a musician. Would you like to hear a song? None of your concern. Just listen and judge me for what you think I'm worth. And you said I like the way your fingers play the chords. Like the way you make me feel at home. Whoa. I heard you're at it again. I just called to say I never left. And good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck. I heard you needed some. If your father could see the mess you made, he wouldn't like it very much. You're playing a game entitled, hey, they're gonna like me when I'm sick. Just don't lie in the bed you made yourself and expect me to tuck you in. 'Cause I liked the way my fingers played with yours. Yeah, I liked the way you make me feel at home. Whoa.
What? I'm putting them in the what? Move it, Phil. You charge. What are you doing? I'm on your side. I know. Why let you turning around, dummy? Oh, gosh. Well, do you have anything to say, weirdo? Bye-bye.
I don't really know why I kept the outro in there, but kind of wanted you to hear it. I love this artist. That was Flat Sound. That was They'll Like Me When I'm Sick. I really, really respect this artist. He's really cool, just in general. He's got, like, he's not signed onto a record label or something, so he's just putting out his music on his own, and he's doing pretty well. He's able to support his own friends and family. I've been following him since, like, 2014. I might have talked about him before, actually. He does his own merch, like he sends it from his own home. He cares about his material. Like he has really comfortable merch. I have like 3 shirts from him. It's a fantastic man. I've even like talked to him a couple times, and I don't know, he's cool. He's interacted with me. He told me that in the beginning of the song when he says, "My name is Mitchell Welling," he hates that part, and I asked him, like, why, what does the end of the clip say, and why is it in the song? And he's like, I don't know, my friend just had a home video, I like the sound of it, so I put it at the end. Which is lackadaisical, but... Hello, welcome back, it's Ear Rape with Milo Loza. It's Saturday, it's 10 p.m. Let's talk about my week, and I gotta tell you it was boring, that's why I have so many songs planned. I had COVID. I was sick all week. I wasn't too dreary. Like I was able to wait. I forgot to do the word of the day. The word of the week. Today's word of the week is lucrative. 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 It means producing a great deal of profit. Lucrative. Producing a great deal of profit. I did not have a very lucrative week at all. Not even a little bit at all. I wasn't hardly productive. My teachers were like, you have COVID, take A+, take A+ all week. Don't do anything. Lay in bed all week. Do nothing. Just do nothing your whole week. And I listened to them. I did exactly that. But Monday, I didn't know if I had COVID. I felt a little bit sick the past couple of days. It wasn't too bad. And it's happened a couple of times, I guess, where I've gotten a cough or something out of nowhere. I don't know if it's sickness, and I just kind of let it play out. But I knew I was sick. I knew there was a global pandemic type of a disease going around. So I decided to test myself. Monday morning, my mother calls me, or she texts me, it doesn't matter. She asks me if I've thought about going to the hospital, getting checked somehow. And I was like, I don't know, we'll see. And I try calling the hospital. My number doesn't work for some reason. Like my Kaiser number doesn't transfer over or some crap like that. So I try to get on, I try that twice. I try to do it through my social security, my birthday, my Kaiser number. Doesn't work. And I call back, or I get to an operator. When they answer, they're like, how can I help you? I say, hi, I'm trying to get to an advice line, and they're like, I'll transfer you right now. Cut me off and transfer me. I go back, I'm like, hi, my number isn't working, I don't know what to do. I'm having a really hard time contacting you guys. I don't know if my number doesn't transfer over. Can you help me like get to the advice line? And they're like, transferring to the advice line. It took like 4 or 5 calls. I gave up. And then I called the on-campus student health service thing, and I said, I need to get tested for COVID. Also, I might have strep throat. I don't know. Can you test me for strep throat? Because I felt like it. And she was like, I got to let you know, if we're going to do the strep throat, it's going to be additional $6. It'll be charged to your student account. Is that okay? And I said, I'm going to have to go with it. We're gonna do it. And that made her laugh. It's always an honor when I make anyone laugh at any point during the week. especially when I'm not going to see anyone for the rest of the week. I got on campus. I got both tests. You know what? Shout out to the on-campus health people for getting me tested so quickly. Literally, she's like, "How quick can you get here?" And I'm like, 5 minutes. She's like, "Be here in 10 minutes, and you got yourself a deal." I got there. They tested me for both things really quick. Done. I couldn't even get on the phone with Kaiser. That was very nice of them to test me like that. They gave me my results in an hour. They called me, and they said, "You are positive for COVID-19. Stay home." She was super unhelpful, too. She's like, "Okay, you're going to have to stay in your room for 5 days from your symptoms." I don't know, something. And I was like, "Okay, cool." She said, "Do you have enough food to last you for the week?" I said, I don't think so, no. And she said, "Okay, you're going to have to do something about that." And I said, "Okay." Why'd you even call me to tell? I know I have to do something about that. I know I need food. I know I have to stay inside. And then she's like, do you have a roommate? Do you have someone like living with you? And I'm like, I do, yeah. And they said, "Okay, you're going to have to figure something out about that." I don't know what's up. She was so unhelpful. She's like, "You're going to receive a phone call from housing soon." And I waited for that. She was I don't know. She just kind of gave me information I already knew I had to focus on. It was kind of stressing me out because I have COVID, and I'm trying to figure out like these mental not really like gymnastics. I just had to figure out what my roommate's gonna do and all that, I guess. But she was just pretty much saying like, think about this, and I said, "Thank you. I'm stressed. Someone will call you later." And also, I was like, "By the way, do I have strep throat?" And she said, "No." And I said, "Woo!" That made her laugh. Always good to make someone laugh, especially when I'm not going to see anyone for the rest of the week. She said housing was going to call me later. They didn't. Housing did not call me. They emailed me, and there was some lady that was like, "I am your go-to person for this. Whatever you need, I'm on it. Like, anything you need. If you need plumbing done, don't do the regular thing we tell you to do. Go through me. I'll deal with it. If you need an Instacart pickup, I am the one to pick it up. I'll pick it up for you between the hours of 12 p.m. and 5 p.m., which are crappy hours." And she emailed me at 4:40 p.m. So I was like, I know it's late. I know it's already close to that time, but I just got this email. You had all day to email me. I didn't tell her that, but she had all day to email me. I had COVID all day. She waited this long. It was definitely a copy and paste too. And I said, "I know it's late, but can I order DoorDash right now, and can you bring it to my room for me?" Which I hate asking because that seems so like who am I? You know, why would I? You don't need to do this for me. I'm a man. I could do this on my own. She said no. She said, "No, we don't support DoorDash." I haven't talked to her since. That was the last time I talked to her. I was going to stay in my room, never leave at all. But now I left. I went down to the lobby to grab DoorDash. I would sit outside on the stoop and wait for like an hour because that's how I would get my fresh air. Maybe I'd walk around a little bit. I'm Stoop Kid. I'm the Stoop Kid from Hey Arnold. That's a reference for two people. Yes. What the heck was I just talking about? She emailed me that she's my go-to person. She can't do the one thing I asked for. I haven't talked to her since. I've been getting DoorDash. That's when I've been leaving my place. I got a text from the county like 2 or 3 days in, which was weird, where they're like, "You have COVID. Stay put." And that was it. I don't know. It was scary. It was weird to be a part of the thing, you know? Like, we've been dealing with a global pandemic for 2 full years now, and I've been avoiding the thing, and here I am with the thing now, and it's weird. Like, I don't know, just to be a part of it. The first time I felt a part of it was November of 2020, when I had to get a COVID test. I forgot why. I don't think I felt sick. I don't remember. I think I thought I had COVID. When I got tested, I didn't. But on the way back from my testing, I was thinking like, man, this is it. I went to the testing site. I went to the thing that was a part of the pandemic, you know. Things are going places. I'm seeing things. But then, like, I'm driving home and I'm realizing this is the same freeway, the same roads I take every... I mean, I guess I wasn't driving that often at the time, but, like, you know, my whole life I've lived in this place, I've taken these roads, I never see anything new, and I'm thinking that while I'm driving, like, I never see anything interesting. I've never even seen a car accident or anything. And right as I'm thinking this, there's even, like, a song on my radio called Boring playing for my phone. This car drives up, like, passes me on the right, and I'm in the rightmost lane. I like driving slow. I'm in the rightmost lane. How did this guy pass me on the right? He's off of the freeway, passing me, and I leave a lot of space between my cars because I drive slow. And he pulls into that large area that I have between me and the car ahead of me. It's a lot of traffic too. He pulls in, and then, like, pulls out again back onto the side of the freeway, and he's kind of waving his arm outside the car, and I can't, to me, in my head, I'm thinking, like, this guy is for some reason upset about the traffic. He's upset that I'm not scooting up all the way in my space, and he's pulling in, you know, he's waving me up, I think, and this guy has something for me, I'm thinking, and he's waving his arm like crazy. He's, like, driving up. He's pulling back and, like, driving to my side. His speed is varying, and he's going crazy. And I feel weird about it. I keep my distance, and finally he pulls off to the side of the road, and he hops out of his car. And I'm going into the left lanes. I'm trying to get away from him because I think he's after me. But he just, like, goes into the middle of the rightmost lane on the freeway. He's on his knees. And he's, like, screaming. He's pounding the ground with his fist like a gorilla. Like, he's raising his hands all the way in the air and pounding down to the ground onto the asphalt and just, like, screaming. I don't know what he's on, but a dog, like, tries coming out of his car door, and he sees it. He's shoving the dog back in the car, closes the door, gets back inside, and I drive off. I don't know what becomes of him. I mean, a few minutes later, I see him again driving on the side of the road, but he goes off into the neighboring town, Morgan Hill. So I'm safe. He was only 10 minutes away from me in my home. Yeah, I don't see crap like that often. And I'm thinking, I guess that was like my only COVID story. Now I have the story of me having COVID, I suppose. I don't see crazy crap. Although I went yesterday, and I acquired art. I went to Arrowwood. It's an open mic I go to every week, except I haven't gone in the past couple weeks because I went to see Dave Chappelle, and this week I was sick. And I go all the time. They have art exhibits for a couple months in the place, and I've been seeing art in there that I really, really, really love. I was thinking about buying it myself. And I went to Arrowwood with my mother and Juan, her boyfriend, during my birthday. And I showed them the art. I said, "Isn't this cool art? I want it." And they said, "It's your birthday. We'll buy you the art." And I was like, "What? Oh my God, I forgot it's my birthday. I was just showing you this art. I totally want them to buy it for me." And they did. God bless my mother. She bought it for me. I love you, Mother, if you're listening. I love you because you bought me this painting. It's beautiful. It's called, one is called The Canoe. It's just a canoe upside down in the sky. And the second one is called Secondhand Stories, and this dude reading a book. But the cover of the book is outside him, outside the door behind him, and he has a pile of books. It's cool. I like it. I was telling this story because I left yesterday. It was the only time I left during the week other than to go outside for DoorDash and crap. When I left, I was like walking down the street and I saw this car was driving, the police were behind it, and the police started like kind of, they did the thing where they flashed lights to pull them over, but it wasn't a whole like woo. It was just kind of like a beep beep. Like pull over, you know? I don't know why I explained that. That doesn't matter. They put on their lights, and one guy hops out of the passenger side car, and the car, like, speeds away. And the cops let that car go, but they stop for this guy. Another cop car like pulls up eventually and speeds past to find that other car. But this guy's just like casually walking out. He's drinking a water bottle or something, and the cops are like, "Hey, stop!" And he's like, "What? I didn't do anything." And they're like, "Stop right now!" I was behind a bush, like I was trying to walk. I was kind of walking away, but then this happened, so I was walking towards them and watching. But I'm pretty sure they like pulled their guns at him and they're like, "Stop right now! Get on the ground!" And they arrested him, even though he didn't do anything. I don't know why they arrested him so sudden. I mean, obviously something was up, but he didn't exactly do anything, you know? And he was saying, like, I didn't do anything. I don't have much more to say about it, just that happened. I have to log into this computer again, and it's really hard with these gloves on. Give me a second. Crap. I don't remember my password. I don't know if you guys heard, by the way, during that last song, there was the computer went doot 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 because I plugged in my phone. Crap, it's not working. I plugged in my phone and the computer made a noise, and it made the noise like 5 times. I don't know why I did it, but I'm sorry. You didn't get to experience that last song to its fullest. This next song is called Prime Time. It's by Kanye West and Jay-Z. Enjoy it.
We in the time of our lives, baby.
Baby.
Turn the music up. Prime time.
Baby. Baby. Baby.
Yeah, prime time. Beat by Dion. Our third eon. That's what the fuck we on. More money, 40-year-old phenom. My 15 minutes of fame is stretched beyond. At 42, be better than 24s. I carried the 4-5, that's the 48 law. Still wearing my 23s, they can't fuck with the ball. Far as the 16s, I'm 23 of it all. Prime time, riding that 6 deuce. Then 9/11, I only subtract the roof. Started in 88, got warm in 92. I landed in 96, that's the year I came through. I hit the club, ordered some Grey Goose. Switched it for Ciroc to get puff stock a boost. New money, I found the fountain of youth. I'm headed to Miami to fuck up the fountain blue. A case of Ace, make it 2. Nigga, we rollin', beat the deuce. The night is young, what the fuck we gon' do? Ooh.
Baby.
The night is young, what the fuck you wanna do, huh?
Baby.
The night is young, what the fuck we gon' do, huh?
Baby.
The night is young, what you really wanna do, huh? Prime time, basking in the lime. Cash is in its prime, culling out of the line. Cause they don't want nobody that's color out of the line. So I'm late as a motherfucker, color people time. Damn easy, they all gotta be dimes. Well, Adam gave up a rib, so mine better be prime. Niggas gon' kill me, I swear they better be lying. I never live in fear, I'm too out of my mind. Prime time, never hit these sights. I mean, it's like our first class flight. I'm tripping on it. Socks on marble floors, I'm sipping on it. Champagne, I'm sipping on it. Shit tastes different, don't it? You know what? You right. It's like the best damn champagne I had in my life. When you come home, that's a test from my wife. I told her run a bubble bath and floating that motherfucker like a hover crab and soaking that motherfucker till I call you back. I mean, who says shit like that and doesn't laugh?
Baby. Baby.
The night is young, what the fuck you wanna do, huh?
Baby.
The night is young, what the fuck we gon' do, huh?
Baby.
The night is young, what you really wanna do, huh?
Baby. Baby.
Welcome back to Ear Rape with Milo Loza. This is Ear Rape. I am Milo Loza. You know what? I hate that phrase. I say that too much. I'm tired of hearing it. It's not, I think it's an okay phrase, This is Zero 8 by Milo Loza. Welcome back to Zero 8 with Milo Loza. This is Zero 8 by Milo Loza. It's fine, but it annoys me. I don't know. As someone who says it and listens to it, it's annoying, and I know that. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna keep doing it probably. It's too in me. It's too much. It's too part of the show already. This week I'm looking at this right now and it looks like it's old, but is it old? I can't remember if this is from this past week or last. I think last week. Last week I was supposed to write an article for our student newspaper, Vanguard, Portland State Vanguard, and wait a minute, what was this? It was this week. It was this past week. This upcoming Sunday. On Saturday, I said I can't do the movie you want me to do because there was a secret showing of this movie this past week Sunday and this week Sunday. It's happening again, but I'm not doing it. No way, it was the week before. The week before in this past, it totally doesn't matter. There was a secret showing of this movie made by a student who graduated from Portland State like a year or two ago, and it was just Portland State students working on it, I think, and it's a secret showing where only a few people know about it. They told the newspaper so that we could do a thing about it, and I was the person that it was brought to because I write a lot of movie stuff for the newspaper. And I said, heck yeah, I want to do that. That's badass. I want to interview this director, their people, see what's up about this movie. Even if I don't like it, I just like movies. I think it's cool. But I got sick. And I was doing the safe thing where I'm like, I was also the lazy thing because I kind of, I did want to do it, but I didn't want to do it because I'm lazy, And I said, look, I'm sick, Mr. Editor guy. I'm not going to be able to do this. I'm sorry. I know I said I could, but I'm sick. This is an unforeseen circumstance that I cannot control. And he says, well, you could do it. I'm pretty sure he said you can come up with a backup. And I was like, I'm sick. I don't feel like doing a backup. Or I said I have papers to do, something like that. I got out of it. But it seemed really, really cool. I wanted to do that. And this week I missed it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just wanted to talk about that. I'll be back on my Fifth Avenue Cinema crap next week. I've missed the past 2 weeks. The past movies from Fifth Avenue because of this. Anyway, not much has happened in school. I wrote a paper for last week. This past Friday, I turned it in, and wait a minute. That was the backup. I was paying attention to this paper, so I told him, nah, I can't, it doesn't matter. It does not matter at all. I was doing this paper, it was turned in last week, Friday, and I hardly read the thing. I was really worried that I failed, actually, because, I'm on the president's list. I don't want to do bad this term, but also I kind of feel like at some point I need to show them that I'm dumb. Like I feel like I have this weird, I don't know, like I got invited to join a national collegiates society thing that I don't feel I deserve to join. I don't know. I felt weird about it, but I turned in this paper. I'm like, I'm probably going to fail. My grade's going to go down. It's not even a graded thing, but you grade yourself in this class, but he doesn't accept your grade if he thinks you don't deserve it. So he reads the crap, and if you say something you deserve, he gives you. I don't know if that makes sense, but I turned this in. It's a crap piece of paper. I don't even remember what it says, to be honest. I don't remember what the text is about. I don't know anything. And he emails me and he says, let me ask you this, Milo. Like if he says like some questions that are related to the paper, I think, I don't know. I don't really remember what I wrote, but he asked me like these questions related on it. Not even for me to answer, but just to ponder about, because it's a very philosophical class. And then he finishes it with, I can see that you've studied and you've read Hume, the author, very, very thoughtfully and thoroughly. Thank you for your paper. I read one paragraph of the 30 pages. It was 30 pages. I read one paragraph. I've studied and read Hume very thoughtfully and thoroughly. That's right. This next song is called Hazy Miss Daisy.
Daisy, don't be cruel. All of this depends on you. Your friends are laughing and you take your time. Lately you lose your way. Never mind what people say. Daisy, don't you know it's getting late? Run from the gallery, too much going on around. Not sure what's needed, she'll do anything. Sleeping in for days, listen to my pillow say, what good could this be doing for anyone? Nothing matters at all. I know the girl, she's mad at the world. Doesn't take a lot to tell her the ugly words and make it better. I'm not from here, she's calling me dear. Shouting names won't make it better. Throwing stones won't change the weather now. Make it better now.
Welcome back. We're back. This is Ear Rape. I'm Milo Loza. I wish I didn't say that right now, but this is the show. That's what we do. Nothing happened in class this week. No classes happened this week. I like to think they canceled them because I couldn't make it, but I don't know if that's true. I think it's true because I wasn't there. I didn't see anyone there. Last week I was in my rationality class, and this chick was like, "Hey, you're fast on the bike." And I was like, "What?" She said, I saw you last week, like 2 weeks ago now. She said that she was driving across, like she was going home. She lives on the other side of Portland, so she was driving across the bridge. And apparently she saw me like get on my bike and also cross the bridge. But she was walking to her car when I was on the bike. And I guess I matched her speed or something with like that. There's not much more to the story, but I just want to brag that I'm as fast as a car. Or this girl drives really slow and crappily. It was a woman. Maybe it's that she drives crappily. Yeah. I I think I cut this story out of last week, but I tried to DoorDash. I tried to be a dasher last week, and it sucked. I was thinking because, like, I use the bike town around the city. I could make money by DoorDashing the crap. I have a backpack, just bring orders. And as I've thought about it, it's going to suck because you have the drink and crap. I don't think I could do it, but I might be able to. I don't know. I did 2 orders, and the first one sucked so bad. It was I was at my spot and I was looking at my phone. I was dashing, like I was like, send me some orders and maybe I'll pick them up. And there were some good ones, but I kind of denied them, and then I accepted one. I went to grab it, and it has like a pretty short time frame, I'd say. I didn't take a bike because it was pretty walkable, but it was also kind of far where I should have used a bike. It was so stupid. I grabbed the order, I started towards the house, and then I realized I'm going to be a couple minutes late. So I ran, I picked up my little feet, and I moved them faster than usual for the stranger so I could get like $4. It was the stupidest thing I've ever done. And then I'm riding around on my bike, like waiting for another order. Maybe I'll pick it up, maybe I won't. And then I get one. It's a little bit inconvenient, and so I press deny this one, and it says, Milo, this, you've denied a few orders. If you deny this one, you are the most capable dasher in the area for this order. Like you are the perfect person to take this order. If you do not take this order, your rating will go down 24%. You will get less orders, crap like that. And I'm like, well, I guess I don't want to do that. So I pick up this order, and it's literally 1 block away from me. I park my bike. I go inside, and the order's not even ready. I'm that quick. But when they bring it out, it's huge. It's a huge bag, and I have my huge backpack on me, but it's full of like school crap. This was last week. I just got out of school, I think. I was planning on doing homework. It doesn't matter. It was my full school backpack. I have another backpack I was planning on using, but I was just around. I was just dashing, and I'm worrying, like, as they're making the order, how am I going to stuff this in my backpack? How am I going to ride there? And they gave me it. I barely stuffed it in. Like, my zipper was like hardly closed. It was about to pop out. I ride there as fast, like I get the order right when it's ready. I stuff it in my backpack. I go to the place. I park my bike. I walk up, and instantly, like I get a call right as I walk up, and it's the person, and they're like, "Hey, you having trouble finding the place, huh?" And that upset me. I hated that. Screw you. It's the exact time I'm supposed to be here, and I said, "No, actually, I don't." And I heard them like, "Oh, well, I mean, where are you?" But I was like, "Actually, no, I'm right outside." And they said, "I'll come right out." I handed it to them, and I left. Screw them for that. I saw Dave Chappelle last week. I talked about it a little bit, but I'd like to touch on it again. I don't know exactly what I want to say about it, but I feel like I didn't say as much as I wanted to. I got to talk to comics outside of the show, and it was short, but it was good. It didn't feel like he cared, I think. Like, he cared, he likes what he does, he's still great, but it felt like he was just kind of like, screw it, I'll go on tour, I'll tell these jokes to multiple people. I mean, it was just... The fact that it wasn't even an hour, it felt like. And when I went on social media, people were like, it was great, but it was short. I'm not the only one that thought this, I think. And no, I haven't heard any comics complain about it, but I've only been to one open mic since, so I don't really know. I assume they're over it now. I don't know. I've been listening to Bill Burr's podcast, and he talks about how he's going on tour soon. I think he started now. And he's talking about like his shows and how nervous he gets, and how like he's wondering if his material's good enough even to be on tour. And maybe Dave Chappelle's thinking about this. He just doesn't have the podcast to discuss it so frequently. But it was very humbling. What's it called when I feel humble for this person? I don't know. It was good to hear that he worries about the pressure that he has on him, and Dave Chappelle doesn't. I think because he's still great, but he doesn't seem like he's concerned very much about whether or not people enjoy the show, because they're gonna anyway, I suppose. But I don't know. I guess my only complaint is I wish it was longer. This next song I got off of an episode of Dave Chappelle's podcast, The Miracle, the Midnight Miracle is what it's called. I wanted to steal Dave Chappelle's outro, or his intro for the podcast, and put it as my outro, but I felt that would be too, what's the word? It wouldn't be very lucrative of me to do. So instead I stole Bill Burr's. Here's 100% Dundee.
On these 73 keys of ivory or ebony, I swear solemnly that I forever rock steadily. People wanna know a Malik, he right next to me, the weaponry, the secret recipe, hard to peep this deep shit shows I eat with. Contaminated thoughts I walk the street with. I bayonet cassettes and chop beats with. This Olympic lyricism you can't compete with. Globe traveling, throwing your verse like a javelin. Things fall apart and MCs unraveling. Backstage whispering to management like change the order. It's no way that we can rock after them. My mans want the fro like what's happening. From the latest hiatus, the roots back again. Your crew practicing a catch this natural blend. They packages read care when handling this old soft shit. Batteries not included with. Matter of fact, your whole front's a reenactment. I blow your bossy ass into fragments. P5D, the New Testament. Mike specialist, what? Black Door, I represent the Fifth Dynasty. Lyrical click, 100% Dundee. Malik B, I represent the P5D. Gorilla click, 100% Dundee. Black Door, I represent the Fifth Dynasty. Lyrical click, 100% Dundee. Malik B, I represent the P5D. Gorilla click, 100% Dundee. Illa, tan, palm cock, ready to rock while I'm out in the clouds. Seeps out, all through your block, watch the tone, play the cup. But what? Could get chice, got the personality, name trite. Ready to heist, smash and grab, snatch the ice, crush your mental device. Thought twice, should've thought once, I play for the dunce. Dialogues, I'm out of rate, cool out, we out of state, just blending in the gray. Give me room to ventilate. Most niggas is fraudulent. The rap sergeant, barging through your regiment, calling your president, hitting all targets, cause it's a cause that's lost. Betraying killers when they probably Teddy Ruxpin saw. Dropping tears is still 2 drops up in the bucket. Facing 3 hots and a cot, so yo, fuck it. If I get abducted, trapped up in the belly, whack up my celly, getting on like Dawn Stelly. You know the dilly on the deli and the grin it up. If I sit, you gotta bend to your kite to send it up. We press up on your corner with windows that send it up. Lay our props face down on the ground and give it up. Face on the ground and give it up. Yo, Black Thought, I represent the Fifth Dynasty. Lyrical click, 100% Dundee. Malik B, I represent the P5D. Gorilla click, 100% Dundee. Black Thought, I represent the Fifth Dynasty. Lyrical click, 100% Dundee. Malik B, I represent the P5D. Gorilla click, 100% Dundee. Why you pose for pictures? I'm the invisible enigma. Down low, scope you off the roof like the fiddler. Cage you up in the vocal booth, you held prisoner. Watch while I'm banging out this hot shit from Sigma. Illadel, PA, live without a DJ. And it's been that way since Sergio Valente. Yo, the roof's holding it down is all you can say. Plus the Black Thought MC professionally. Push pen to paper like Chinois or Chibe. Thumping, what was your assumption? I lace your function, make it a Black Thought production. Word up, I'm on something. Stella, hold on course, I'm going blunting. Travel light and broadcast via satellite. Illa Fifth Dynamite, lyrically calculus. And it's arithmetic, hip hop metropolis. Below your fiends copping this hot shit. You know what I'm saying? Hot shit, word up. Illa Fifth, hot shit, yo. Black Thought, I represent the Fifth Dynasty. Lyrical click, 100% Dundee. Malik B, I represent the P5D. Gorilla click, 100% Dundee. Black Thought, I represent the Fifth Dynasty. Lyrical click, 100% Dundee. Malik B, I represent the P5D. Gorilla click, 100% Dundee. Check me out, Jack. Come on, check me out, Jack. Come on, check me out, Jack. Come on, yeah, come on, come on.
Welcome back. This is Ear Rape. I'm Milo Loza. That was a fantastic song you just heard. You're welcome. That was 100% Dundee by The Roots. we don't have much more time. I do have another song, but let's see if we get to it. I 2 weeks ago, I did the wait. What did I add this? As 2 weeks after the receipt thing I did, which was I went on stage and I read my jokes off of a receipt. It was a whole thing. It was cool. I enjoyed it. I talked about it last week, but I don't know why I listed it here. Right. I put it because after that, this one guy added me on Instagram, which was like right after I got on stage. I saw that someone added me. I checked it later. It was another comic. It's this comedian. I don't know his name, but I know his Instagram handle. And he's all right. I've been seeing him around. He's running a mic now. He's the first comedian in Portland to add me on Instagram. Actually, the guy that booked me is the first one, but he's the first one to book me on his own accord. Like no reason, I guess. It was cool. And then I posted a reel this week that has been doing pretty well. It's got like some of the most views I've gotten, which I get like no views and no likes. No one really likes my crap. And you know what else? I posted like a joints post with my main account and my comedy account, and it got like no likes. That sucked. I hated that. Because my comedy stuff usually gets no likes, but my main stuff usually gets likes, and that sucked to combine the two and get so few. But this one comic liked that reel, a comic that I like and who I know likes me. He's been very cool to me at open mics. And this one chick who I think is very funny, and I don't know what she thinks about me, but she liked the reel. It's the first time Portland comics have interacted with my social media, and it's weird because what if, I mean, I don't know. It's what if they see? What if they know about ear rape? What if they go to miloloza.com? In the video, it says miloloza.com. They've got to know I have a website now. Do they think it's lame? What do they think? I feel like it's so lame to have my own website, but I only pay $2.50 a month, and I made my own code for it. Also, back to Flat Sound, the first song that I played today. He's the artist. I was talking about why I respect him so much, and he codes his own website. That's where it's not where I got the idea, I guess, but it's where I got the inspiration to code my own website, to figure it out, because he talked about it, and it's not his main thing. It's just the skill that he has that's useful, and I think that's awesome. Yes. During my week, I didn't do much. I watched some stuff. I thought I was going to watch more. I thought I would read at all, and I didn't. I watched Joe List's special. He just released one on YouTube. It's great. If anyone cares, Joe List. I watched some Saturday Night Live. I caught up a little bit, and I think they're overusing Trump. Like, I don't know. Why do they still do Trump every cold opening for SNL? Like, to me, it's them still giving him power. Because if I didn't see it on SNL, I don't know that I would see it anywhere. It's mostly people that like little groups of people that really like him that are still giving him attention. And so for SNL to give that attention, it's strange to me. Like, are they trying to solidify the public's view of him as a dope? That way he doesn't get elected again? But then again, I feel like to do that is just like presidents and politicians will always be made fun of. So I don't know. I don't think they have to give him so much attention. It's weird to me. I don't know why they do it. Or they're just getting their money's worth from the Trump impressionist. I forgot his name. He's actually a pretty good impressionist actor. I don't know. I like him on SNL. But I know they only got him for his Trump impression, and I'm wondering if they're like, might as well get it out. I don't know. Why would they even buy him when Trump gets unelected? Whatever. I also watched Tyler, the Creator's Amazon show. He did like pretty much his concert, but on Amazon. And honestly, it was better than the concert. It was better than live because you get in your earphones, you get the best quality of, I mean, I guess in person you get that loudness, that vibration, which is awesome. But I guess having the best quality and having the best view of him, like the camera's always switching to the best view, I liked it better. I enjoyed watching it better, but I enjoyed the experience of being at the concert. Yeah, and also he shouted out his openers, and I talked crap about his opener a couple weeks ago because he sucked. It seemed like a joke. He was even laughing at himself of how bad it was going. No one liked him. Apparently he toured with a guy. He wasn't some Portland opener. He toured with this guy, and it's Tizo Touchdown. Whatever the opposite of a shout out is, I give that to Tizo Touchdown. That sucked. This next song is called Time in a Bottle. Crap, I just started it without the sound being on. Let me restart it. Time in a Bottle.
If I could save time in a bottle, the first thing that I'd like to do is to save every day till eternity passes away, just to spend them with you. If I could make days last forever, if words could make wishes come true, I'd save every day like a treasure, and then again I would spend them with you. But there never seems to be enough time to do the things you want to do once you find them. I've looked around enough to know you're the one I want to go through time with. If I had a box just for wishes and dreams that had never come true, the box would be empty except for the memory of how they were answered by you. But there never seems to be enough time to do the things you want to do once you find them. I've looked around enough to know that you're the one I want to go through time with.
That was Time in a Bottle by Jim Croce. I don't know how to say it, but Jim, Time in a Bottle. I got that song from Days of Future Past, X-Men. It was from the scene with Quicksilver, one of my favorite scenes from any movie ever. And the song really complements it well. I can't believe I filled up this hour. I had nothing to talk about. I have like, I don't know if anyone remembers, but I have like little notes at the end of, like I have this little area at the end of my notes that I always add to just in case I run out of time, so I could look at that. But I didn't even resort to that note. Yeah. This next song is the outro. Thank you for listening. It's been a real one. It's been one of the most boring episodes ever, but thank you for listening. Thank you for staying through to the end. My name is Milo Loza. This is Ear Rape. Please tune in next week. Next week we have episode 29. It's going to be the best episode ever, I'm pretty sure. Saturdays at 10. Goodbye. Broadcasting since 1994, you are listening to KPSU. It's Portland's College Radio, and we're streaming worldwide 24/7 at kpsu.org. Now, I should let you know that the views and opinions expressed in the following program, look, they don't represent KPSU, they don't represent Portland State University, nor do they represent any of the participating affiliates of those two. Listener discretion is advised. Hello, welcome to episode 29 of Ear Rape with Milo Loza. I'm so sick of that song. Welcome back to Ear Rape with Milo Loza. It is Ear Rape. I'm Milo Loza. I didn't mean to fade it out just yet. Welcome back to the show. It's episode 29, the 29th hour of Ear Rape with Milo Loza. And I gotta say, it's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a great one. I had a good week. A pleasant week, I might say. I don't have, as I was looking over my list right before the show, I realized I don't have as much to talk about as I thought I had. But I think I have some interesting stuff. Today's word of the week is droll. Droll. D-R-O-L-L. D-R-O-L-L. It means curious or unusual in a way that provokes dry amusement. Droll. Curious or unusual in a way that provokes dry amusement. I have something to say about this word later, but droll. Curious or unusual in a way that provokes dry amusement. I'm gonna droll on for the next hour or so. So keep up. Sorry, that sounded bad right now. Did the microphone just cut a little bit? It sounded, I don't know if that was just my headphones. I don't know. Hello. Today is May 7th, 2022. I am wearing chip socks. They're blue socks with little bags of chips on them. I feel like I've worn these socks like 5 times for the show, but you got to hear it again. Hello. I always feel weird beginning, but let's get into it. Today, I did a movie interview because yesterday I did a movie interview because 4 days ago I did a movie interview, and I did the wrong movie. I went to Fifth Avenue Cinema. By the way, for anyone who's lost right now, I work for our student newspaper, Portland State Vanguard, and I write articles every week, usually every week for Fifth Avenue Cinema. I write about the movie that's going to be coming up the upcoming week, and it's kind of confusing because, this week is this week, but the movie we're going to be talking about isn't this weekend, it's next weekend, and it's awkward. It's hard to remember. It's kind of confusing. And I talked to the girl about the movie, and we had a good 15-minute conversation. It was good. And then the next day I go home, I start to write about it, and I look it up, and it's the movie that's this weekend. I chose this weekend instead of next weekend, which is what I'm not supposed to do. And I email my editor right away because the company Vanguard has been a little bit mad at me. I think I don't think so, but I haven't been such a great. My editor, I think, must be a little bit mad at me because I'm terrible at responding. I take a while. I work up to the deadline. I don't know. I'm not the greatest, but I do the work. I get it done. I'm pretty all right, I'd say. But I messed up this interview, and they moved my deadline up a couple days just because it's better. And I had messed up before to where I had to do that farmer's piece, if you remember, and it's just better this way. So I did the interview earlier in the week this week, and then I started to write it, had the wrong one. I emailed him right away, and I was like, I screwed up. I'm stupid. This is the stupidest thing. I interviewed her about the wrong movie. I need more time, or I can't do this paper for you. I'm sorry I'm so stupid. I'm sorry I've been so difficult for the term. The whole term it's been a term. And he was like, honestly, it's totally fine. Just turn it in Saturday. And that's what I did. And I interviewed her yesterday. We talked about it, had a shorter conversation, not as much content to talk about. And then I put it on paper today. I kind of filled it in with some stuff that I felt was kind of lackadaisical. I wasn't too confident in this paper. I really wasn't feeling it. I felt bad to even turn it into the guy and ask them to give me money for it. But I turned it in, and then a couple hours later, I get a message from him that's like, oh man, what did it say? It was something like, Milo, good work, or I just read the paper, and he sends that. He just sends that. I just read it, and why would he just send that? Why wouldn't he send the rest of the thing? It's making me all anxious, and he's like, they say practice makes perfect, and then he's like, sends the rest of the message, and it ends up being a huge compliment. He's like, you've really been like practicing on this Fifth Avenue stuff, and you're getting better at it. You're writing such thoughtful pieces about whatever. He gave me like a whole paragraph of compliments of this paper and how I've been improving and how he's excited to read my piece next week and all that. And I was like, oh, I guess I'm doing all right. I was all unconfident about it, and I'm excited to see the movie this weekend at Fifth Avenue, and next weekend, the one I talked about. Although I've missed the last 3 movies at Fifth Avenue Cinemas, because I missed one the other week because I was feeling sick, I didn't want to risk it, and then after I was getting over my sickness and didn't want to risk it, but that week, they were having a double feature from Sofia Coppola, and they played 2 movies that weekend, so I've missed 3, and I'm catching up on one of them right now. I'm in the middle of the movie, and I have 2 more. Then the one this week, I have a lot to catch up on. I'll talk about it next week. But this week, the movie I did watch, you already know what it is. Doctor Strange. It was fabulous. I've been seeing a lot of crap online that's like, that's saying it's not great. Not too much. I'm not looking this up. I don't follow too much Marvel things, I think. But like when I look at comments of a post that does have Doctor Strange involved, people are like, man, it was crappy. Some guy at an open mic compared it to Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi? Is that how you say it? And I don't know. I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was written fabulously. Like the dialogue and the canon line. I think canon means like it goes with the lore. I don't know. It's just canonical. I feel like that's a word. I've read. Is that a word? Am I making this up? I don't know. The writing was just very in tune with the lore of the universe, I feel. Like it combined things very well, and it's such a difficult movie to do it in. And I was disappointed at first because it starts off, I'm not going to spoil it, but it starts off with like a action sequence. And I hate that because to me that's sort of that's like when you listen to a podcast and they started off with the most interesting part of the podcast and then it gets into it. I really hate that. Here's another reason I hate that. I've talked about this before a little bit, but I hate that because then I already know the best part. That makes me, if anything, want to skip the podcast because I've already seen what you think the best part is. And if you think that's the best part, I'm not interested. Like I watched a piece with the New Yorker today where Fred Armisen writes a cartoon along with the cartoonist. And it was interesting to me, but they played like a piece from the middle in the beginning, and I hated that. Like once I saw it, I was like, this is going to be boring, but I like Fred Armisen. I think this is a cool topic, so I kept watching. And it was good. I enjoyed it. And when it got to the part, I was like, ugh, that's a stupid part. I already heard it. It wasn't even that funny. I just hate that in general. When you try to capture someone's attention in a medium like that, because it's not meant to. Maybe in a TikTok it kind of makes sense, but for like a whole podcast, like a 2-hour-long podcast, to have a 5-second clip in the beginning is so, I want to say disrespectful, but I don't mean disrespectful. I mean like I don't respect it. I think it's stupid. I talked about that way too long. Doctor Strange was great. And I'm a super huge fan of WandaVision, so like to see that come together, like WandaVision, don't even get me started with WandaVision. When it came out last year, I was so into it. I was watching week to week. I was watching YouTube videos about it, like the theories of what's going on, because the way it was made was so reveal-ish. Like you had to wait week to week to understand what's really going on, and it was just. I loved it. I loved like having the theories in my head and seeing all this stuff. I don't know how to describe it, but it was a time that if you weren't there, you missed out. And I don't think there's a lot of shows like that where you can wonder with the world, like what's going on. I mean, I'm sure there's a million shows like that, I guess, but I haven't been a part of many things like that. Yes. There were a couple lines that I wrote down that I really liked was from this. It was early in the movie and it's showing how people deal with the blip, like how Thanos snapped people away for 5 years, and one of the lines was one guy just kind of passive aggressively saying to Doctor Strange like, "I was gone, thanks for asking," and it was just so cool. Like, it's such a simple line, but it shows how the blip has been. How do you say it? I don't know. It's in their culture. Like it's something they regularly talk about. So like they don't even say the blip. They're just like, "I was gone. Thanks for asking," and everyone knows what they're talking about. I just think that's really cool writing. Every time I see that in a Marvel show, ever since the snap, I've always like been all over it. I love that. And the dude is like asking him, like he's going, you know, I've lost my brother and my son, you know, and I just have to wonder, was this the only way? Was this really the only way? Did my brother and my son have to die? And Doctor Strange says, yes. He says yes. It was so good. I loved the movie. I don't know how anyone didn't like it. Yes. This first song of the day, it's called Graphic Bleedouts. It's by Chris Keys, Quell Chris, Merrill. That's a lot of artists. Just look it up if you want to hear it. It's called Graphic Bleedouts.
One delivered the cut, then bag, please do not spill out. Every word sincere is all get out. When hiccups turn to spit ups, you lend a blaring the shit out. Fam turning phones all night, it's turning to sit outs. Used to be beside, now when tables turning, you bid out. Snut on some lines, moments get caught on camera. We got backs like Bayer. The easy rents away, bound upon the pain like Naya. Part Indian mama tried to halt the rain with prayer. The beeline between sentence and seance and sage. Fill rooms still couldn't consume. Beans from the exposed moons, but one delivers the cut. And all with the gauze it took to bring pause. The horror, the scars that shook to the core. Was thought a gift from the gods you mistook for a more. Once end up right with the Lord, I'll end up seeking the law. Of faith and leaders abroad, easier than believing in this nigga or that broad, cause ultimately all flawed. The thief who breathes burlap sack full of hearts. He was seek upon, but they still be well apart. Now that's a living soul. Collabos with the shadows and dance routines with the ghosts. Cause not that many mistreatments get deleted in posts. So foes carry heat beside the seat at all cost. Some get them cremated, some get them laminated. It's a toss. I seen the crossroads of hood and goth, the foot and jaw. The tag don't take backs. My Madden plays out the gates. Some blitz, some play it straight. Once one delivers the cut. weatherman in green and newsroom is cluttered in info. The wrong words heard by the hawk or whether your skin falls. To have your black crack and regretting times you was involved. But no, wounds heal but scar arms grow. Raindrops from sunless skies, clouds flow. The I'll use and I know I but use we wrote. No golden rules within so many cools we broke. To quote, a wise man in ways no wiser than me. Whose oats were sold and sold out, he sifts through pictures of peace. Don't let him sell your soul and stay faithful, loving and grieve. Let it out and if need be, let it be. Don't blow with the winds, whatever's and what's. Some openings never shut, which one delivers the cuts?
You knew me best and so you hurt me the worst. You slid the knife inside my lungs until they burst. Oh, you cut me like a knife, cut me like a knife. Oh, what happened to us? Oh, my love, what will happen to us? Oh, my love, what a cut, what a cut, what a cut. Oh, my love, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck. You cut me like a
Earlier this week in Spanish class, we talked about abortion. Welcome back to Ear Rape with Milo Loza. This is Ear Rape. That was graphic bleed-outs by like 5 artists. Earlier this week in Spanish, we talked about abortion. It was very random. It was like the first day of the week of class. It was my first time being back in like 2 weeks. And then the teacher was just like, abortion. Here's what's going on. And she told us like what's going on in the Supreme Court right now, but in Spanish, so it was hard to understand. But now I know how to say abortion in Spanish. Aborto. Pretty cool. Now I can have sex with a Mexican lady, just not in America. Yeah, it was fun. It was cool. I got a couple laughs in the class. I think I forgot what it was. I said, she was like, "What's a hope for your future?" It was like later in the class. It was like, "What do you hope to do in the future?" And I was like, "I hope 1 year from now I can get an abortion." And killed. It's always nice to get a laugh during the week, you know. If it's not during this show, I don't know when it is. But where the heck am I on this list? If you tell someone your plans, you receive satisfaction which hinders your desire to complete. I learned this in Spanish, or we talked about this in Spanish later in the week. If you tell someone your plans, you receive some satisfaction which hinders your desire to complete it. Which is so true, I feel. I thought I heard, when I was remembering this right now, I thought I heard it in my, how the heck do you say that word? Philosophy class earlier this week. But no, it was from Spanish. And honestly, it's been ringing true because I have this plan. I think I talked about it last week, where for episode 31, 2 weeks from now, I'm going to be home in Gilroy. So I'm not going to be doing the episode live, so I'm going to have to pre-record it, but I kind of want to prepare a whole hour of material. And I did the math. If I wrote 2 minutes a day starting last week, I would have enough to fill the hour. However, I have not done any of that because I'm too lazy. Because I've already received the satisfaction about talking about it, so I haven't done any of it. Just a lesson to you children. In fiction this week, I didn't do my homework, and I'm in class kind of freaking out because the teacher goes to each person around the room, or before that, he has you exchange it with your partner. You guys talk about your pieces, and then he goes around the class and he says, "You, tell me what your partner wrote about," and you talk about it for a little bit. And I didn't write anything, but my partner was still cool and was like, I'll act like you wrote. I don't even think the teacher cares. They don't mark anything down, but they acted like I wrote the thing. And it was such a boring assignment too. It was like write about a location and do some research about it, even interview people at the location or that know about the location. And I was like, you know, just for me, just lie, say like, he talked about his dorm room. He looked up the history of the PSU building, and I don't know. He interviewed his old roommate, the people that used to live there. And I didn't think she was going to say that, but it came around, and she's like, "Yeah, he actually interviewed the person that used to live there before him." I'm just nodding my head like a jackass, like to all of it. Like, yep, I did all that. And he's like, oh wow, what sources did you find? And I was like, I found like a website with the history of the buildings or whatever. And I just like made some crap up. And he was like, oh, you should try this and this and this. And I said, yep, thank you very much. Shout out to that chick for improvising that for me. You're a real one, as they say. Later in the week for fiction class, I had a meeting with my teacher to talk about the papers we're writing or whatever. And he talked to me about my last paper and made some notes. Told me some tips on it. Said he liked it, which was nice to hear. He didn't just say like, yeah, I liked it. He was like, yeah, this was a cool read. This. He gave me like pointers on it, which was nice to hear from someone that knows stuff. And he said that it has a droll tone. A droll tone, which is why that's the word of the week. Where's the air horn? Where's the air horn? Hold on. Air horn. He said that my paper was droll. That's the word of the week. I really love that word. Curious or unusual in a way that provokes dry amusement. Because that word is like, that's me, I think. That's literally, I am a droll. I'm curious and unusual in a way that provokes dry amusement. It's not great amusement. It's just like dry amusement. I feel like that's who I am, and I'm so glad he taught me that word. I've heard the word before, but I didn't know. You know. What was I talking about? I don't know. You know what? TikTok. I've been on TikTok lately, uploading my talks, and I've been doing it for like 2 months now, 2.5 months. It's gone nowhere except the last week or two. My last like 2 or 3 have been doing pretty well. They're not going viral or anything, but I mean they're popping. I've been getting a good few followers. Like more than half of my likes have been from these videos. So it's cool to see that happen. And I'm starting to get comments, which is cool because at first I was getting like 1 comment maybe, and it was usually like crap crowd, tough crowd, because no one laughs at these mics over here, and it's mostly people complimenting me. But I've been getting like so many comments now that I'm also getting hate comments, and that's my first time getting that, and it's weird because it's like, I mean, it's not like too, I don't know, it's I've never gotten hate comments before, I guess, is the thing. Like I've only had a personal account, and no one bullies me online or ever has. I don't know. No one's ever insulted me, I guess. And people are just like scrolling by the video. They're seeing me try to be funny, and some people are like, "Man, you gotta quit," or like, "This is so funny. Do not put this on the internet ever again." Some guy commented like right before I came up. Man, what do you say? He said something like, I don't know, something about quitting, and I'm getting like a lot of comments that are like good, but these ones I'm noticing way more just because they're bad, and it's weird. It's weird, like, I don't know, because I'm just starting out in stand-up. This is the beginning of that, and it's weird. It's getting to me almost. Like there's people insulting jokes that I've been doing well, and I'm almost like, is it a bad joke? But it's stupid. It's not. I'm going to public. I'm performing it, and I'm measuring the laughs to see how funny it is. So I do have a pretty good sense of how funny it truly is. But I don't know. And also like those videos getting more likes than other ones that I think are better or equal. It's a weird whole thing going on in my mind. That is, I don't know. I guess maybe people might find interesting. Maybe as an archive, this will be interesting. Like looking back at me getting my first hate mail. But my mother texted me the other day and was I posted a joke last week that I've been waiting to post. It's the first one that has been like, this so far has been my best post on TikTok, and the joke is the raw joke. If you look at my Instagram, I post the stand-up joke, and then I post the raw joke, the original joke I wrote that has been transformed into the other joke. And sometimes it's the exact same wording, the exact same joke, but sometimes it's like truly a raw joke and it has been turned into a real joke. And that's the case with this one, because the raw joke was from a couple years ago. I said something like, my boss tells me, "Hey, Milo, working hard or hardly working?" And I say, "I'm hard at work," basically meaning I'm hard at work. It's a little play on words. It's not a great joke, but I turned it into a pretty good joke, I think, where I say, I used to work at a trampoline park. My job was stand there, make sure no kids die. And I had this annoying manager that would come up to me every single day and say, "Hey, Milo, working hard or hardly working?" I'm just watching the kids like, that's right, I am hard at work. It's a fine joke. I think it's a good joke. I will even say great joke. Maybe. It's a fine joke. It's a stupid play on the words, but the structure of it, I think, is pretty good. It's a pretty good example of what I'm trying to show on my Instagram, and it's doing the best, is what I'm saying. But my mom sent me a screenshot of the raw joke where it just says boss and what I say, and she says, "This is a better way of saying the joke without bringing kids into it." And I was going to reply, but I was just like, nah. Because sometimes my parents will like try to give me comedy advice, and I'll try to explain to them why it's not good advice. And then they'll try to explain to me why it is good advice. And we just don't get each other. So I'm just like, yeah, that's fine. But I didn't respond. And then she sent it again, like the exact same, the screenshot again. And I just said, that's true. Because it is true. It is a better way to say it. But that's why it's not funny that way. You know, that's why it's funnier to make it about a kid, because it's wrong. Wrong is funny. And I'll get back on wrong is funny in a second. I can't believe I'm running out of time almost. I'm halfway through, but I have a lot to say. Earlier this week, way earlier than this week, I went to watch Dave Attell, and I totally forgot that I had tickets to watch Dave Attell. Because I had just like gone through COVID. I bought these tickets like a month ago. I was going through COVID, and then I just came out of it. It was just like my first day healthy, pretty much. And I decided to walk a good 30-minute walk to Burgerville, and it was delicious. I ordered for my... they didn't let me walk in. I had to order for my phone and then stand outside in the parking spot and tell them I'm in this parking spot. And they came out and handed me the thing. And then I sat down in the parking spot and ate it. But on my way to the Burgerville... I saw this one guy who I recognize as a comedian, though I haven't seen him do comedy. I've seen him online and stuff. I recognize him walking into Helium, Portland's comedy club, where Dave Attell was going to be. And then I remembered I had those tickets, and then I looked it up, and it's today. And so I had to go rush to this burger place, order that burger in that parking spot, then rush home, take my backpack off, make myself smell less, and then go back to the comedy club, because it was like an hour total I had, and I made it. I was kind of worried because the email was like, if you don't make it 30 minutes before, we might not have your ticket or something. I don't know why it said that. They had my ticket, but went in, saw a fellow comedian. It was kind of awkward. They were trying to sit with me, and I wasn't not trying to sit with them, but I was trying to sit alone. Like I don't know. I feel weird about other people seeing what I laugh at. I don't like people knowing what I think is funny, I guess. I don't know why I have that weird thing, but I didn't want him to sit with me. And they ended up sitting me with strangers because it was a packed place. But it was wonderful. The openers were all right, but Dave Attell was masterful. He's a master at the craft and whatnot. He's I don't follow him that much. I'm not too huge a fan, but I do recognize him as like one of the greats, just because so many comedians I admire recognize him as that, and I do love his jokes. I just don't know. I haven't delved into him, but the one comic I saw there, I saw him later, and he was like, man, he was like a machine gun with jokes, because he was literally going like one after another, not even waiting for laughter. But also sometimes when he said a joke that you can tell he didn't like, he would say like he would just kind of yell, or he would go like ah, just like really loud, or he would stomp the mic stand like to the ground too loud for some reason. It was weird because like it wasn't exactly funny what he was doing, but I don't know if other people saw it the way I saw it, and I don't know if that sounds pretentious, but to me it was him thinking he's bombing, even though he was killing the whole time. And And even like towards the end, he was like, "Man, this is going great," as if it wasn't going great. Like everyone loved him. I don't know how he's amazing. He looks like he hates himself. He looks like he's dying too. So I'm glad I got to see him. And then at the end, he did like a roast with one of the comics, which was cool. But I saw one of them like check their phones to see one of the roasts, and then I noticed it was all pre-written. So I don't know how to feel about that. I mean, that's fine and all, but pre-written, like, I don't know. At roast battles, I think they usually say, this is who you're against. You write for like a few minutes, you write for a few minutes, then you'll battle it out on stage. So I guess that makes sense, but I don't know. I guess I thought it was just like all improvised, because I know Dave Attell is really good at that, but whatever. I thoroughly enjoyed him. I loved it. Like, I don't want to say I loved it better than Dave Chappelle, but for the price that it was compared to the show that it was better. Though Dave Chappelle was still... Earlier this week, I don't know why I keep saying earlier this week. Every story I have is from earlier this week. I met this child. He almost hit me with his bike. I was walking home on 21st Avenue. I was walking towards a bike. It doesn't matter. I was on 21st Avenue walking, and I'm turning I'm not even turning a sidewalk corner, but there is a sidewalk corner. I'm walking straight, and from the side of the corner comes a bike, and it like stops right in front of me, almost hits me. I have AirPods in, so I just kind of do a nod to the kid and start and walk away. But I hear like a, so I take out my AirPod and I say, "What do you want?" And he goes, "Can I a joke for $1?" And I was about to ask him like I asked him like I give you $1, you tell a joke, because I was confused since I know jokes. I thought he was going to pay me to tell jokes for a second. But he was like, yeah, you pay me, I'll tell you a joke. And I said, absolutely, yes. I was super excited. This he looks like 12, 13 or something. I hand him $1, and he says, "What do you call a girl who leans?" And I go, And I love hearing street jokes like this. I love street jokes. One time, I had one of my coworkers was like, I was at Rock and Jump, the old trampoline park I used to work at, and my old coworker was just reading street jokes off his phone, and I was just guessing the punchlines before he finished them. I got like 3/4 of them, and it was cool. And I figured I could do that with this kid, and he said, "What do you call a girl who leans?" And I went, a girl who leans, a girl who leans. What is it? And he says, "I lean." And I smack $1 in his hand. I say, "There you go. That's a crappy joke." And he laughs and he says, "Thank you very much. Do you want to hear another?" And I said, "You have another?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "No, that's okay. Thank you though. Have a good day. Have a good life," and all that. I thought it was super cool that he was selling jokes like that. It was a joke I've heard before, but it's a cool thing he's doing. I supported it. And I'm walking away, and he rides back up to me after like a minute, and he's like, "I can't buy the chips I want with $1. And I'm like, "That sucks." And he's like, "Yeah, the chip, it's just that the chips that I want is $2, so..." I'm like, "Yeah, that sucks. You should get better jokes." He was like, "All right," and then he just rode away. Laughed with me. But then I'm walking away, and I'm thinking that was really, really cool. Just what he's doing. I don't know. I think he's like a literal child, just doing what I've always wanted to do. Or at least during the pandemic, I really, really wanted to like take my friend Ethan. Shout out to Ethan. He really had this idea of going around and recording stuff, and I had this idea I had this passion of wanting to tell jokes, but no open mics were open at the time. It was during the pandemic, and we had the idea of like me going around downtown San Jose, him recording, and just me saying like, I'll give me $1 and I'll tell you jokes until you laugh. And we never ended up doing it, but I thought it was cool. And this kid is basically doing that, and he's a child. And I turned around and I tried to find the kid. It was the creepiest thing I've ever done. I'm like looking for him. I saw him talking to other people, so I waited on the street corner. It was weird, but But then he finally finished. He wrote towards me, and I was like, "Hey," as if I wasn't looking for him. And he was like, "Oh, hey," and I was like, I took out my wallet and I said, "I will give you all the cash in my wallet if you have enough jokes." And he said, "No way, no way." And I opened my wallet. I'm like, "It's not much. I have like $4 or $5. I had $5 more, $6 total." And he was like, "Oh, it's still super cool." And he's thought for a little bit. I don't remember all the jokes, but I wrote down a few that I remembered. He said, I really hated this one. And this was the second one he told me. First of all, I hated that first one. And then he goes to the second one. He says, "What do you call a mountain of cats?" And I'm thinking, a mountain of cats. And I told him, like, I'm not going to give you $1 for any of the ones I can guess. I'm a mountain of cats. What is it? A meountain. A meountain. I said, "That's stupid." I slapped him with $1 in the hand. I said, "Tell me another." He said, "This one I don't really get, but what do you call a dead man on a wall?" A dead man on a wall. I can't guess it. He's like, I say, "What is it?" And he says, "Art?" And I think about it for a little, and I said, "Nah, that's stupid. You're not getting $1 for that one." He said, "Okay, that's fine." And then he ran out of jokes, and I still had like $3 more. And I said, "That's fine. Let me tell you a couple jokes. That way you could exchange them for more money. And I'll tell you like good jokes. That way, you know, you're not telling people these crappy jokes for money." But I was still enjoying it. They were all crappy jokes, but I was still loving it anyway. And I told him like a dirty joke, and he laughed at it. And he was like, he had an idea. He said, "Wait right here." He plopped open his bike stand, and he was like, "Watch my bike. Don't let anyone steal it." Which was crazy that he trusted me like that, but he just ran like 5 feet away, ran up to a couple, and he was like, I think he said, can you tell me a joke?" And they're like, yeah, and they started talking to him. But then one guy interrupted and was like, wait, I got a joke. And then he forgot the couple, talked to him. Then he came back with a crappy joke, and I gave him $1. And then he went back, he started like running around trying to find people with jokes, and it didn't even take long. Like most people had a joke for him. And I guessed a couple of them, but it was super cool. I had a lot of, like, I was just sitting there, like, laughing at the fact that this kid is just going around finding jokes. And it was super cool that I've had this theory that everyone knows at least one joke. And he's pretty much proving it. He's just going up saying, "Hey, can you tell me a joke?" And then he's going and telling me the joke. It was so cool. It was such a cool thing. And then a guy passes by me as he's, like, walking up to other people. And I'm standing by his bike. And the guy kind of chuckles, and he's like, "That kid's here every week," or he's here all the time. He's such a hustler. I'm like, damn, he's doing this all the time. He's going up and down this road, just trying to get money for jokes. And I really respected that. I was thinking about it. He really looked like this Russian kid that I met. I almost asked him, like, "You look familiar. Like, well, how do I know you?" But I obviously don't know this kid. He just looked like a kid named Mikhail. Shout out to Mikhail if you're listening. A kid I met in Russia. What was I talking about? This joke kid. He came back, told me jokes. I paid him. And then I told him that joke. I told him another dirty joke. Well, I told him 3 jokes total. I told him 2 dirty jokes, and then I was like, "How old are you?" And he was like, 10. And then I told him a very clean joke. But the first 2 jokes I said was one classic dirty street joke, one Louis C.K. joke that's racist, and then one just clean kid joke. The first one was classic dirty street joke. It goes something like, a dude is drunk at a bar, he vomits on himself, and he's like, "Oh man, my wife's gonna kill me, you know, I'm drunk again, she's gonna kill me for coming home," and with vomit all over my shirt, like for the 3rd time this week. And the bartender says, "Hey, don't worry about it. Look, here's what you do. Take a $10 bill and put it in your shirt pocket. That way, when you go home, you can tell your wife, 'Look, don't worry. A drunk guy vomited on me. He felt bad, stuck $10 in my pocket.'" And the guy says, "You're a genius. Thank you so much." Puts the $10 in his pocket. He goes home. He wakes up his wife. She's pissed off. She's like, "Where the heck have you been? Why do you have vomit on your shirt? What the heck happened?" And he's like, look, babe. He's trying to sound sober. "Don't worry about it. All right. I was at a bar, but I didn't get drunk. This dude was super drunk. He vomited on my shirt. But look, he put $10 in my pocket for dry cleaning. Look, check. And she checks his pocket. She says, there's $20 in here. He says, yeah, he crapped in my pants too. Great joke. I said the other word for crap. I don't usually cuss, but I cussed for this kid just because I wanted him to have the full joke. I literally would cuss for no one when I tell this joke, but I cussed for this kid to tell him it. And he thought it was kind of funny. I don't know if he got it fully. And I was like, here's another one. Why'd the chicken cross the road? Louis C.K. joke. And he was like, oh, I've never heard a punchline for it. Like, I've never heard a real punchline for this. What is it? And I say, like, why'd the chicken cross the road? Because there was a black guy walking behind him. Or walking towards him. And he just kind of went, that's kind of racist, isn't it? And I was like, yeah, it's comedy, so it's okay. It's a balance of funny and wrong, where you have to balance it correctly, something like that. I gave him like something on that. He probably forgot it, and then I was like, how old are you? And he said 10, and I was like, what's Hitler's favorite animal? And he's like, what? And I said, a dolphin, a dolphin, a dolphin, a dolphin. A dolphin, and then he got it, and he was like, oh, haha. He liked that one the best. It was stupid. But it was so cool. It was so cool that he was doing that, and he was like, look, you've changed my life. And he was like, you changed my life. Like, I've been waiting for someone to do what you just did for me. And I was like, honestly, this kid, he's definitely just in it for the money. Like, he wasn't passionate about jokes at all. But I think he impacted my life more than I his, you know? Yes. The last joke he told me, I did like. It was something like, what do you call an army of babies? And he said, like a infirmary. I'm like, infirmary? I'm like, oh, infantry. He didn't know how to say the joke. He was just told it for the first time. Infantry. Not bad.
Ever since this world of ours began, man's been killing off his fellow man. Yeah. Cursing and swearing and threatening the other side. As he waved flags and symbols saying, peace to all mankind. Lord, the air is foul with the smell of hypocrisy. As bloody armies screams of victory. Lying there in the mire is a mama and child. Bloodshot eyes, we look out beyond Earth's gate, seeking new planets to plant seeds of hell. Progress, it said, makes for a softer bed. But no one will lie easy if everyone lies dead.
comes from the wings of the dying dove, and permit her fly away to peace and love. Yeah.
And as I lay death-like in the path of war, my eyes chanced to open there above the wasteland, the solitary blood-stained bird strained to make the heavens sanctuary, sanctuary, I thought she cried, as the weeping clouds looked down upon her. A rainbow appeared to guide her. The heavens did receive her, as all souls rejoice.
I did not mean to let that next song start because it's not gonna come. It's not gonna come because we're out of time. Welcome back. That song was called Peace and Love. It's by Mandrill. I got it from a Kanye West song, which is what you heard a little bit of, but you're not gonna hear the rest of. Until next week. I got about 7 minutes to talk. Man, I have so much to talk about with comedy. I had a good week with comedy. Let's get into it as much as we can. Next show, I'm gonna start with comedy. Because I'm tired of running out of time. I always save it for last because I love it too much. And I usually somehow have enough time, but I'm wasting time right now. Okay. Well, I forgot to talk about this. A couple of weeks ago, I thought my first show was, and because I got booked, and the dude was like next week Friday. I thought he said. I think he said next month Friday, I guess, because the show was May 20th. And I thought April 22nd. It was a different Friday. That's why I thought 22nd. And it was May 20th. And then last week, it gets canceled. It got canceled again. It didn't get canceled again. It got canceled for the first time. And the dude was like, I'll get you on another show. But this was fine to me, honestly. Because it's exciting to have my first show and all. But my best friend is coming home from Japan during that time, and I was going to fly home to see him, but then I had the show come up, and they're both very, very important to me, and I was going to lose some time going home, but I ended up, it doesn't really matter, but now I'm able to go home for as long as I'd like to see my best friend, and I haven't seen him since 2020, so I'm very excited. Yes, the show was canceled for financial reasons, they said. They said stay tuned for updates, but it doesn't matter. Arrowwood this week was the first mic I did in like 2 weeks. I haven't done an open mic in 2 weeks. I went to this one. I had all new stuff. But first, I came up and there was some comics hanging out outside, and I was reading a book and I wanted to go in and just read, but I passed by them and they started chatting with me and we just chatted until the mic started. It was awesome. It was cool. I enjoyed it. I never just shoot the crap with comics. And anyway, I performed all new stuff. I did pretty good at first, surprisingly, and then I bombed terribly at the end, which was expected for the whole time, but I felt pretty good about it since I did well at all. It was all new stuff. I did so bad towards the end that I cut the last 2 jokes, and the host comes up after and he was like, "That was Milo Loza. He said a lot of stuff." And I did say a lot of stuff. I had a lot of dicey material this week, and it was very fun. I sat outside, and there was more comics there, and it was cool. They joked about how this one comic, his name is Christ, he was standing in front of me, like during the performance, and just like staring. He was waiting for his drink, but he was standing like so weirdly close to the stage, and other comics were like making fun of him for it. And he was like, I was about to rush Milo, because it was funny too because Will Smith smacking Chris Rock and Dave Chappelle got tackled recently, and it was a big thing for comics, and so just like that, it was a funny reference he was saying, like, I was about to tackle you on the stage, and he said, I was thinking, if this guy talks about his girlfriend one more time, I'm gonna tackle him. It was just so goddamn funny because I have so many jokes about like just like my girlfriend broke up with me or I'm beating my girlfriend. I don't know. Just there's so many premises about ladies in my jokes, and it was a funny line he had. Yes. What else? Oh, one dude said that he liked watching me. He was like, honestly, like if I'm about to leave and then they say Milo's coming on stage, like I wait 4 more minutes before I leave. And that was so nice. That is one of the nicest things ever. There's a lot of comics that I do that for, where if I'm about to leave, like before I leave, I usually wait till the end of the mics because I love watching everyone. But if I'm going to leave, I wait for a bad person to come up. That way I'm not missing out while I leave, or I don't feel like I am. Yeah, but it felt like my first time really in, like them joking with me about the guy going to tackle me and just chatting before and after the mic. It was so cool. A little bit after, I sat inside and there was a bunch of comics talking outside, and it was pretty much just the people that were about to perform inside, and it was everyone was dying or everyone was bombing because of how few people there were, and one dude on stage was like, "Man, the coolest hangout is going on outside, and we're just out here." And I don't know why I'm bringing this up. Just the fact that I also felt out of there, even though it was my first day being in there. Anyway, what else? This Indian dude that's been around. He has a few like really fantastic jokes. And his favorite comedian is Mark Norman. He just told me this day, and we were talking about it because we've seen each other. This is kind of embarrassing to admit. I haven't talked about this, but Mark Norman has like a Patreon, and I pay for it. I still do, but I used to pay for like the higher tier, which gave you access to like other videos and the comedy classes. And the comedy classes was just like a bi-weekly or a monthly Zoom or something like that, where you just go on Zoom and you talk about comedy, you work out some jokes with Mark Norman and everyone in the class, and it's pretty cool. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed watching it, but I tried out one of my jokes. It was this joke that I've been trying out for so long. I've been doing it since I've been doing comedy, pretty much. I've been trying this joke, and I can't write it. I've written it a good 7 different ways, I think. I've written it a few different ways, and I can't get it to work. And I tried it there, and Mark Norman was like, "There's something there." Didn't really help with it, but just the fact that he was like, "There's something there," I was like, "I'll keep on it." And I still haven't gotten to it, but But for me, performing that joke was how he knew I was in that class, and I saw him perform one, so we knew each other was in that class. And every once in a while, he'll be like, "Hey, you still go to that class?" And I'm like, "Nah, I don't pay for that anymore because it was too expensive, and I wasn't even really paying attention to it." But anyway, we talked a little bit, just like comedy and stuff, and it was cool. He had such a passion about writing in a similar way that I do. Like he writes. He just has a lot of structure in his jokes. And not to say that I do, but I think I do, almost. I have a lot to say about this, but I can't get to it till next week. What else can I throw in? Man, I have... you guys are missing out right now. But just wait until next week. Next week is going to be another fantastic episode. It's going to be episode 30. That's right, 30 episodes of Ear Rape with Milo Loza. But right now I'm going to skedaddle. I'm tired. It's 11 p.m. I'm going home. And I hope you stay home. I hope you're already home. I hope you have a good night. I've been Milo Loza. Again, next week, Saturdays at 10, Ear Rape, kpsu.org. MiloLoza.com. Go to MiloLoza.com. Goodbye. Broadcasting since 1994, you are listening to KPSU. It's Portland's College Radio, and we're streaming worldwide 24/7 at kpsu.org. I should let you know, though, that the views and opinions expressed in the following program do not necessarily represent KPSU, Portland State University, or any of our participating affiliates Listener discretion is advised. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to episode 30 of Ear Ape with Milo Loza. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here. It's another lovely episode. It's Ear Rape with Milo Loza. Welcome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate each and every single one of you. If I could kiss you, I would. Let's get right into it. Today's word of the week. No. First, let's start with my socks. I'm wearing boring socks today. Back to the word of the week. Today's word of the week is impede. Impede. It means to delay or prevent by obstructing. It means to hinder. Impede. To impede means to hinder. Now, I don't mean to impede my show any longer. Let's get right to it. Today's date is May 14th, 2022. It's a beautiful cloudy day here in Portland. A cloudy night, I guess. I actually don't know if the clouds are still out. I assume they are. They usually are. I ran out of time last episode while I was talking about comedy. I was talking about stand-up, and I ran out of time, and I said that I would start this episode with it, and I kind of have a lot to talk about in comedy, so I did, for the third time, let's get right into it. Last week at Dante's, the hell-themed bar, I walked up to the host, and I hadn't been there the week before because I had COVID. I went up to the host, and he was like, "Hey, Milo, I missed you last week." And I said, thank you for even noticing. He was like, of course I noticed. I'll put you on the list right now. And he put me on the list. God bless him. I did all right. I did okay. It was a lot of new stuff, but then I went to, it feels weird to talk about comedy so soon. I don't usually, I feel very, I don't know. Let me shake my shoulders a little bit. At this open mic, Juan Denmark. I talk about him a lot. I don't know why I talk about him so much on this show, but I was Juan Denmark. He went up on stage. He was like one of the later ones to go up. And one of the things he said was, raise your hand if you've signed up for Portland's funniest competition. Now, Helium Comedy Club is the only comedy club in Portland, and every year, apparently, they host a Portland's funniest competition where you battle it out with people in the area, and like people from I hear people from hundreds, tens of miles away drive over to compete in this competition, and it's right here down the street from me. So of course I signed up. I figured all comics sign up, but you get, if you win, you get like, I guess recognition, like a credit of a sort. And I think you get prize money. It's a whole thing. It's cool. I don't think I'm going to win, but I feel like it's the thing a comic does. If you're doing comedy, why wouldn't you sign up for the competition? And he asked the question, and only like half the comics in the room raised their hand, which was strange to me. Again, I just feel like everyone should at least try if they're trying at all. And Juan saw me raise my hand, and he was like, "Milo, you signed up?" And I said, "Yeah." He was like, you got to tell me when you're performing." And that was really cool because a couple of people raised their hand, and he pointed me out and was like, "You have to tell me when you're performing so I could come see you." And then other people were like, "Woo!" Which was also very nice because, you know, he wasn't like, "Give it up for Milo." They just naturally were like, "Woo for Milo," which God bless them. That was lovely. He said that his first open mic was at Portland's funniest competition last year. And that's stupid. I was like, you paid for your first open mic? Which was, yeah. He paid for his first open mic, and he said that he bombed terribly, and his first joke was whatever. He told us the first joke, and it wasn't that funny, but then he like redid it and told it in a whole different way and improved it, and it just kind of was a testament to how much more skill he has gained since the beginning, I guess. And that was awesome. He talked about how he never gets booked, how he He performs all over the place. He never gets booked. He's been booked before, I know, but I've only heard of him being booked once, so I don't know. Maybe twice. He was like, I'm always here. I bomb more than any other comic, and I never get booked. And one other comic was like, but you're incredibly good. You're like Patrice O'Neal, which is a very fair compliment, because Patrice O'Neal, for anyone who doesn't know, is he's not quite a famous comedian, but he's like very well respected among comics. Like he's known as one of the greats, but he's not very known in general, I guess. Like I feel like George Carlin kind of right now is not very known among the public, even though he is like one of the greatest. I feel like that's also kind of in the comedy community, someone that we know, I guess. Anyway, Patrice is legendary. He's just he talks about race and I don't even know how to sum up who Patrice is, but he's basically a comic who was incredible but never got famous from it. And when the comic said that, compared Juan to Patrice, he's basically saying like, you may not be getting your due, but damn it, you're amazing. And he is incredible. When he got off the stage, I walked by him and I gave him a fist bump. I said, incredible, incredible, and I left. And I've already given him enough compliments for him to know how I thought he was so incredible. Like it's amazing how he works with the crowd, and he's amazing. Shout out to Juan. I went to the next open mic and I told others they missed it. And yes, I went to a second open mic in the same day, which I haven't been able to do because I have been a little boy. But now I'm 21. I went to Kelly's Olympian, which is like 4 blocks away. And I've been here before. I've performed here before, but I got kicked out like 2 weeks into my stay in Portland, so I haven't gone back. So this is my first time going back since I've been kicked out. And I just kind of kicked it outside with a couple comics, which is cool because, as you guys know, I don't really talk to other comedians because I'm a little loser. And it was cool. It was nice just chatting. Comics are the coolest people to talk to. This mic is ran by Father Funny and Mother Music, which are like, they're the people that run Portland Comedy. I've talked about them a little bit, like the kingpins of comedy. They're scary. It's scary because they book people, so if you do bad in front of them, then they know you're bad, but then they also see you grow, and it's stressful. One guy told me that he avoids these mics because he doesn't want to, like he goes to them and watches other comics, but he's so afraid of how he's going to do there that he's waiting and he's performing at other places trying to get good, and then he's going to go there, which to me is kind of silly. It's kind of counterintuitive where once you perform all your stuff, then they know that's all you have, I guess, or at least they've seen you like on, I don't know. That to me isn't, I respect it, but I don't believe in that. Avoiding the mics because they're afraid of them. That's how people are. They're afraid of not getting booked, I guess. I don't know. I did well. I was surprised because I did one of their mics last week, but it's a different one, a more intense one, and I bombed at that one. This one's less intense, but still kind of meaningful, and I did pretty well, like enough to where I think Mama Music is what I'll call her. I think she noticed, and I'm pretty sure she talks to Father Funny, obviously, because they're married and they run the place, and probably when I went up stage the next time was like, oh, this guy's kind of funny, or whatever. This is what's going on in my head. Yeah, I did okay. I did well. I did pretty well. There was an old comic that was around the scene during this week, and he was like bombing very confidently to these 2 open mics I saw him at, and it was kind of annoying because he had bad jokes, and he kept mentioning his veteranism, like how he used to be in comedy. He's like, I've been out of comedy for like 11 years, but I used to be like really into it. And he'd say crap like, here's an old joke just to get you guys going or whatever, just to make you guys laugh. And it wouldn't make us laugh. And he's like, it's an old joke. I've been in it for a while. here's a new one. It's probably not going to work. Yeah, I'm in a little comic. I used to be pretty good at this, you know. And pretty much all of his. I mean, it was somehow working where the audience kind of, as an audience member, I kind of was on his side for some reason, but just because he claimed to have experience in the past. And he did say that the community here in Portland seems very nice now. That back in the day it was very cutthroat, and now comics are very supportive with each other and whatnot, and that's good to hear. That's what I'm a part of. Yes, there's this one black guy that killed. He was hilarious. He was like I can't remember his name, but there was this old couple in the front who wasn't a part of. They were just an audience member, and he was giving them crap. He was saying all this dirty stuff to them, and their daughter's right there, and they wouldn't give out this information, like where they're from or what their names are, and then the daughter kept like tossing it out to him so that he could mess with them, and he's saying crap like man, you gotta, ma'am, you must compliment your husband's penis, or just all this wild crap that was making me holler behind them, and I hope to achieve that level. It was fantastic, because I've seen a lot of comics do crowd work around here, and it's all very mediocre, but this guy, I haven't seen him around, but I know people love and respect him, and I now love and respect him. On to the next piece of business. An old lady rushed the stage. Not really, but I mean, like, at the end of the mic, the black guy was the last one, and they're like, all right, that was it. That is the end. No more comics. And then this old lady tried getting on stage, and the host was like, no, get off stage. No, please, ma'am, this is the end of the open mic. You did not sign up. And she turns to the audience like, I signed up, and they're not letting me get on the list for some reason. And basically, what the situation is, she showed up, and she said, hey, I want to sign up for this open mic. And they said, you have to sign up through Facebook. And she said, I'm here right now. Why can't I just sign the list? And they said, because the way we do it is through Facebook. You send them a message, and then we write your name down on the list. That's how it works. And it's kind of stupid. You know, like, they're right there in front of them. You could just be like, you know, just write their name down. You know, I'm a human being. You're a human being. You're right here in front of me. I will write your name down for this thing we're doing live in person. That to me makes sense. But for some reason, they were very steadfast. They were very what is it? Persistent. They really didn't want this lady on stage for some reason, I guess. And they only wanted her to do it through Facebook, but she said she didn't have a Facebook. Again, to me, I think they should have just let her sign up. But she was being real annoying too. And eventually they had security kick her out. It was an old lady. And the comics were talking about it like all full of energy. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe she rushed the stage. And at the time, you know, the Will Smith slapping Chris Rock had happened like just a few weeks ago. And at this time, just 2 days before, I think, Dave Chappelle had been tackled on stage in Hollywood. So it's been on all us comics' minds about people rushing the stage. Not really me. I'm not really concerned about it. But people have been like, if I get rushed, I don't know. There's a lot of comedians who have a bit about getting rushed on stage because of all this stuff. And then this old lady doing such really ignited everything. But it was exciting. I hung out a little bit after. And I'm pretty sure, this sounds really stupid because I don't know, but I'm pretty sure this is like a little hangout spot at this bar, because I've ridden by well after an open mic that I know happens there, and I've seen comics just hanging out, and now I'm a part of that, because I hung out and I talked to this one guy about like a book. I got pretty into it. I was like, how long is the book? And he said 6 hours. He said the book is 6 hours. Made me laugh. One guy told me, or this chick came up to me and was like, I really like that joke you have about relish. That's to anyone that knows that joke. And one about Neighborhood Watch. This one guy was like, my wife's favorite joke of yours is about the Neighborhood Watch. And that's so nice that this guy's wife even knows of my jokes and that she even has a favorite. That was a huge compliment. what else? I think that's it. There was another open mic after that, but I had a movie ticket to Doctor Strange, and I was not going to miss it. This first song, is it was cut from last episode, but now we have it. It's called "Lost in the World." It's by Kanye West. Enjoy it. Yes.
I'm up in the woods. I'm down on my mind. I'm building a still to slow down the time. I'm up in the woods. I'm down on my mind. I'm building a still to slow down the time. I'm up in the woods. I'm down on my line. I'm building a still down the time. I'm lost in the world, but now I'm alive. I'm building a city, and I'm down for the night, down for the night. Says she's down for the night. I'm lost in the world. I'm down my whole life. I'm new in the city, but I'm down for the night, down for the night, down for the night.
You're my devil, you're my angel, you're my heaven, you're my hell, you're my now, you're my forever, you're my freedom, you're my jail, you're my lies, you're my truth, you're my war, you're my truth, you're my questions, you're my proof, you're my stress and you're my masseuse. Mama say, mama my son. Lost in this plastic life, let's break out of this fake ass party, turn this into a classic night. If we die in each other's arms, still get laid in that afterlife. If we die in each other's arms, still get laid, yeah.
Run from the lights, run from the night, run for your life. I'm new in the city, down for the night, down for the night, down for the night. I'm lost in the world. I'm down my whole life. I'm new in the city, down for the night, down for the night,
illegitimate daughter of the mother country, whose legs will then spread around the world, and a rapist known as freedom, free doom. Democracy, liberty, and justice were revolutionary code names that preceded the bubbling, 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 bubbling in the mother country's crotch. What does Webster say about soul? All I want is a good home and a wife and a children and some food to feed them every night. After all is said and done, build a new route to China if they'll have you. Who will survive in America? Who will survive in America? Who will survive in America? Who will survive in America?
And we're back. Welcome back to Ear Rape with Milo Loza. This is Ear Rape, and you know what it is. It's Milo Loza. Who it is, what it is Ear Rape. I feel like my energy feels a little off this show. I don't know why. I feel like I'm not telling these stories to the best of my ability. But gosh darn it, I'm going to continue. I'm going to what they call it? I'm going to keep calm and carry on. I had an open mic canceled last week. Wait, the music. That was Lost in the World by Kanye West and Bon Iver. Technically, it was two songs. The second part was Who Will Survive in America by Kanye West also. But they sound great together. It would be a crime to split the two songs apart. Anyway, last week, I had an open mic at Pizza Schmitza. I go to it every week, and it was canceled. This one is sometimes canceled for some reason. And this time, the host said it's because that the pizza place is not paying their employees, and that if they start paying them, we'll be back at there. I guess we're supporting the employees. I have no idea what the situation is, but it's something like that. So that mic is canceled. So I didn't get to go to an open mic. That was Sunday. I didn't go till Tuesday. And excuse me, I feel like I have a yawn and a burp coming. I went to East Side Bar and Grill. This is also a ma and pa comedy place. The people that run comedy in Portland. Excuse me, I don't know why my voice is so crappy. I showed a couple comics my set list there because they were like, "What does your set list look like?" I always have like a little piece of paper. I fold up a note card twice. That's my set list. I usually can fit it all between those lines. And if not, it doesn't matter. I do it on the little piece of paper. And they're like, that's the craziest thing I've ever seen, because I only use like one word, sometimes abbreviations, to help me remember full jokes. And he showed me his list, and he opened his phone, and it's just like in his notes, like not even the notes app, a separate app, but it's like every single word of the joke written out, and that's how he does it. And he has to, like, I guess, look into the paragraph of words to try to figure out what joke it is or where he is in the joke. That, to me, seems complicated. I just see the word, I remember the joke, and I try to remember the latest iteration of the joke. But that's just me. I thought it was fascinating to take a look at another comic's list. Because a lot of people look at their phone, and that to me is not to be as respected as a piece of paper. Because it kind of shows a little bit of laziness to show you're looking at your phone. I can respect it, I guess, if your set list looks like mine. But if not, what are you even doing? Like with all those words on your screen that you cannot. I don't know. I'm not. Whatever. Some people use their notebooks. I don't like that either, but I like that better. Yeah. Anyway, there's the dude was the host. Apparently this was like his big return or something, because the host, Papa Comedy, I guess has had another job that he's been busy with, so he hasn't been hosting the open mics and booking shows. So this was basically his big return, I guess. He had the day off, so he hosted the mic, and he was like, it's good to be back like in comedy, and it's good to see all these young comics new on the scene, and it's good to see like I don't know, just everyone doing well, and I don't know, it seemed like a whole, like I'm here in the beginning of a new era, which is very important, especially with Papa Comedy. I want to be there for a new era for him, because then I want to get booked on his shows, of course. And he was like, everyone should be very supportive and to the young comics and try to give as much advice as you can. And young comics, try to get as much as you can. And he said, like, this is a whole new generation. There's a lot of old leaving. He named a bunch of comics that have left Portland. And he's like, I see a lot of good new coming, which he hasn't seen me yet. He's not referring to me. But, I mean, that means there's some good around. Yeah, though he hasn't seen me, I am a part of that. For a lot of people that went on stage, he would compliment the growth of each person. Like, he's like, oh, man, I remember like 5 months ago when you came in here and you had this, and now look, you've polished it up to this, and it's great to see you do so well. And it was cool to hear him notice how comics were improving. But I felt left out, because I was going to go on stage. I wasn't going to get that recognition. Maybe I was going to bomb. I don't know. To me, for some reason, it feels like I'm not going to get better at comedy. I am getting better at comedy. I listen back, and I'm constantly getting better. But for some reason, like, I had this fear, like, if I perform right now, it'll be my best. And if I go in a few months, it'll be the exact same, and he won't comment on it. This is what was going through my mind, and I killed. I did very, very well. After I finished, the dude went back up, the host, and he was like, one-liners, huh? You know this guy. He named some comic, and I'm like, no, I don't know who he is. He's like, does anyone know who this is? He's an older comic. No one else knew who he was. And he's like, it's an old one-liner comic. I want to put you in touch with him. He's the king of one-liners. I think he's going to be a very good connection with for you. It's going to help you grow. Not that you're bad, but just I think this connection would be very good for you. And I got you. I want to hook you up. He said, and that was very meaningful to me because that was like in front of everyone, all the comics and all the important or this is a very important mic. Everyone rallies up to this one because of how important it is. So there was a lot of comedians I love and respect hearing him say, like, that he's going to introduce me to this person, which I don't know if he's going to. I feel like he's not. It sounds like he's not really in touch with him if no one else knows who it is. But still, very cool. Another comic came up to me and was like, that's cool that he did that, but don't change your style. Honestly, like try to stay true to you and all that. And that was nice of him to say. That pretty much saying, like, I don't need to improve, which I do, but just kind of like, don't lose my voice, I guess. And it was very nice. Mickey Gibson, this other comic I love and respect, he came up to me and was like, I didn't realize you were so young, which I don't know how he got that. Wait, also, before this, actually, the host also was like, how long have you been doing comedy? And I said, 6 months now. And some person in the audience was like, damn! That was cool. That was a good little boost to my ego that he said, damn! Anyway, Mickey, he came up to me and was like, I didn't know you were so young. And I said, I was wondering, like, how he heard that. I guess other comic told him. I guess people are talking about me, not so whatever. He found out I'm so young. And I'm like, yeah, I've been kicked out of, like, Kelly's and Suki's, and now I'm finally able to be here. And he's like, it's good to see you around. I hope to see you at more mics. And then he started walking away, but then he stopped, he turned back, and he was like, is your girlfriend really pregnant? And I said, no, I've been single for 3 years. He was referring to a joke of mine. So that went well. It's good that I performed well for the Kingpins of Comedy. I hope to go next week. I might go to this next week. I don't know, because it's on the same day as Helium, and I kind of really want to go to Helium and try to get on the list now that I'm 21, because I haven't gone, and I could hang out in the green room, but it's, I don't know. This guy said he'll put me in touch, so I should go there again. We'll see. We'll see. Call in if you have an idea. kpsu.org. Where was I? KPSU had a meeting this week, 2 days ago, I think. 3 days ago? It doesn't matter. We had a meeting, and we've had a couple. They've all been on Zoom. This was the first one in person, and you get like a volunteer hour for going. So of course I went, and they ended up they said like one thing, and just kind of repeated it. Not to no diss to KPSU, of course, but it was kind of boring to go. I got my volunteer hours, so whatever. They had an open mic after though, and a couple of the staff came up to me and they're like, "You have a set prepared?" And I said, "No, I didn't know we had an open mic. No one told me this." And they're like, "It was in the whatever." And I'm like, "I don't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't put something together." But I did have a set list in my hand because I was planning on going to one after the show. And so while they're asking me, I have like these jokes in my hand, and they're like, "What's that then?" And I'm like, we'll see. I sat through the meeting, I finished it, I left, and I wrote a set really quick. And I had like 12 minutes before my bus came. I went in there and someone was like, they were singing karaoke of a Screamo song. And I went up to the president of KPSU and I said, "I just put together a set list. I can perform it right now, but only if I could go next because I have a bus to catch." And they were like, "Yeah, cool. All right, I'll get you next." And the guy's performing Screamo on stage, karaoke. And he goes, asks the person, he's like, "Yep, you're next." Screamo guy finishes. I get on stage. It's kind of awkward because they don't have they don't go, "Here's Milo Loza" like they usually do. So I don't have like that rhythm to my beginning. It's just kind of me walking onto a big stage, very in a lot of quiet. And I go into my set. And it's really weird. I was quite sure I would just bomb the whole time, but I figured I should try. I gotta try and do well in every room I can get a microphone in, you know? So I tried, and I did okay, I think. I don't know. I don't know. I did okay. Some jokes went really, really well where I saw people like dying at it. Some jokes had a bit of silence. You know what? Only one joke had a lot of silence, and it wasn't that bad. So I feel pretty good about the set. Shout out to KPSU. They may hate me from that set. Afterward, I caught a bus to Arrowwood, and I awkwardly tried to help the host because it was a substitute host, but I felt weird in my assistant. Like I felt like I was weird in my offering and weirded her out. So I just sat aside and waited for my turn to go on stage. I killed, and I got off stage. I got a couple compliments from people that I really, really respect, which was very, very nice. Even a random couple came up to me on the way out because I know comedians. I know who's an audience member. They're just some random old people that were there. They came up and they said, "Milo, you were really funny." And I said, "Thank you." And they left. They remembered my name. They remembered my name so they could come up to me and say, "Milo, you were really funny." And they left. I was so funny they remembered my name. That was a huge honor for me. And then this other guy, Elijah. He's a comic that I've become acquainted with over the last while, and we were sitting together watching the open mic, and he kind of leaned over and he was like, "Milo, you have a show with Portland's with what do you say? You have a show with Portland State University." And I was like, "Oh no, he knows." And I was like, "Yeah, I do." And he's like, that's cool. And I was like, yeah, it's all right. And he's like, "And you have a website?" And I was like, yeah. And I felt like the need to be like, I only pay $2.50 a month for the website. I did the coding on my own. The radio show is free. Like I felt like I don't deserve all this. I'm not better than anyone else here. I just do it. You know, it's just something I do. And he wasn't like being judgmental at all. But I felt the need to really explain myself. And it's weird. I'm having comics follow me on Instagram as of late, and it's kind of stressful to think that they're going to hear me talk. Like you guys just heard this right now. You heard me talk about how fanboyish I get over other comedians and how much it means to me when they compliment me or even speak to me at all. It's weird. I feel like it's going to be weird when they hear this. But then again, I know of a few comics that have like podcasts that I'm pretty sure no one listens to. I've listened to like a little bit, but if I don't listen to them, why would they listen to me? You know, that's just what I'm saying about it. Towards the end of this mic, the host was like, "Hey, shout out to Milo Loza and Elijah in the back. They performed their sets a while ago and they stuck around. Shout out to them." And that was awesome. I looked at Elijah and he was like, sweet dude, because he's like a little comic nerd, and he was nice to be appreciated. It was cool. It was nice to, because I'm always there. I always stay till the end. I try to, because I like to watch comedy. And it was nice to be acknowledged. The next day, which was 2 days ago, Dante's hell-themed bar always has scared me. Not always. I guess it doesn't scare me anymore, but hell-themed bar. I bomb so bad because I go up with no material. And I wanted to tell a story. I wanted to go up there and tell that story about the kid I met on the street last week. If you remember from last week, I met a kid on the street and we exchanged jokes and whatnot. I felt like comics would enjoy that. But by the time I went up, all the comics that I like and that like me left. They went to the next open mic, and I stayed behind, and I went on stage, and I said, it was like a bunch of people that, like, there's never people in this bar. There's never just patrons. There's never just patrons, like, watching. And today there was only patrons, and I had no material for the third time ever, which is so painful to go up with no material. Like, it's been nice here because comics that support me are watching, and they're pretty generous with their laughter and what they shout out at me. But these people, they were rough, and I need a little bit of roughness to try and get my skin thick. But man, was it rough. I went up there and I was like, I don't have material, but I do have a story. Do you want to watch me struggle, or do you want to hear the story? And the majority said struggle. So I struggled through it. I said, give me a word, and I tried to work off of it, and I couldn't. It was the worst of my sets without material. And it sucked. One of the people that were just there drunk, he's never been there before. I think he's from out of state. He was on a whim decided to get on stage and try to be funny. And he was totally not funny. He was kind of homophobic too, and people were not liking him. He said something like, he was like, "Man, I feel like I'm doing worse than that guy that bombed." And that made us laugh, but only because, like, it made me laugh really hard because I thought he was referring to me, and it was funny because he was doing worse than me somehow. But then again, everyone was laughing, and someone was like, "Who are you even talking about?" Because everyone bombs at this mic. This is why I chose it to do no material at, because it's less hurt to my ego. Anyway, everyone bombs here, and so it was kind of funny that he was like, "I'm worse than that guy that bombed." But later he got off stage and he drunkenly walked over to me and, like, sat next to me. And I sit, like, in a real secluded spot off to the side of the stage that no one ever, like, it's never occupied when I show up. It's not a desirable location. It's just where I sit. And he just kind of walks over to me. Everyone sees it. And he plops down next to me. He goes, "Hi, I'm Steve," or whatever. "What's your name?" And I'm like, "Milo," and I just keep my eyes on the performer. And I was kind of feeling like a hot chick, I guess, like a weirdo drunken guy coming to me, and I'm trying to be polite but not make him aggressive to where he wants to hit or rape me or whatever. I don't know. Not that I've really felt in any danger, but it was just weird that he walked over to me like this. And he was like, "What's your name?" "Milo." "Steve." And he was like, when I was up there and I referred to that one guy that bombed, I was talking about you. You were the guy that bombed terribly that I was talking about." And I said, "Oh, yeah, that's what I thought." And he's like, "Yeah, because I think I ended up doing worse than you." And I was like, "Yep," because he did. He was saying a lot of homophobic stuff, and no one likes that, especially here in Portland. And once he was like, "All right, thank you, I'm going to get off," everyone started, like, applauding really, really hard. But he was so out of it that he thought he did good. Like, I saw, like, the pride on his face after he got off because of how loud the applause was, if this makes sense at all. Anyway, he sits next to me, and he's like, "What are you drinking?" And I'm just drinking water. And he's like, can I buy you a drink? And I said, "No, that's okay. I don't drink." And I'm just watching the comics. He's like, how that was my first time on stage. What time on stage was that for you? And I just said my third time, because technically it was with no material. And he's like, "Oh, wow, you've been on stage 3 times and you're still that bad?" And I was like, "Yep." I just kept staring at the comedian. And then eventually he was like, "All right, nice meeting you." And he walked away. And again, I didn't feel in danger. Like, if I ever was in danger, I totally am so confident that everyone in that bar would just, like, defend me. Like, they would drop whatever and help me out just because I'm a regular there. They all know me. They don't know this guy. Like, even if, I don't know, like, if half a year ago when I first walked in there, I guess if some guy tried to kill me or something, people would definitely defend me, but, I don't know, I guess I have a certain, I'm the little boy around there. They're gonna protect me, I'm quite sure. I guess I'm not positive. I should learn some fighting skills, but, yes. Juan was there. Juan would have defended me. He's an ex-Marine. Juan got on stage, and there was another drunk guy who was being real obnoxious. He tried to fight the owner. Like, I think he's the owner of the place. I'm not sure, but he squared up on him like he was about to punch him, and then the owner like squared up like he's about to defend himself, but he's just kind of waiting for the first punch to come to him, and then like all these other guys like got up and like was ready to separate them before he even moved, and that kind of settled down. This was all during Juan's set, and still during his set, like he had he called up one audience member to come under his arm, and he just kind of told jokes like that, and then he told him to get off stage, and then the drunk guy randomly came on stage and like put his arm around him. Juan put his arm around the drunk guy because Juan is a goddamn pro at dealing with hecklers and people like this. He's such a pro. I've talked about this before. One time he was dealing with a heckler and I saw him get off stage and he was like hugging him while the heckler cried in his arms. I don't know how he does this crap, but the heckler like came up on stage and he just put him under his arm. He was like, nah, this guy's fine. Don't worry about him. Just kept telling jokes with him there. And then the guy drunkenly like stumbled, like very slowly stumbled over to the owner again. Everyone's already on edge watching him. And he like slowly rips off his shirt. Like he grabs his shirt out of the collar and he goes, ah! And he slowly rips it for like 7 seconds down to like the middle. And his shirt is like ruined. Like he can't wear it. But he's slowly doing it, and he's definitely about to punch the guy, but he's too drunk, and he just manages to rip his shirt. And he's doing it so slow that everyone runs up and stops him from doing whatever he's about to do. But like I had my mouth wide open, because this is all just during Juan's set. It's all like in a matter of minutes. And I'm looking at Juan, I'm looking at the guy, my mouth is wide open, and Juan is like, Milo, record this. And I whip up my phone, I start recording it, and it's just like Juan talking to my camera while the guy is getting dragged out in the background. It was like a legendary video. I sent it to my friends. No one gave a crap, but like me and the comics after were like staring at the video like, this is amazing. This is hilarious. And that was awesome. I think, honestly, no one would care about this video, but to us, this was just such an amazing moment. Dante's is an incredible place. It still kind of scares me. The bathrooms don't have locks on the doors because of people doing drugs in there, but I love the place. Shout out to Dante. Shout out to Brian with a Y. He's the host. He's always been very nice to me. Shout out to all the comics. I love and respect every comic in Portland. That was my last open mic of the week. I was going to do one last night. It's a midnight open mic at the Fun House, but I fell asleep at like 11 p.m. right before I was about to leave, so I did not. Let me pull up this music again. We're almost out of time. I can't believe I've talked about comedy so goddamn much. This next song is by 21 Pilots. It's called Redecorate. Enjoy it. Love it.
nights with the way she decorates. Then one night she got cold with no blankets on her bed, so she ripped them off the mirror, stepped back, and she said, I don't wanna go like this. At least let me clean my room. I don't wanna live like this. 'Cause the last thing I want to do is make my people make decisions, wondering what to do. Oh, should I keep it on display or redecorate? With the bells and the whistles scaled back like an isolated track, and he feels trapped when he's not inebriated. Fair to say he's fairly sedated. Most days of the week he might have made it if he lived on a different street. I repeat, scaled back and isolated. He says he likes an open schedule, but he mostly hates it. If you run into his room, take a breath before you break in. Put your ear up to the door. Tell me, can you hear him say it? I don't wanna go like this. At least let me clean my room. I don't wanna live like this. 'Cause the last thing I want to do is make my people make decisions, wondering what to do. Oh, should I keep it on display or redecorate? I don't wanna go like this. At least let me clean my room. I don't wanna live like this. 'Cause the last thing I want to do is make my people make decisions, wondering what to do. Oh, should I keep it on display or redecorate? Or redecorate. Or redecorate.
Need help powering through your next study session? Sesame Donuts is family owned and student run, with free Wi-Fi and locally roasted coffee to complement their full menu, serving breakfast sandwiches, flavored cream cheeses, and of course, delicious donuts fresh every day. Located at 1503 Southwest Park, just a block from Lincoln Hall. Sesame Donuts, made to make your day.
The milk is sour, I've barely been to KPSU presents Springfest, an afternoon of live music and free food to celebrate the end of the school year. Featuring performances by Haley Hendricks, Chip Nail Polish, Ep, and Ignoring Olivia. Join us 4 p.m. on May 27th at the Park Blocks North.
There's one thing you can never have sex without.
It's not something you buy.
Or something you take.
In fact, there's only one way to get it.
It has to be given to you, freely.
It's consent.
Because sex without it isn't sex.
It's rape. Consent.
If you don't get it, you don't get it. It's on us to stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
I always like to end it with a light ad there. Welcome back to Ear Rape with Milo Loza. This is the show where I talk about my week, and I have run out of time, which is kind of good. It's kind of good because I ran out of the stuff that isn't comedy. But I do have a few things I want to get out of the way. Let me try to get through it. I have like 4 minutes, so I'll try to get through it. Oh man, I just got emailed back that my Ear Rape promo is going great. It's going to go through. Sorry. That's for other people on other shows at KPSU. Fifth Avenue Cinema. I went this week. I watched In the Mood for Love. It was good. Not much more to say about it, except there was this one guy that kept laughing after every line, and it really annoyed me. You know those people that just kind of, they don't know what to do, so they just kind of blow air out of their nose? like when you're having a conversation with them, they don't know what to reply, so they blow air out of their nose. This guy did that, but like to the movie after every line, and it was really annoying. I just wanted to talk about that. Screw that guy. I watched Mississippi Mermaid. It was a movie I missed from Fifth Avenue Cinema, a French movie. It was beautiful. Not much to say about it either. I did an interview for the paper this week, and I had to skip an open mic so that I could do this paper and write it. But I think it turned out good. I think I made it a little longer than usual, which means I get $5 or $10 more than usual. Yes. I think Portland. I've had a lot of people say Portland's going to crap. Tyler, the creator, when he came, he said Portland's going to crap. Dave Chappelle, the first thing he said was, "Hello, Portland. I've walked around your city, and I don't think you're going to make it." The Portland seemed doomed, and I'm here to confirm that Portland is doomed because I went to Einstein Bagels last week, and you know what? They didn't put any goddamn spread on my bagel. I ordered on my phone. I do this every week. I go every week, sometimes every other week. I go get a bagel. I get a chocolate bagel with strawberry cream cheese spread. I went. It was pretty busy. You know, I wait for my turn. I'm a diligent, patient man. I sit down. I wait. Like 10 minutes later, they call me up. They say, "Milo, here's your order. Here's your hot chocolate as well." I like to get a hot chocolate as well. And I took it. I walked 2 blocks away to my spot. And I open it. And the bagel is it's toasted. Like I asked for it toasted. They have options. It's either not toasted, or very toasted, which is like burnt. And it looks like they did the burnt one. And not only did they do the burnt one, but they left it so that it got colder. So it got burnt and it got cold. So it was just a hard, crusty piece of bagel with no spread on it. But they did include jelly. But I didn't ask for jelly. I asked for strawberry cream cheese, and they didn't even give me enough jelly to put on the bagel, and they didn't give me a knife. I'd squeeze it out of the packet with my thumbs and try to spread it. It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough what was in there, and I ate the dry bagel. The hot chocolate was good, though. I'm never going back to Einstein Bagel again. I definitely wanted to get that in. My teacher almost cried in Spanish this week. I'm not sure why. I think she was just overcome with anxiety or something. She was like, "I'm going to cut class short." She said it was something that we're all dealing with, but I think she just meant that generally. Like I thought she was about to be like, as you guys may know, you know, I don't know, abortion again. She was very worked about abortion. We did talk about abortion a little bit this week. I had another abortion joke that got repressed laughter, which is my favorite kind of laughter in a classroom or in general. When you make someone laugh through pursed lips, that's the laugh you want. That's the laugh I seek. I forgot what I said. I think I try to relate abortions to recycling. I don't know. But I made a good few people laugh, and that's what I wanted. After class this week, my friend Hunter brought me over, and they made me cinnamon melts. They made me cinnamon melts because if anyone is a consistent, diligent listener to Ear Rape with Milo Loza, in the very first 2 episodes, I talk about cinnamon melts from McDonald's. They're a delicious cinnamon delight, and I couldn't find them. I talk about in the first couple episodes how I try to figure it out. The McDonald's doesn't sell anymore. I go to like 2 different places that are supposed to have monkey bread, which is supposed to be cinnamon melts, but it's not. And she made it from scratch for me. She created it for me, and it was fantastic. God bless Hunter. Shout out to Hunter. It was a delicious treat. It was almost exactly cinnamon melts. My mind was blown. I was amazed. In what else in Spanish class? Not related to Spanish class, but there was a mariachi in the park blocks this week. That was kind of cool to my culture and whatnot. Because around here, I can't find pan dulce. Pan dulce? I can't find pan dulce around here because all the bakeries just have like donuts and white bread and white people bread. And it sucks. I'm seeking it and I can't find it. So to see the mariachi in the park blocks on campus was nice. I sat there until they left, and then I went to class. In my philosophical type class this week, I I stumped my philosopher professor, which was a very proud moment because I don't really participate in this class because it's usually like the professor will throw like a question that can't be answered and everyone will try to like, they'll discuss it, and I kind of understand both sides of what's being discussed, and it's just kind of me observing how people say it, and it's interesting. So I rarely need to put my input. I think that's what's going on. Maybe I'm not paying attention and don't understand anything. I don't know. But I put in my input. What we were talking about was something like the professor said it's best to, for example, ride the train to school without looking at your phone. Because if you just sit and you stay within your mind, you're closest to your most pure self and your most pure being because you have no other outside sources influencing you. And then I argued, isn't it like if you choose to be on your phone or whatever the distraction may be, isn't that in a way yourself? Like it's your choice, and that's just a part of your pure self. Like it's what you do, I guess, in a way. That's how I phrase it, and he understood what I'm trying to say. I don't know if you guys get it, but it really stumped him. He really winced and tried to figure out how to solve this, and I like that. He had an answer. He said something like, it blew my mind what he said. He said like that a phone can be seen as a prosthetic, like a leg or something, and it's kind of like a piece of your brain because you like the way we use it as a calculator instead of actually knowing math, crap like that. It blew my mind. I'm really out of time. I'm going to play the outro. Thank you for tuning in. Tune in next week for episode 31. Episode 31, I'm going to be home next week, actually. Episode 31 is going to be pre-recorded. I'll see you live in 2 weeks right here on kpsu.org, but do come next week. Next week I'll have something prepared. I'm going to play the outro over here. Yes. Saturdays, 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, episode 31 next week. Go to miloloza.com. Thank you for listening. I love you.